Hello, everyone, and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here, coming at you with another raw narrative. It's so good to see you guys tonight. Thank you all for stopping by. Bear with me still on this new software. We haven't gotten our intros in, so it's kind of weird. I'm just like all of a sudden into the ether, right? I usually have, some music for you guys, pump us all up, but some people told me that they don't like the intros. It's too long and whatnot. And, it's whatever. I can't please everyone, right? But I particularly love the intro, and I know a lot of you have voiced that you like it too, because it does pump us up, right? Gets us in a good mood. So I'll be sure to upload some new intros for us. It's a good time to, again, I did some spring cleaning. I'm doing some summer cleaning. So definitely trying to grow the channel and excited to bring you guys the best content that I possibly can. And, we've had some really great guests on lately. Just, changing things up is so awesome because, it's a variety and I love that, right? I don't want to get stale on you guys. And also, I just enjoy, different perspectives. And I think you guys do too, because a lot of times it's just me up here. So I just hope that you guys are enjoying the content. And Sharon Marlowe, so good to see you. Hey, my PTSD. Oh, it is scratchy, Sharon. Thank you. Let me see here. I did something last night, and maybe I just need to do that again tonight. Let's look here. Okay. Sharon, is that better? I went back and listened to last night's stream, and it was funny because you guys were saying that I was scratchy, right? Or crackly. I say crackly. And actually I heard Libra being crackly, right? And so I switched it over. So hopefully that worked. Or anybody else in the chat, just let me know. Because yeah, that was so strange. I was like, wow, talk about all right, Sharon. Woohoo, yay, thank you. Okay, so but yeah, I was like, oh, that was definitely happening. I'm like, that's weird. YouTube is like that. It's the YouTube verses. That's what I call it. Tonight I'd like to talk about Gypsy Rose Blanchard, back to the Gyp-Verse, right? And we got a little bit of that interview in. So what I'm going to do is just play it through tonight, right? It's 2 hours. I'll try not to stop it too terribly much. I do have a lot to say about it. And I have followed this case extensively. I lived in the same area. I've lived down the street from Gypsy at points in time. Very strange, like not in the habitat community, but in the area. Springfield is a big little city, right? Springfield, Missouri is a big little city, and they just really want to make sure that they come out smelling like a rose in this, right? They don't want to take any accountability or responsibility for their part in allowing for Gypsy Rose to become, this person that now there's other families of victims like Dominic's sister Christine, is trying to eliminate the capitalizing. Hey, Andrea, the capitalizing on this, right? So there's a lot to get into. Also, the mainstream media needs to do better, especially if we're made to only listen to them or take them as facts, what they say, like, fact checking information, I think, is something that we take for granted with the mainstream media. And I have a major problem with that, especially in Gypsy Rose's case. And I'll get more into that as well as we get through here. So hello, Chu. Good to see you. And I'm just going to shout you guys out. So I'm so glad you guys are here. And thank you, Witchy Mama, for coming in and doing the disclaimers and all of our good stuff. So I changed the font a little bit in the backgrounds, but I like having this different background. So we're going to be doing that too. We changed over the system. And definitely join the Discord. I need to update the link, I'm sure. We did have some gifted memberships by some of our wonderful Dragon Tribe members last night. And I would love it, if you guys come to the Discord and just check it out. It's not going to be what you guys usually expect to see on the streets. It's not going to be drama and exciting in that way, like that you're part of that drama and that trauma kind of stuff. Um, the people that are in the Discord that have been helping me run it have made sure that we've kept it a really nice environment, right? Where people can feel comfortable to share things and talk, but not to bash anybody or dox people or do anything hatred, no hatred. And Witchy Mama, I have to attribute that to you, Little Miss Sharon, Bo, all of our people that are in that Discord that just make it a nice, fun place to be, right? Shauna joined. And so, it's like that way you have a place to talk to people and it's a positive environment. We have way too many negative environments on YouTube, and that's why everybody goes crazy. I've gone crazy over it. It's not worth it. It really isn't. But join the Discord because we do the gifts in there, have fun. I try to be in there as much as I can. But again, you guys would be in great hands with great people if you decided you would like to join something like that. I mean, you could still be a part of the drama too. I don't mind. The more the merrier everywhere. But because I watch some of it too and keep up with some of it too. And I understand that that's some things that you guys like to watch because I can see the viewership in other channels versus mine. And so I hear you, but I'm trying to do a little bit better with this channel and keep it really victim based, right? And yes, I joke around, and that's probably my downfall, or that might be the reason why people are like, "Oh, Lady Freedom's kidding around," but I have to. I wear that like a shield. It's helped me survive. It helps me survive. Like, it keeps me happy and positive. And if I just get mad at things, like, you guys have heard me, I go on rants all the time. Last night I was pissed, and then I was messing with the system, so I was getting even more frustrated. I'm like, oh, but and that's going to happen. But let's be mad over the things that we should be mad about. Let's be enraged over the fact that a young child lost their life and justice needs to be served. A child is missing. There's all of these things that we can do to be proactive and to have a more enjoyable experience in our lives in general, right? And I'm always working to do that. So, and thank you, Witchy Mama. So yeah, we're going to be going over tonight. We Need to Talk. It's a podcast, and this guy has many people on. He's a great interviewer. He has great questions. We're going to dive into Gypsy, and figure out her roots, is what Shauna was saying the other night, the roots. And guys, if you need resources, that's another thing you can do in Discord is we put resources in there. The mods are so great, and we have to be proactive with that. I really strive. That's all I'm asking for the mods to do is grab those links out of the mod Discord, distribute them out. I'm trying to figure a better system on that, but either way. Also, when you have a wrench, you have wrench powers. And I don't know that all of my mods know that they wield great power with the wrench, right? And if you're not a part of the mod chat, email me with the word mod chat in the subject line, please. Shoot me a quick email, ladyfreedomsrawNarratives@gmail.com, no apostrophe. So hello, Gail. Oh, it's so good to see you, Gail. And she says, we are Sebastian's and Devlin's army. So good to see you. Witchy, you should see what I learned today playing with AI. Oh my goodness. It's fun, isn't it? It's fun. I know. And I complained before I made the baby curl song, I was like, AI is horrible. Don't use it, guys. Don't fall for it. And then I made the baby curl song. And because of Shauna, it's gone double platinum on YouTube. No, I'm just kidding. It's viral. No, because she's watched it so many times. I love it. And I do go back and listen to it because it's funny as hell. But again, we got to keep it light. We got to keep it light. I can't wait to see. Did you send me a message in Discord? Because I have not been in there today. Speaking of Discord, I was in the bushes last night, Gail. Oh, I'm so glad. Everybody's getting rain and storms, and today it rained all day. It rained all friggin' day. So I was like, ugh. I hope you guys are oh, sorry, that's my comment. Duh. This is a little different too on this. The chat looks different. Not necessarily, but your avatars. I just got to get used to it visually. It's pretty much the same interface. Yeah, witchy. That's a good point. All of us are getting rain, and that's supposed to be April showers that bring me flowers, right? And hello, Holly. So good to see you. Oh, and I also can't see your guys' wrenches. So, from this platform, which is odd. Hello, Marion. But I do like it better. Hey, Shauna, good to see you. And Sharon, thank you for helping me with the sound quality. And Chu is here. And Andrea, I said hi to Andrea and Cinderella. So good to see you guys. Hey, Bo, good to see you. I was just mentioning you guys. And again, all of you guys that are currently in our, you know, I mean, Holly helps so much too. I love Holly. Just all you guys are amazing. I just have to let you guys know that. Shadow, just all you guys. So if I haven't told you lately, um, thank you, Gail. I did one called Bangers yesterday, and it was like, it looked like comic. It kind of reminds me of like comic book. So I thought that was cool, but I changed it tonight. So I'm glad. Thank you for the feedback. So let's get into Gyp. Jippy Gyp Gyp. She's an odd one. She is. Um, and let me just see how I do this. I'm sorry. And she is in my opinion, Gypsy was absolutely abused, right, by her mom. She was taught a lot of bad habits, right? Nasty habits of lying, stealing, cheating, forgery, probably. She probably got down with that. Oh, okay, we could do this. You guys like this? Except for I need to make myself a box because now this looks weird with a circle in the middle. I'm sorry, this is horrible. And you can't customize these or really, so let's see. Oh, but I did get this for the members, or this comes with it. It just does a little thing where, woohoo, it's a party. So it's a party. But anyway, let's see. I need to make you guys a video. Oh, I think I know where it is. See, it took me about another 20 minutes to find this button again because I've just been doing trial and error, and that's the trouble with that. Okay, yeah, it's theme, I think. Alrighty, sorry about that, guys. Either way, um, so yeah, Gypsy Rose Blanchard is very interesting because again, I do not just. I want to say I do not dispute that she was abused by her mom or that she lived a very bad life, right? Like, I mean, it wouldn't be the one that I would choose to grow up in, right? And then she was forced to stay younger than she was. That's super creepy because that also is behaviors that are associated with, horrible things that children would have to endure when they're little. So good to see you, show poodles. I'm glad you're here. Yeah, and it has been such a hot summer too. Um, but yeah, so it's interesting. Um, that Gypsy goes on, right? And she um portrays herself in different ways. And I think we'll see that as a common theme throughout this is that, if you've watched other interviews of hers, you will notice that her story has changed. I mean, she's been on Dr. Phil. She has been on many, many different platforms and has told her story many times. And then it was absolutely, um, you know, it was magnified and exaggerated for Hollywood, in my opinion, when they did the movie The Act, or it was a series on Hulu. And it was really good. I watched it about a billion times. I mean, it's just Patricia Arquette does a great job, right? And I'm just like, this is like insanity because it was like I said, I was living there at that time. And so I was like, how did this happen? Right. But it's hard to get information out of people there, and they always want to paint themselves with such a pretty brush. And, heaven forbid they have to examine their role in things. And that's the problem with this story, is because I really believe that Gypsy got away with a lot of that stuff because of that very reason. The local people, I don't see how they didn't know. And I'm not talking about me, I'm talking about in their little Habitat for Humanity community, because you see, Habitat for Humanity is something that is a joint effort that the community built this house for them, right? It was like all over the news. It was so cute. Oh my God, look at Gypsy. She's nailing it in, Oh my God. Yeah. So we were all like, oh my gosh, she's so cute. And I was like, oh, I'd send her money if I had some. Haha. And like, you know what I'm saying? Is like, you just think, oh, this little girl, and hey, Holly, good to see you. So yeah, I mean, it's a lot to unpack with Miss Gypsy Rose. And I apologize, I can't find that button again. I'm gonna try to find it while we play this, but I'm gonna go ahead and start playing this, and we'll pause in between. Now, this is a channel, again, full credit goes to um let me go ahead. I'll grab the link. My apologies.
When you reflect on your participation in murdering your mother, what actually happened?
I should have spent the rest of my life in prison. I felt like my mom was my best friend. She was my protector. So you have a child that just wants her mom to love her.
You're the reason I was born, to be your mom.
What was your mother claiming?
I had supposedly a seizure disorder, leukemia, paralyzed since birth. But I knew that I could walk.
Was there ever a moment where a doctor told her no?
Yes, this brings us to quite a pivotal moment.
But you then start dating. There was Nick, Ryan, and Ken.
Something in me snapped. Nick was the gasoline, I was the fire. First thing he said when he comes to the door is, "This is dead." I wanted to go and help her.
You were trying to hold on.
Having people run up to you and want to take a selfie with you. None of that I was prepared for. Y'all made me this. I didn't. But it wasn't until I had my daughter thinking to myself, how can a parent ever hurt their child?
Was there anything that you've seen or heard about your life you want to clarify?
In all the interviews that I have done, I have never had anyone really listen to me until now.
Okay, guys, and he did a really good job. This guy's really sweet, and he's absolutely kind to her. And I think that he understands, like many of us do, that Gypsy has gone through it, and not everything is her fault. And a lot of people can be very hateful when it comes to Gypsy, right? They can just be very hateful towards her. And I understand the level of disappointment and anger, because I have had the same thing, but it's more of, on a whole nother level of rotten. In my opinion, we have to try to be kind, guys. There's no reason to have hatred like that. It consumes you, not them. That person doesn't have to walk around with that and feel that all the time. So, again, going back to what I was saying earlier, is just, you know, it's important to guard your mental health like that. And it's not good to hate other people. So I just fast forwarded a little bit, or went through that part of it, because he was just explaining some things that he wanted to put in there, and I already played this again. I just kind of wanted to go back over it because I know we only got to like a half hour. So this is gonna end. This is not gonna end well. I hope I'm wrong. Oh, sorry, I probably missed something there. The girl never stood a chance, Show Poodle says, but didn't get the appropriate help. That's on her. Well, that's what I heard, Show Poodle. So what I heard about Gypsy Rose is that she didn't take the help in prison. There's all kinds of programs when you get there, and then they have all kinds of things that you can do, at reading, art, all the things. So if it was me doing time, I think I would try to be productive in those certain types of ways. And people, that's how they get out. Gypsy, in my opinion, got a lot of special treatment, and that's not justice. I mean, that's not justice. She didn't learn anything. She just learned to be a bigger brat, in my opinion. And that's a major problem. And then she gets to move on with things. Nicholas Goldajon, the problem is that Gypsy really manipulated him, and I'm not saying that you can make somebody else do something. I just think that with his autism and then with him worshiping her in air quotes, right? But Gypsy has that quality about her because look, she got this guy to do this for her, and her next husband, and I know he's a big guy. I'm not saying that. Hey, look, it comes down to his personality is why I don't think Ryan is attractive. But I will say that he worships her still, right? He's very upset about the Big D fire is not fire anymore. Okay. Whatever she said. He's upset about it. And I saw the TikTok or whatever he did live stream. And so yeah, Holly, he's really good. And guys, I didn't know Army Vet had a channel, but I'm excited that he does. And I've shared something today of his, so definitely go check it out because Seth was on the panel, and we're gonna review that tomorrow. I just figured we would stay on top track with this and do that for tomorrow. The jail failed her by not getting her counseling and preparing her for how the world was going to be when she got out. And I think that you are so right about that, my PTSD. And also, I think a lot of it has to do with the Lifetime series, too. Because, right, she was already famous as hell locally. Then she was being interviewed because, again, like Munchausen is not something that is very prevalent. It's more rare in my opinion. But with that being said, it's usually moms, like, and then also the victims are usually the ones that pass on because of the treatment that they're receiving, right? Like, or the emergencies that are being caused on purpose. Like, for example, when somebody makes you sick and then brings you to the hospital, and obviously you're going to show signs of sickness, right? So, this is what Gypsy lived with and dealt with. Right. And I think if we can take a step back from how annoying she is, her voice that cuts like a nails on a chalkboard. If we could take a step back to her diva attitude and her cringy ass shit that she puts up on the internet, I think we can really give this a fair analysis. And also, I can debunk a lot of the shit that she's saying, when she's lying. And then, we can even talk about some of the things that might be truthful. There's always going to be truth in their lies, right? When we're looking at a person's statement, especially when they're trying to come out and do an interview after they, karate chopped a blanket, and so she showed her whole ass, and now she's going on this acting prim and proper. Gypsy Rose, hi, nice to meet you. No, that shit does not work. It doesn't translate after we saw what you did, right, to the blanket. And again, it's a much bigger issue, and we spoke about that too, and we also spoke with our friend Jennifer Aaron about that, right, because of her book. So we kind of related that over as well, because it was definitely something to look at. And there were 3 cases that we examined using just common sense, right? And once you know about something and the definition, you know what to look for, right? And these manipulation techniques and behaviors, we can really combat a lot of it, right? Because they don't want to be called out. That's the worst thing for them. They don't want to be called out on their bullshit. Um, so, but it is scary, Holly. It is. And, again, I don't think Nick Godejohn should be out, because if he can be manipulated to do something like that, yikes. And then also, Ken, quit making excuses for Gypsy. You need to get out of that relationship before you or, Aurora gets hurt. I believe that wholeheartedly. And that's not coming from a place of being malicious or hateful towards her. It's coming from a place of, I wonder how Aurora is going to have to deal with that. I mean, we felt bad for the dog, right? Like, I remember Seth was in here and he's like, poor dog. And I'm like, yeah, really, the poor dog. He's sitting there back there acting like this is a regular occurrence, you know? And I'm sure his nervous system was in overdrive. But yeah, thank you, my PTSD. Great comment. It's like she put a excuse me, it's like she put a spell on him. She puts a fucking spell on people. Holly, she puts a spell on him, right? She puts a spell on Ryan. Oh, I need somewhere to parole to. Oh, you know, this, that, you know, and but then also look at Ken. Ken came right back, right? He just can't get enough of Gyp. He just can't. You know, it's crazy. That is wild and bizarre. Why do people search out toxic situations? Why would you want to have a prison relationship or reach out to somebody, you know? I don't know. So, yeah. Hello, Valley Gal. Good to see you. In my opinion, she has a handler attached to Hollywood. Yeah. Look, and she does have her own little like crew entourage that kind of rides with her, you know. So yeah, I can totally see where you're coming from on that, you know. So, all right, guys, let's get into it.
One of the most recognizable, I think, figures in the United States. Gypsy Rose is one of, I think, the most recognizable names. However, I believe that there's a lack of understanding about who you actually are
Yeah.
and what actually happened.
Yeah.
And that's the reason why I'm so intrigued and so honored that you're here to give us your time.
Well, I'm happy.
All right.
I'm happy to get into it.
All right. Let's do it. Let's do
All
it.
right, let's do it.
Okay. So could we then begin with your parents? All right. So Dee Dee and Rod. When did your parents meet and where did they meet?
So my parents met in a town, I mean, very small in Louisiana. Originally, they became friends, and then not too long after, you know, hanging out, my mom got pregnant, and my father felt like the right thing to do would be to marry my mom. Even though, you know, he was, I mean, honestly, he was just a kid,
Yeah.
you know. He dropped out of high school, and around that same time, he got another woman pregnant. So I have a half sister. And he realized, oh my gosh, like now I have two daughters to take care of and pay child support on and things like this. And on my dad's 18th birthday, he realized that he was not in love, that he married my mom for good intent, but he didn't love her. He wasn't in love with her like that. And so he ended the relationship. It ended in divorce. And my mom got custody.
Okay.
And I lived with my mom.
How do you think that impacted her?
You know, in hindsight, I realized that, you know, that must have been so hard on her. Because there's not only that element of abandonment, but the trauma that my mom went through as a child herself, I think the hits just kept coming. And she loved him very, very much. So, you know, looking back on it, that must have been heartbreaking. And I am a reflection of my dad. Like, I look just like my dad. So I can imagine that that must have been really hard for her.
Yes. Yes, absolutely. What was life like for you and your mother in particular in those first 5 years?
I mean, I would say that, you know, I felt like my mom was my best friend. I felt like she was my protector. the childhood seemed fairly normal because the first 5 years of my life, my grandmother was still alive.
Okay.
Okay, guys. So I just want to point out that pretty soon the interviewer is going to be asking her a question about if she felt like she was protected by anybody growing up, and she's going to say no, right? And then then she'll backtrack again and say, "Well, my mom, yeah, at certain points," and I do believe that to be true. And so she's going to get into a little bit more, and again, I don't want to say I don't believe someone's story, but I will say that I think that her story is unbelievable. I don't think she's credible. And again, it is, excuse me, her story has evolved over time rather than just being genuine and authentic. It's evolved over time, right? Like when you're telling a story about yourself, especially in a situation like this, it's going to be the good, bad, and the ugly, right? So you might as well just do it and give it out. You know what I mean? Like, might as well just put it out there, right? And be authentic because people are going to pick up on it. And the thing about Gypsy is this right here, this little, act that she's doing, she's fully aware that she is in manipulation. She's in high manipulation mode right here. She is thinking, oh, and she's acting like she is let's see, like she's in solemn thought, right? And she's trying very hard to be authentic, right? She's trying very, very hard to be authentic here. And in my opinion, she is definitely trying to help a situation, right? That she created. And I mean that as in this is after the blanket incident, right? Where she just cuts the blanket up. She's trying to rip it up. It's a blanket of hers and her her boyfriend. And he has done something to tick her off. I mean, she's pissed, and but the way that she's handling the situation and the what happened to her mother, and that it's a sharp object and she's cutting and ripping and you know what I mean? It is a sight to see, and we already watched it. I'm not gonna add insult to injury. This is bad enough, so I'm trying, Witchy. I'm trying. I'm giving it a lot of thought. I definitely do every day, to make sure I'm doing the right thing in life, because I haven't always. And Vitamin Hug, good to see you. Valley Gal says, sorry, lady, but she has been coached. It's so gross to me. Oh, yeah. Oh, definitely. Well, look, she lost the contract or whatever, the offer from Lifetime to do another season of the show, right? Like they were like, we're no. Mm-mm. And I have to agree with her a bit that they did definitely. She goes, y'all made me. No, that's what she said. Y'all made me, or whatever. Yeah, there's a fair amount of truth to that, but it's the way that Gypsy's always been. If you watch the videos back from even when she was living with her mom and she was doing videos, because she's done videos for quite some time, right? And I do think it's gross. Don't be sorry, Valley Gal. I'm right there with you. Look, I'm just trying to be a little more balanced and fair with the assessment because I know. But you guys, seriously, there'll be times where I'm going to go off on her because she lies. She lies a lot. And the problem that I have with some of this is if she is lying on Claude Petrie, who is her grandfather, then that's a whole nother issue. She's got enough going on that we can feel sorry for her and pity her for. But yet here's another thing. If she's lying and she adds to it, because I've never heard about this bathroom situation or this bathtub situation. And I find it odd if that did happen. And the story, the way Gypsy tells it, we'll get into it. The way she's sitting is forward to draw Dr. Phil in and then poses so forced. It's stiff and uncomfortable looking. Yeah, I agree. And she almost is trying to do like a Jackie Kennedy vibe. Are you getting like Jackie O a little bit? Or maybe an Audrey Hepburn vibe, something like this. I don't know what she's doing.
particularly, but I agree, her pose is awkward. And, she's trying to, she's in full on manipulation mode, make no mistake, Yeah, that Dr. Phil interview was wild. Um, Yet she plays on others they do not know. Yeah, well, I don't think the interviewer is probably as versed as some of us might be on these cases, right? Because we deep dive these cases, Valley Gal, we do. We're like, we're sucking in all the information.
And I honestly feel like when my grandmother passed away, my mom lost a part of herself that at least was keeping her together. Because at the age of 5, I was still able to be around my cousins. I have a very large family. Lots of cousins. I have 2 aunts, uncles. And then when my grandmother passed away, my grandfather got me remarried. My mother did not approve of the new relationship, and everybody took sides.
Okay.
And then from there, my mom and I started moving around.
Interesting. And was that because you could no longer live in the house?
Correct. From what I understand, my uncle addressed all the things that my mom was doing at that point. He was like, why isn't Gypsy in school? You need to put her in school. I really just don't think she's as sick as what you claim. She's perfectly fine. She plays with my kids. And he just put her on blast.
I see it. So what was your mother doing?
And, I'm glad he put her on blast. And I think she's referring to her uncle that has all the tattoos, and he's a tattoo artist. So just wanted to point that out. But yeah, I'm glad somebody put her on blast, because either way we smashed this. Dee Dee was a very sick person, and the things that she did was very disturbing in my opinion. Oh, look at that one. That would be a good screenshot for a thumbnail. No, I'm teasing.
Just put her on blast.
I see it. So what was your mother doing or claiming at that time?
Well, at the age of, 5, I was still seeing many doctors. The list of ailments was not as long as it was, obviously, later on in life. But I had supposedly a seizure disorder. Supposedly, I had leukemia, hearing impaired, vision impaired, muscle weakness. So all of these things I was still, and GI problems, gut problems. So all of this was happening even at the age of 5.
What about, do you remember, or what you've heard, what did the other family members, especially who were living with you, what did they think?
The thing about my mother's side of the family is they don't really recognize mental health problems. Obviously in the 90s, the 80s, 90s, mental health problems was shrugged off and considered, you're weird, they put you in a box and in a category that you're just crazy.
Yes.
Instead of it being addressed with therapy. And so that's the kind of box they just put my mom into. Even, her own family put her in that box of like, oh, she's just weird, she's just crazy. And so it's like, I think that they had a hint that, yeah, this is not normal, but there's a lot of things that was going on in that family that was not normal.
Okay. Now, you mentioned there, and this is a term that I didn't know until doing the research for you, is so, from what I understand is yes, your mom wasn't weird or crazy. She suffered from a disorder. So this is FDIA, or Munchausen, FDIA, fabricated or induced illness, or FII. And it's a severe form of child abuse or mental illness where a caregiver fakes or causes symptoms or illness in a child to gain attention or sympathy, right? And it's previously was known as Munchausen syndrome by proxy.
Correct.
So from what I understand, this is what your mother suffered from. And I've seen reports that have said that she has one of the most historically one of the most notorious sufferers of this disease.
Who has never been diagnosed by a physician. Just want to put it out there, guys. Hey, thank you, Vitamin Hug. Hey, we got like 100% over here of likes. Thank you so much. That's wonderful. You guys are amazing. So yeah, I mean, very interesting, right? This whole situation is out of control, in my opinion, because you cannot be diagnosed by a defense attorney. And that's what's essentially happened here. We don't know. We don't know if she had Munchausen by proxy. Did she have some of the characteristics and traits? Yeah, maybe so. She probably checked off a lot of boxes, right? And one good example of this would be, when I say I think Chris Proudfoot's a narcissist. Am I a doctor? Hell no. Right? Am I going to diagnose him? No. But I mean, he's got a lot of the same characteristics. So again, I don't see how they were able to do this and say that a woman who passed away who was never medically diagnosed is the most notorious case on this, because she was not diagnosed by a physician. Well, I mean, apparently she's bipolar is what Gypsy is alleging. I've never seen the receipts on that, which there's a lot of information out there, Cinderella, and there's a lot that I don't even know about. There's Into the Weeds podcast that does a really great job on Gypsy. I did really enjoy Becca Scoops, but there's a lot of controversy surrounding her at this moment. And so, I've kind of steered clear of her, but a lot of people have pulled out FOIAs and gotten all the videos, and it is wild. It is wild what Gypsy actually did. And it would take quite a while to actually put together all of the information and then have an accurate timeline of events, right? Like, it would take forever because there's tons of videos out there. And just watching them gives us a really good look into what was actually happening in the Blanchard with an E household. So Witchy says, holy mental health, Batman. If she thought the 90s were bad, she should have seen the 70s and 80s. And from what my aunt has talked about, 50s to 60s were way worse than deinstitutionalization, 1950 to 70. Well, and I mean, it's amazing to me because there's been so many cases where this has happened. And I'm not saying that what Gypsy went through wasn't severe, right? And doesn't match up and, like I said, check a lot of them boxes. But, I mean, we can't say that she's the most notorious case when she's never been properly diagnosed, in my opinion.
Correct.
And she took this out on you.
Correct.
Okay. So the family doesn't know what's happening. They just say that she's weird.
Correct.
But as you mentioned, there's other things happening in the house.
Mm-hmm.
Can you talk about what was happening in the house so we understand the full environment?
I mean, as far as, my mother goes, she was supposed to be on medication. She was supposed to be on medication because she was diagnosed with bipolar disorder. And I remember, there was a therapist that would come to the house, a counselor. And then when we moved from Louisiana to Missouri, she stopped seeing the therapist and she stopped being on medication. I remember, growing up with a mom that said, do you hear that? I hear voices telling me that there's 7 voices and 6 of them doesn't like me. Do I see that? Seeing things that aren't there. And I didn't see these things. So, it would kind of break my mom's heart when I would be like, no, I don't see anything. So it's definitely a lot of that manipulation. Growing up, my mom was like, your dad wants nothing to do with you. He has his family now. He's remarried. He's got new kids. They're his favorite. He doesn't love you and he doesn't love me, but I love you. I'm the one that's here day in and day out. Appreciate me, you know.
I see it.
All right, guys, that would be rough. And I don't know why if this is true, which again, I take it with a grain of salt. If this is true, then, that's horrible. I don't know what mother would say things like that to her little girl, right? Little girls love their dads. You should really tread lightly in that situation, because what you're doing is you're wrecking her self-esteem is what you're doing, if that's true.
So it's a lot of that. And growing up, I didn't have a high self-esteem. Not because my mom didn't tell me I was pretty, but more so because I wasn't allowed to form my own identity, and feel confident in myself, discovering who I am.
I see it. I see it. And even on that point too, where you mentioned your mother, in essence, was isolating you, right, from your father. I've noticed that this is a standard maneuver of abusers, is the social isolation of of the person that they're targeting.
Yeah.
And it's interesting to see a mother do that to a child. So now, if you're willing to talk about it, is that when you're talking about there's lots of stuff happening in the house. From what I understand, is your grandfather was assaulting people. Can you talk about that so we can understand at what, 6 or 5?
I was 9.
You were 9.
I was 9.
Okay.
My earliest memory of something just not being appropriate would be, around the age of 5-ish. And after my grandmother passed away, it was me, my mom, and my grandfather all living in the house until he, moved.
Okay.
And so upstairs, there's a bathroom on the 2nd floor, and it had a tub. And I remember my mom taking a bath and my grandfather washing her. And then she gets out of the tub and then proceeds to put me in the tub with him. And I have this memory. Other family members have called me a liar. They do not believe this at all, because they're like, the tub was so small. How could 2 people fit in there? I was little. I was very little. And, obviously having my grandfather expose himself like that, I was so little. I didn't think anything of it because I didn't know anything about sex or anything like that. But he found enjoyment in exposing himself to me. And then when I was 9, after a bad car accident happened with me and my mom, she was left in the hospital and somebody needed to take care of me. So my grandfather stepped in and I went to live with them for a short time. And this is where the majority of the abuse happened.
Okay, so Claude Petrie is very creepy. He's very creepy looking, right? And I'm not trying to allege that he did or didn't do this. I don't know. I tend to just believe people when they say these things, but not everybody's truthful. So, but yeah, it's actually a sad situation. How the hell do you spell Petrie? Petrie. I was trying to get you guys a picture of her grandfather on her mom's side. When they did a interview with her grandfather, I believe it was on Netflix or Hulu, he was a weird looking guy, right? And he did say some some odd things, right? He really did. Let me go ahead and grab this in, and we'll take a gander at old Claude Petrie. But he the way that he even talked on the situation raised questions for me whether she was being truthful about this or not, which she could be. And I worry about that baby Holly. It's so sad that Gypsy um, does put a spell on people. Because, you know, look at Ken. He's not going anywhere, you know. And again, I know you guys were saying, you know, he loves her for the money, and I do believe that's probably true. Um, you know, but I don't know. I guess I think it's believable, although Gypsy again is not credible. So I will just say that. And again, I've not heard this bathroom business or her mom talking to her about this incident or anything like this. And it's also kind of awkward when she does speak on it, in my opinion. And I can't see everything, and maybe it's just something I haven't seen before. So definitely let me know if you guys have more info on that. But either way, here we go.
And I was confused about it. I felt like it was wrong, but I wasn't sure exactly why I felt it was wrong. Um, and it wasn't until I got a little older that I started, obviously learning more about sex and sexual acts, that, it's sad that my first memories of that has to be like, oh yeah, that's what grandpa did to me, you know. And a lot of my family members are not speaking to me now because I have been so public about it.
Yeah, yeah. It's so hard to hear incidents like this, but then in particular at 9, this is your family, and this is the only a semblance of safety that you have, which is none. Do you believe your mother was aware? I know that you said other family members are in denial of this, but was your mother aware of what was happening?
She was aware after the fact.
Okay.
So I had on a car ride to the hospital. It was one of my checkups. We were riding in the car and I started to tell her about it. And she started to cry. And she asked me a very specific question. And I said yes. And she started to cry. And I started to backtrack. I got scared. I didn't want to see her cry. So I started to backtrack. I'm like, no, it didn't. And I just wasn't fully open with.
See right there, that little no, I didn't. Yeah, weird, right? It's not believable. It's not authentic. I'm not saying she's completely lying about the whole situation, and I wonder too. It raised questions. I don't know if you saw the Claude Petrie interview where he discusses his part in this and whether or not it all transpired. And he's a weird dude. He's definitely a weird dude. He did get remarried after Dee Dee's mother passed away. So, um, but again, this little moment here, and I'll go back to 14, maybe. No, we'll go back a little bit further than that. Where she talks about this, because that little moment right there is everything to me. That's shows that she's not being 100% honest with the story, and again, she's recalling it. So
we can't stay here anymore, mostly because of the constant drama between her and my grandfather's wife.
Okay.
It just left the house very super uncomfortable, and so my mom just thought it would be best for us to leave. We stayed at the Ronald McDonald House.
Oh, sorry guys, it must have.
But was your mother aware of what was happening?
She was aware after the fact.
Okay.
So I had on a car ride to the hospital. It was one of my checkups. We were riding in the car and I started to tell her about it. And she started to cry. And she asked me a very specific question. And I said yes. And she started to cry. And I started to backtrack. I got scared. I didn't want to see her cry. So I started to backtrack. I'm like, no, it didn't.
Okay, right. No, no, it didn't. Very, and Gypsy is looking at him to see if he is believing the bullshit that's coming out of her mouth at the moment, right? Gypsy is known to embellish things. Gypsy is known to stretch the truth. Absolutely, and it's infuriating. At least she's not doing the high pitched voice, because that would make it even worse.
And I just wasn't fully open with her about it because I could see how much she blamed herself. Um, and it wasn't until much later that she had told me, he did the same thing to her.
Wow. Wow.
And so she,
Okay, so when she says that, also notice that she's giving an affirmative answer, but she's nodding her head no, right? So she's saying that this happened to her mother and that she told her about it, right? But then again, she's saying, yeah, she told me, but then she's shaking her head no.
decides, hey, we can't stay here anymore, mostly because of the constant drama between her and my grandfather's wife.
Okay.
It just left the house very super uncomfortable, and so my mom just thought it would be best for us to leave. We stayed at the Ronald McDonald House in New Orleans for a few months, actually.
Okay. And for everyone who is not familiar with the Ronald McDonald
Yeah.
House, could you explain it?
So the Ronald McDonald House is essentially a lodging home for children and their families while the children are going through their doctor's appointments. It's a place for them to stay near the hospital. And it's at a short fee. So I think it was like $5 a night for us, I believe. So, it's crazy to say that the Ronald McDonald House was kind of like, okay, that was my next home, because we stayed there so much.
Right. Like they stayed at the Ronald McDonald House when there's kids with terminal illnesses who need those rooms, who needs those beds, that space, right? That's always an issue in the medical field, right? Is the beds, the space, the staff to take care of the people there. And they took advantage of that and they took people's spots who actually needed it. And she's acting so nonchalant, like, oh, no big deal. It was like $5 a night. Me and my mom stayed there. It was our second home away from home. No, Gypsy, it was completely wrong. And the fact that you have zero self-awareness about that fact is astounding.
But then my mom found Section 8 housing, and that's where we lived from there. I feel like the constant arguments between her and her father.
Oh, and one more thing with Gypsy. One more thing. And her saying this, Section 8 is not the same as Habitat for Humanity. And I said this the last time we reviewed this part, but again, I have to reiterate, she is lying. She didn't live in Section 8, right? You didn't, liar lips. Look at her. If her lips are moving, she's a lion. And that is a bull-faced lie, Gypsy. You did not live in Section 8 housing in Springfield, Missouri. You lived in the Habitat for Humanity housing, which is completely different. They built that house for you and your mother to your specifications, right? And you took advantage of it. Again, another more deserving family could have used that property and been given that space and that love that community showed to you. But you guys just took advantage of everybody.
Their doctor's appointments. It's a place for them to stay near the hospital. And it's at a short fee. So I think it was like $5 a night for us, I believe. So, it's crazy to say that the Ronald McDonald House was kind of like, okay, that was my next home, because we stayed there so much. But then my mom found Section 8 housing, and that's where we lived from there. I feel like the constant arguments between her and her father, then learning of my abuse, just kind of all spiraled her more and more into this darker place.
Okay. Okay.
At around the age of, 8 or so, went into the hospital for Actually, you know what? I can't even remember what it was for, but I did a long time in the hospital. It was like a 6-month stint in the hospital.
Right. Like I can't remember exactly what we did to scam people, but it was a really good one and we were able to stay very long time. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, Valley Gal. No, I'm right there with you. I'm trying to remain neutral in some of this because it's difficult. And of course, I don't want this creator getting upset with me for playing their content, and giving it totally different point of view on things. But I do. I find the bullshit meter to be going, through the roof on this. And Witchy, I agree with you on that too. Section 8 housing is affiliated with the social services and the government through available benefits. Yes, ma'am. And Cinderella, you got it. She is getting good at that. All them lies. She is getting great at it. She's loving it. And yes, guys, trigger warning, 18 and over, especially this, sensitive content with Gypsy. At least we're not watching the interactions with her and Nick.
Okay.
And that's when they put the feeding tube in.
And you can't recall how you got to the hospital?
My mom drove us, but I don't remember what the initial appointment was for.
Okay. But you ended up then going in for 6 months, which, I mean, that's significant.
Yeah, that's a long time.
And you were given a feeding tube,
Mm-hmm.
and then you were placed in a wheelchair.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so the wheelchair happened. There's so many different stories that my mom told different people. So the initial story that my mom told to family was I went into the hospital. Then upon having surgery, I had a seizure on the operating room table that left me paralyzed. That was the first story.
Okay.
Okay. So, of course, growing up, that's what I thought. I knew that I could walk. I just want to make that clear. I knew that I could walk. So
all right, guys, did you see the Duper's Delight? The Duper's Delight moment right here. And again, I'm sorry, I'm having trouble with this little mouse thing here. We'll do this.
I knew that I could walk.
Whoa, look at that gangsta. Woo, she gangsta. Look at her. Ooh, I knew that I could walk. I knew the whole time that I could walk. I'm the smartest one in the room. Gypsy has delusions of grandeur. Gypsy is on the dark triad, right? So when Gypsy is doing this right here, in my opinion, it is a classic Duper's Delight, right? Like, I just want to let you know, I knew I could walk. Yeah, you fooled a lot of people, Gyp, and you took the spots of people who needed it. Good on you. I'm glad that you feel good about it.
I just want to make that clear. I knew that I could walk. So then she goes on to tell other people, well, she was paralyzed, and doctors, mind you, tell doctors that I was paralyzed since birth.
Oh, wow.
If you're putting off selling your work because most platforms.
Yeah, guys, and he does a good job here. He's funny. He's like, oh, wow, wow. So, sorry about the ads. There we go.
Even though there's pictures and there's family and there's all these people that had seen me grow up walking.
Right. So then what I believe is hard to understand is how do doctors then believe her enough to give you the feeding tube, to give you the wheelchair? How were they fooled?
My mom had a very, her personality was sweet. To the untrained eye, I guess you could say, she had a very welcoming presence. Everybody it was like that classic Southern mom. Hi, sweetie, darling, sugar plum, all that.
Yes.
And there was one doctor in particular.
Okay, so I find it interesting here. And, I saw your comment too, Valley Gal, the accents, right? We know about Katie and her accents. And, we do accents on the show because it's fun, right? But right here, she had an opportunity to do the accent, right? Oh, hey, sweetie pie, sugar plum, I can do it, right? I try. Might not be the best, but I do it. And she had the opportunity to use these, elaborate, Seth, these elaborate, different ways of saying it, right? And she does that all the time, and she did that when she met Ryan's mother. She started like mirror matching their accents, and it's the weirdest thing ever. And if I met my son's girlfriend for the first time and they did that, I would think it was absolutely, I would think the person would be absolutely insane, and I would implore them to be careful and get out. Seth says Seth says the can see you over the fence move with her head movement. Oh yeah, she's loving the duper's delight, right? She's like, this guy wants this interview, so haha, I'm gonna make sure he knows, right? I can walk. Yeah, I got a lot of people. I got over on him. Like Mr. Wilson. That's funny. Oh my goodness. So yeah, Gypsy doesn't do the accent in this, and I find it odd because this would be a perfect opportunity to do it in a normal way, wouldn't it? It would be the time to do something like that, but she doesn't.
Like Southern mom. Hi, sweetie, darling, sugar plum, all that.
Yes.
Sugar plum, all that, darling, sugar plum. What the fuck is a sugar plum? Only Mr. Wilson wasn't lying a sack of goldfish lips. If her lips are moving, Seth, she's a lion. Hello, Poppy Love. Good to see you. So gross. No Audrey Hepburn, in my opinion. That's too funny, Valley Gal. Oh my goodness. It's like, what the heck is she pulling here, And this guy's being great, I don't know that I could do a face-to-face like this. You'd be seeing all my facial expressions.
And there was one doctor in particular that she honestly, I think, in my opinion, buttered up. She would buy him gifts. He would come and visit us at the Ronald McDonald House.
Okay.
There was this sort of friendship that I don't feel is professional. You shouldn't have friendships with your patients.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I see it. And so because of her charisma,
Mm-hmm.
right, she was able to, sounds like, dupe
Mm-hmm.
these doctors.
Mm-hmm.
Was there ever a moment where a doctor said no and told her no?
Yes, there was. And this brings us to quite a pivotal moment. There was a doctor, his name was Dr. Flashenstein, or Flasherstein, however you want to kind of say it.
Okay.
And he examined me. He was a neurologist. Pretty sure he's retired now, but he asked me to stand up in his doctor's office. Now, I learned this on the documentary about myself. I'm learning things about my own life in a documentary.
Look at that.
And the rough part for me is, I have a therapist. And for a long time after watching the documentary, I'm like, he's lying. I don't remember that. I never remember him asking me to stand. And then a few months ago, I was laying in bed and I feel like I have two memories. And I don't know which one's real, but I think I maybe do recall him asking me to stand up. And I don't know if it was blocking that memory, but now I'm kind of like, oh my God, maybe he did.
Yes.
And I think I did stand up. And he told my mom, point blank, there's no reason why she can't walk. She can walk. She's fine. And my mom left. We never went to see that doctor again. But that doctor had put in the medical records, in his notes from that day, Suspicion of mother with Munchausen by proxy.
Okay, Gypsy. And again, this is another little look at her looking and, she's probably burning into his eyeballs. You know what I mean? Just looking straight on at him and saying this matter of fact, even her little lips over there pursed up like, yep, that's what happened. No, 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 not so fast. Sugar plum, sweetie pie, right? Not so fast. Set the eyebrow. I didn't notice the eyebrow last time. That's too funny. He is kind of side-eyeing her with the eyebrow. He's giving her the brow. That's funny. Oh my gosh. But yeah, no, she's definitely trying to do some heavy convincing here, right? But here's the thing, Gypsy, that you have to understand is that this doctor who was suspicious of your mother having Munchausen by proxy put that in his notes, but he cannot diagnose her either. You were his patient, not her, right? And then also, you were old enough at a certain point where you could have stopped all of this, but you were enjoying all the money that you guys were getting from it. You were enjoying the trips. You were enjoying acting like a princess. You were enjoying the nasty things that you were doing with Nick behind the scenes. You were enjoying all of that. Right? You were doing Gypsy and you were doing what Gypsy wanted to do. You guys were also thieving from the grocery stores, from Walmart, taking things, even though you had plenty of money. Y'all had a big nest egg, right? Because you took some of your mother's nest egg, but you didn't take all of it. And she was still left with a pretty fat stack of cash. Right? You took your $5,000 because that's what you and Nick were going to run away and we're going to buy a house with $5,000. Good Lord, Oh my good Lord, Gypsy, But can she suck the bathroom lip? Can she suck her bottom lip in any further? She does that, Seth, though, but she does it was really bad before, but she used to like stick her tongue out like constantly. And it was almost like watching a snake in, a real life person acting like a snake. And she is, in my opinion, she is cold. This one's a cold, calculated little girl right here. Don't let her fool you. Right. And she's definitely, downplaying her role in the situation. Because again, I can feel sorry for her up until about the time that she's like 12 or 13, because we start building awareness of our surroundings at that time. Some of us, when we're littler, it depends on how fast you have to grow up also. There's a lot of factors. But for Gypsy, in my opinion, she was always running a scam. She was always running some sort of scam on somebody. Right. And her mom were doing that together and they enjoyed it very much. Yeah, Valley Gale says, I think she's been coached. Yeah. And, I'm not saying her mom doesn't have malingering or Munchausen. I'm not a doctor. I can't say that. I just don't know. But, well, and that's the thing. That garden shed is a whole nother level of ick to me, because it really makes me wonder what happened out there. They were filming a lot of weird little videos and things like that. And, I don't know, maybe they were smart enough to delete some of it. It doesn't appear that they deleted a whole lot. There was a lot of videos. So, but it just seems odd the way that sometimes Gypsy appeared to be making these videos for other people. Now, again, she was seeing other people in town. She claims Dan Glidewell. She claims him, and I think there were more. I think we have someone who may have been, selling themselves for a little bit more than, what she's putting out there, in my opinion.
He puts that in the medical records. Now, my mom would always request a copy of the medical records after every appointment.
Okay.
We guess, me being me, my family, my attorney, we all think that she's seen that in the medical records and chose to leave and not go to that doctor again.
Okay.
I think that there was more to that story, right? I think it was the fact that he was questioning her, and most of the time people wouldn't question her. And again, if you say that the other doctor was chummy with her, then that's probably the reason more than the Munchausen. She probably didn't even know what the Munchausen was, right? Again, it's not something that is like super common. It's more rare than anything, in my opinion. Yeah, mom's gone yet she still goes on, and she does dad and family, and I mean, and the level of jealousy with her sister is a whole nother level. Like, we probably won't get into that today as much as, we might on a different occasion, but Gypsy is very dangerous. Gypsy is absolutely dangerous, and as Holly said earlier, I feel sorry for her daughter. I'd like to think Ken is making good decisions in that situation, and that's his daughter too. But it just appears to me that he's enabling Gypsy, and he's acting like a battered woman. He really is, in my opinion. Um, so thank you, Bo. And again, I think that these guys do, like, they're hooked on Gypsy. It's really gross and weird, and I don't understand it. Um, I mean, that's what I'm thinking, Seth. They had way too money, they had way too much money. And, they were buying a lot of crap when they would go on those trips, I'm sure, and, knickknacks and stuff. That house was hoarded to the gills. She had about 1 billion stuffed animals. Um, she's always got one eye on you, Cinderella. Right? And in these moments, she's trying to be super convincing. Again, she's looking straight at the interviewer, and then look at her little lips. Again, I want to just like point that out. That's a common theme for Jip Jip.
And so when a doctor leaves a report like that, then where does it go?
Usually it would go to social services,
Okay.
family protective services, which they did come to my house. They come to my house. They separate me and my mom, her in the living room, me in my bedroom. They bring a sheriff or a deputy with them.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
So it was 2 caseworkers and a deputy. And the deputy was questioning my mom in the other room about why is there a E at the end of Blanchard? Because it's just Blanchard. There's no E at the end. But she had put an E at the end and essentially was, forging all these documents.
Okay, so in Blanchard, that's your last name?
Yes.
So Gypsy Rose Blanchard.
Mm-hmm.
But she's including that.
Yes.
To throw people off.
To throw people off.
Wow, look at that.
And so they questioned her, why is the birth date different from this hospital to this hospital? How old is your daughter? When was she born?
Yes.
Where was she born? And she goes on to tell them a story about how, she had a terrible marriage with my father, and he's abusive. And she put the E at the end because to avoid him finding us. Okay.
All right, guys. And again, I don't know how true this is, but I did want to also stop on the interviewer with the eyebrow. So this is perfect. This is how I feel. And yeah, the interviewer is definitely taking it all in and probably not buying a lot of it, in my opinion. I'm not him, but if it seems to be the general consensus. But Gypsy is, going into all of this. And again, I just find it to be not as believable as she's trying to portray it to be, right? She's absolutely trying her hardest to be convincing.
So I don't know what they told her, if they're like, okay, fine, get it straightened out. I don't know. But in the other room where I was being questioned, they were asking me, is there bruises on your body?
Okay.
Okay, and I think she has told this before, about the bruises on her body. Again, I don't really remember the details on this, but here's the thing. If the police are going to come to the house with social services, that typically doesn't happen unless they're prepared to take the child that day, right? Because a lot of shit can go down. It depends probably on the history of who they're dealing with, if they looked into that or not. But obviously, in this case, they did. CPS in Missouri sucks ass. Greene County, you suck ass. Do better. They are absolutely wretched. Okay. However, they must have done some kind of looking into the situation to realize that Dee Dee was being dishonest, and had changed some information. So right there is a huge red flag, and it raises more questions. But instead of answering those questions, right? And instead of escalating it to another level, they just took the information and said, "Oh, it's okay if you're portraying yourself to be someone else. You're not." And again, this is Gypsy's side of the story. We don't know what actually happened here. But the police at that point are looking at someone who has been in trouble for forgery and fraud, writing hot checks and things like that in her past. I don't know if they looked into Louisiana or not, but I can say that it appears that they did nothing. And I find that to be unbelievable, right? Because that's not an excuse to change your identity without getting the proper documentation to support it. Hey, the real me too. Good to see you. Thank you so much for being here. So, very interesting that she's telling the story, and that the police took that and said, okay, no, nothing to see here. That's okay. I don't quite believe that. I'm not saying that a situation like this couldn't fall between the cracks of a broken system, because it is. It's terribly broken in Greene County. However, I just don't find that believable. And now Gypsy is saying that she's in her bedroom and she's being interviewed alone, and that they're looking for bruises. And I find this to be very interesting, and also not as believable.
Can I look at your arms? Can I look at your legs? So I showed them my arms, I showed them my legs. And I was terrified of being taken away from my mom, because my mom raised me to believe that,
for fuck's sake, cut!
child services,
That was
the
perfect
state,
timing.
as she would call
Damn.
it, is evil.
Wow, that was perfect timing for this. And Seth, I agree with you 100%. She's lying so much, her hairline is trying to get out of the way. Boom. This is Gypsy's fantasy, in my opinion, and every family member since is making money, in my opinion. Oh, yeah. Christy and Rod have made bank off of this, and they were smart enough to avoid the Son of Sam laws, right? Or any variation of them, because they were accepting the funds instead of little Gyp, right? Oh, it's okay. Here, we'll launder some money for you, sweet pea. Come on over. We love you. We always did. Right? Please.
Is bad people. And so I was terrified.
Sorry, give me 1 second, guys. She's lying a little bit, but I stopped it before.
That's your last name?
Yes.
So Gypsy Rose Blanchard.
Mm-hmm.
But she's including that.
Yes.
To throw people off.
To throw people off.
Wow, look at that.
And so they questioned her, why is the birth date different from this hospital to this hospital? How old is your daughter? When was she born?
Yes.
Where was she born? And she goes on to tell them a story about how, she had a terrible marriage with my father, and he's abusive. And she put the E at the end because to avoid him finding us. Okay. So I don't know what they told her, if they're like, okay, fine, get it straightened out. I don't know. But in the other room where I was being questioned, they were asking me, is there bruises on your body?
Okay.
Can I look at your arms? Can I look at your legs? So I showed them my arms, I showed them my legs. And I was terrified of being taken away from my mom, because my mom raised me to believe that child services, the state, as she would call it, is evil.
Oh yeah. Well, you didn't want to leave and go to a foster home because you weren't going to get, your royal mashed potatoes, your highness, your hiney, my ass. You weren't going to get those little, oh, I get my mashed potatoes. Yay. No, you weren't going to get that. You were not going to get that. And, it's like in my opinion, we're probably eating all kinds of food. And because if you could tolerate mashed potatoes, then you can tolerate other things. But a lot of this is, again, manipulation. And she didn't want to leave the situation with her mother because she wouldn't be able to run game on the foster parents, right? So her and her mom were scared to death. And I'm sure her mom at a certain point said, Gyp, you're probably going to be just as liable for me for all this crap. You are over the age of 18. Don't think if Dee Dee manipulated to the magnitude that Gypsy is saying she did, and that's why she took her mother's life, then, I'm sorry to tell you, but I would imagine that she would, do the same. Christmas one, she does look just like her mom. Yeah, she does. Um, she says, I'm sorry, I read something else. She says she took her mom's life. Yeah, yeah. I think that she had much more to do with the situation than meets the eye, right? Because when you look at those horrific crime scene photos, very gory, extremely gory, where her mother's head was almost severed, right? That was the force that Nick used. There was littler marks that would indicate that someone else was doing some stabbing as well. And I believe that was Gypsy because those were the only two in the house, right? Allegedly, from what her story is saying, she presented him with the tools to do it, everything he needed, you know. So when they looked at your arms and legs, did you still act like you couldn't walk? She did exactly, Valley Gal. Yeah, Valley Gal wants to know, Jib, when they looked at your arms and legs, did you still act like you couldn't walk? Yeah. I mean, she did. And that's the thing, because she was enjoying it and she was so far in over her head that the fact that a police officer showed up that day, I bet you she was shitting her pants, right? She was shitting her pants 10 ways to Sunday and she's going, "Oh fuck, I'm in deep shit right here." And she would have been, right? I mean, her and her mom would have both been in trouble because if you think that Dee Dee wasn't going to roll on her, I bet you she would have. In my opinion, I don't think Dee Dee's a saint. I will not ever believe that. I know a lot of people want to push that narrative, and if there's some supporting evidence, it might sway my opinion. But in my opinion, Dee Dee knew exactly what she was doing, and it's up to Gyp. She should have to pay the restitution. She should have to pay the restitution back. She should feel obligated with as much money as she makes that she should be giving back to the community. And I did write to Gypsy Rose on one of her posts a long time ago. And I said, I think it would be a really good idea for you to go and speak to the doctors at different hospitals and tell them what you guys did to get one over on them, what you and your mother did, because she was in on it, right? Like I said, I can give her a pass when she's little. She was absolutely groomed and trained to do these things, right? There we go, right? But give her a pass when she's little. But once you start building self-awareness, and we talked about this in Sebastian's case, right? Because I fully believe that Sebastian at some point started to say, you know what, fuck this. This is some bullshit that's going on over here, right? And I got to tell somebody. This is some bullshit, you know? And you develop that when you're in traumatic situations, when you grow up in a household that is problematic or dysfunctional. You realize very quickly, especially if you go to someone else's house, or Gypsy was witnessing the neighborhood and how the neighborhood's families and dynamics were, right? And she knew her family was screwed up. Gypsy knew she could walk, right? And then she does the Wilson. Seth. Mashed potatoes were the only thing that would stick to her upper lip because her bottom lip isn't there. Oh my God, Seth. I'm telling you, I bet you she ate all kinds of shit. She probably eating pizza and she was eating, she was eating nice, especially when you go on some of those Disney vacations, right? Oh yeah, tell me she wasn't. They took a picture of her. Look at me with my royal mashed potatoes. But then they were probably doing whatever. And I know Gypsy was drinking because there's several videos out there where she's drunk, and I'm not knocking her for it. She's probably old enough at the time to be drunk. But don't tell me that Dee Dee was a saint and never drank or did anything. I bet you she did. I bet Dee Dee got down. She could have walked away at any time. I believe that, Christmas Swan. I can't feel sorry for her, right? Without Gypsy, her mom wouldn't have been unalived, right? Exactly. The real Me Too. I'm there with you. Yeah, she's just walking all around. So Valley Gale says she was shitting her pants, yet she was able to wipe. It's a miracle. It's a miracle. Oh my gosh, right? Yeah, Valley Girl. It's so interesting, right? Because that she was damn worried. She was damn worried when she saw that cop. It was like, uh-oh, here they're coming to get us, right? Mama always said they'd come.
Bad people. And so I was terrified to be taken away from my mom because at that time, yes, a lot of abuse was going on, but I also loved my mom very much.
Right, but you were old enough to know the difference, Gypsy. That's the problem with this scenario and this bullshit you're trying to feed all of us, right? Because you were old enough. You weren't a little 8-year-old child. You were over the age of 18. I think you were probably maybe about 19 or maybe even 20 when this happened, right? When the state came there. So, oh, the bad people. No, you didn't. You knew the difference. Stop. Just stop.
And they were asking me questions that didn't pertain to Munchausen by proxy.
Okay.
There wasn't physical hitting. There wasn't punching. There wasn't physical abuse.
Yes.
So I didn't think to say I could walk because they were asking the wrong questions. And I'm not blaming them like all this is their fault. I'm just
Oh, bullshit. You're not blaming them. Oh, they didn't ask me the right questions. Bullshit. All you had to do was say, my mom is making me sick and I'm scared. I can walk and get up and show them. That's all you would have had to do. There was police there. There was social workers there. These are your own words, Gypsy. This is your story. I'm just reiterating it and trying to make sense of the nonsense. Hey, Shadow, good to see you. But be for real, Gypsy. Be for real, because you're not. You're lying your ass off. And it's a bad look, right? Because again, you knew the difference.
saying I think that, in situations like this, Munchausen by proxy should have been looked at. If you see a child supposedly with all these medical issues, you have a doctor that writes in his notes, suspicion of Munchausen by proxy, why aren't you asking those questions?
Why didn't you just tell them that you could walk, though? Like, that's the thing. They took you in a separate room. Do you know how many stories I hear about DCS that allow for the perpetrator of the issue right at hand to be in the room when they're being questioned? You were in your bedroom. She would have not been able to get to you and she wouldn't even know. They would have arrested her ass right on the spot. Now, make no mistake about it, when she gets down there and rolls on your ass and starts squawking like a canary, right, and singing her side of things, then she's probably going to be blaming you too. Right? That's the chance that you're taking, though, because you were involved in criminal activities and you've never done anything to make it right. You've only gained from the situation, right? Got new teeth, got a new nose, I mean, it's very self-centered and you've learned nothing. She's a total nut. She's a nut. Christmas swan, total BS. Cinderella. OMG. Effing fault. Who's effing fault? I mean, here's the thing. I'm right there with you, Valia. I mean, she could have at any moment been like, hey, this is the deal. Look, I'm tired of living like this. My mom's shaving my fucking head. I have no teeth. This is horrible. I want a boyfriend. I'm trying to get with Nick on Christian Mingle. I mean, she could have done that. And at that point, she would have been, I mean, she was aged out of the system. I'm almost positive. I don't know exactly when this transpired, the exact date, but I'm here to tell you, I'll correct myself later if I'm wrong. And if I'm wrong, prove it. Because I'm here to tell you, that would have been the day where Gypsy would have had a free Habitat for Humanity house and her mom might have been put away for a long time. And they would have had her evaluated and they would have either found out that she had Munchausen's or not. But, again, that didn't get to happen because Odidi isn't here to tell the tale. They say dead men tell no tales. Well, the same goes for women. I agree, Lady Freedom, but that's the North Node. She is living in her past where it's comfortable and she understands the rules there. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that, that is a different perspective. And I can, disagree with that. And I mean, I think with trauma, it's very easy and that's very common to see those patterns, right? It really is. And that's why, when she first went to jail, I was like, wow, I can't believe they made her go. And, I was just hoping that she would get help in there. But I really felt like she should have been put somewhere for mental health, and then they could make the determination when she was ready, when and if she was ever ready to get out. And, I understand that sometimes those mental health institutions didn't do very good to people. And, we talked about electroshock therapy and all that kind of stuff. But I think it would have been, more beneficial for her if she was forced to take a good look at things. But again, like you said, when she's living in her past, she's going to, she's going to find comfort in still being toxic and lying and manipulating. Supposedly with these medical issues, you knew you didn't have those issues. Right, exactly. She knew. And then again, she told us, and she had that duper's delay. I knew I could walk. I knew I could walk, doing the little, the gangster chin. No. She's like, I fooled them all. I fooled them all. And that is classic duper's delight, guys. Some people get a big ass grin when they do it, but Gypsy was acting like, yeah, So counseling, college classes, job training. Well, yeah. And that's the thing. It could have been very good for her because when she got out, she was like, I'm going to advocate for Munchausen by proxy. And I'm like, I think that you should go talk to the doctors. I think you should do fucking seminars where they come in there and they better have their notepads ready because you guys ran a fucking game, Sorry, I know I start cussing when I'm upset, but I'm like, y'all run a game on these people and then you expect like, oh, no big deal. Yeah, well, you took a lot of resources from others and you guys did people dirty. Then not only that, you guys stole every chance you got. You were thieving. And those are things that you participated in as an adult. It doesn't matter that your mom was lying to everybody about your age. You participated in it. You knew you were old enough to do whatever you want and sleep with whoever you wanted to and send them those weird ass videos that you were sending out. Come on now, girl. Quit lying. And she has a baby girl, the real Me Too. I know. And it's very concerning. It really is. It was concerning before, but the cutting and the ripping of the blanket situation, put it to me, in my opinion, it was like a 5-alarm fire. And this is an interview that she did after that, trying to smooth things over and rewrite the, narrative. And, Christy probably picked out the headband. Okay, we're going to do the little swoopy. So you look kind of like Marsha Brady, or no, I'm sorry, the Brady Bunch mom, with the hairstyle, Carol Brady. And, this wholesome, like, oh, my little chain, Like, no, Gypsy, stop, because nobody believes you. And especially after we saw the blanket was a major contributing factor to why we all feel like we can't trust anything that you're saying. And then, it cheapens her story too, because if she is being truthful with some of this, which she very well could be here and there, but a lot of it is very dishonest. So people are going to pick up on that. Valley Gal. I can't help it. Oh my gosh, it's so funny, right? But she does. It's so high pitched. It's so high pitched. And again, when they did the act, the girl that played her was like exactly spot on with the look, spot on with all of it, right? She just like had it down pat. But yeah, so again, Gypsy.
The right questions instead of asking me if I have bruises, you know?
If they had asked the right questions, how do you suspect?
I
your
probably
life-
What's the right question? What's the right question? Because she cuts the guy off, right? He's like, if they asked the right questions, what would, blah, 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 right? She cut him off. But yeah, what's the right question though, Gypsy? Tell me what they could have asked you that would have made you start telling the truth.
would have
Change.
been so innocent and probably just told them the truth. Like, yes, I could walk. Not knowing, because I didn't.
So were they supposed to ask you if you could walk? Is that the right question? Because I'm confused. Like, it's not the right question. Can you walk? How would they know if you couldn't walk? Everybody thought you couldn't. Everybody felt sorry for you. Everybody wanted to help you. Everybody wanted you to have the best life possible because you were going through so many ailments, which it is a super big red flag, guys. I mean, look at Devlin Tate's case. I was like, there's no way that kid has everything that they're talking about he has, right? That was a huge red flag to me, and it should always be a huge red flag, especially in the medical profession. But again, I believe that they were using Gypsy Rose as a poster child for all of these ailments and for the hospital. And look who we're helping. Oh, look at her. Look at her mom. They're best friends. My mom's my best. Sorry, Valley. No, I'm gonna laugh. My mom's my best friend. I mean, like, she's it's all bullshit, right? And then she's I'm sorry, you guys crack me up. She had no problem planning a murder, so she couldn't plan, or she couldn't have planned an escape, and she wasn't a minor, so she wouldn't have had to live with her mom. Yeah, I believe her mom would have gotten in major trouble for what she was doing. All the scams she was running, the real Me Too, she would have gotten the book thrown at her, right? And they would have coddled Gypsy like they did. Believe me, I know this area very well. And they would have coddled, oh, save Gypsy. No, Gypsy's just as friggin' guilty, and it's your guys' fault that she's out. This little gremlin is loose because of you guys, right? We told you not to feed her after midnight. We told you not to put water on her, and you did. Right? And then we have all these other little gypsies multiplying like Mackenzie Shirilla. It's fucking insane, right? Exactly, Witchy. Exactly, just like Mackenzie. Oh, how can I get Instagram famous from a tragedy where somebody lost their life, and especially two young men that had, a whole future ahead of them? Look, we can't foresee what people were supposed to do while they were here. But, it's not fair, in my opinion. It's sad. And it's because of the selfish actions of these girls, these young girls. And then they look towards people like Kim Kardashian for approval and for notoriety. And, a shame on her. Shame on you, Kim Kardashian. That's sickening. Stop. There's enough people that have been ate up by the injustice system that you could be helping, yet you choose again to put water on a gremlin, or maybe put water on a mogwai.
Know what Munchausen by proxy was.
When you reflect back upon the procedures, What were all the procedures that the doctors ended up doing on you?
So the most prominent ones were, of course, the feeding tube. Now, my mother claimed that I was having trouble swallowing. Now, I have no recollection of ever having any eating issues. Um, the surgery happened when I was 8. So from birth all the way to 8 years old, eating perfectly fine.
Yes.
No issues. Then all of a sudden go into the hospital having issues eating. And they had put the temporary feeding tube through the nostril. And then the doctor said, we want to do something more permanent. How about let's do a G tube?
Wow, I didn't realize you had a permanent feeding tube.
Yeah. So they put a permanent feeding tube.
Well, it's not really permanent. It's it's intended to be something as a way to get you nutrients should you need to eat that way. If you can't eat the other way, right, by mouth, if you're nothing by mouth, then you have a feeding tube, and but again, it's not that big of a deal. It can be taken out. In my opinion, the big deal is the fact that they were able to dupe the doctors into giving her one in the first place. And the real Me Too, you're spot on, girl. Boom. The way her mom dressed her should have been a huge red flag to these doctors, right? Yeah, they're dressing her like what in the actual hell? I know. She looks like I don't know. I know exactly what you mean, but I'm trying to think of a good example. But oh my gosh, you're so spot on with that. Yeah, that should have been their first inkling that something was off, right? It's an act. It was the perfect name for that series that they did, as salacious as they made it, right? And as inaccurate as it was at times. There was a lot of truth to it, right? And the act is exactly what they did. Gypsy is a master manipulator because her mother taught her how to be one. And Dee Dee used that sweet, oh, I'm Southern crap, right? She did. She used the Southern stuff. And, I mean, she is from Louisiana. So, yeah, I mean, I get that. But in the same way, you know, and she was smart enough because obviously she's a master manipulator to catch more flies with honey than vinegar, right? So of course she's going to be sweet as pie, so she can get what she wants. That was Dee Dee's superpower in manipulation, is to be the sweet, little old lady. Oh, me and Gypsy, I just want, I want the best for my little Gypsy. No one asked. That's how I was going with it. Gypsy, yeah, no one asked. Well, I mean, and then again, it's so blaming them for not. It's blaming them because they believed her, right? And that is like maniacal, in my opinion, diabolical, whatever, very evil of her, right? To sit up here and be like, yeah, it's their fault because they believed me. I mean, duh, I asked the right questions. Ask me if I could walk, and I would have said yes. Oh, please spare me. It should be illegal to profit off of a tragedy. The Real Me Too, we have a petition that we're sharing of Christine Russo, Dominic's big sister. She's got a podcast. She talks about it. Dominic, that was tragically killed in the crash that Mackenzie Shirilla, in my opinion, purposely created and followed through on. So yeah, definitely go over there and sign it. I think it's a very worthy cause, and the Son of Sam laws, they don't cover digital type monetization and capitalizing off of a tragedy, like you're saying. I mean, profiting off of that when you're the perpetrator is beyond awful, and it's insulting to the victims, and she's insulting her own mother, and she's not even doing right by it. She's not saying, you know what, I'm really blessed and I can't believe that I got through what I did, right, in this situation. I can't believe that I was able to come out of this on the other end and be blessed with a daughter and a husband and all of the and money. She's not doing the right thing, and it's real easy for her to just write a check to these organizations, but I think she needs to pay restitution. But more than that, I think she has a responsibility and a duty to give them the tools to identify these things, to spread awareness in the medical community, because obviously they're out to lunch in Springfield, Missouri. Now, Cox Hospital is different, in my opinion. But again, they weren't the ones that facilitated this. It was Mercy St. John's, or St. John's Mercy Hospital, who was really using her as the poster child, in my opinion. So, but again, I can't say that because there's good and bad in all of it. So Seth says, "Oh, Mr. and Mrs. Anthony making $625K from a tragedy." I mean, it's just crazy. It's just crazy. I mean, it's so insulting, right? And then not to give any of it back, especially in Gypsy's case. She needs to be giving that money to who she hurt, and she'll never do it, So, well, and you're right, Seth. Eating and swallowing are two different things. Yeah, and I mean, there's times where, because they have their, I know that you know this, but they have therapy for swallowing and all of that, because it can be difficult, and also texture issues. My friend Billy's granddaughter, or excuse me, my friend Billy's grandson is autistic, and they were talking about maybe giving him a feeding tube, because there was certain things, like he started just not wanting to eat anything except for a certain thing. And, they were talking about it. So there's many reasons why they might do that. But again, that is a big one. I just can't believe they were able to dupe everybody on this. It's unbelievable.
And I had that all the way up until the crime happened.
So all the way through your teens?
All the way through my teen years. Yep.
So does that mean that you then never...
It's not that I didn't eat by mouth, but ate very little by mouth.
Okay.
So I would like mashed potatoes. I was allowed to eat that. But I was mostly fed through the feeding tube with Pediasure or Ensure, which is just a supplemental nutrition shake.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So that was, 9 all the way to your early 20s.
Mm-hmm.
So almost 2 decades of having a feeding tube.
Mm-hmm.
What is physically, what does that do to you?
I mean, physically, every 6 months, I would have to have it changed, because any sort of foreign object in your body, the stomach acid is going to erode it away. So every 6 months, I'd have to have it changed, which is very uncomfortable. They don't put you under anesthesia or anything for that. And just kind of feeling something foreign in your body, certain clothing I couldn't wear because it would snag and pull and tug. I mean, it's an open hole into your stomach.
Yes.
So growing up with that, it was something that I adjusted to. But it left me with a scar now that I don't have it. It looks like a second belly button.
Yeah.
I tell that to everyone. Okay, so she tells everybody it looks like a second belly button, and then she goes on TV with a bare midriff and in a bikini and all this stuff, right? Or not TV, but YouTube and social media or whatnot. We've seen it, Gypsy. We know we've seen it a million times. We've tried to unsee it too. But either way, she does say that on every interview that it has been consistent, oddly. And again, I think that with the feeding tube, that would actually be very hard for her to deal with, right? Growing up. And obviously she didn't need it. And there's a lot of infection and different things that could happen. And think about if some of us like to sleep on our stomach, right? She wouldn't be able to do that. So I'm not trying to discount that. And again, as far as I know, that was installed when she was younger. So again, I'm sure that was a tough situation for her. It's odd that this is the truth, right? We know it's the truth because she's got a second belly button. but this is how she reacts when it's the truth. So this is Gypsy when she's telling the truth. I just want you guys to pay attention to that, because here we like to do statement analysis, we like to do micro expressions, we like to look at Gyp, right? So in my opinion, this is how she handles, this is her baseline, her body language when she's being truthful about something. Vastly different from when she's staring into the depths of his soul trying to manipulate, you know?
So then, Gypsy, what are some of the other procedures?
Okay, so if you notice, I have a scar. Okay, this is around my neck. And I also clear my throat a lot and have to drink a lot of water. So my salivary glands that produces saliva was removed from my neck. My mom would put Oragel before we would go into the doctor's appointment on my mouth to make me drool. Okay. So upon examination, the doctor saw me drool. It's excessive drooling. There is a way to take care of that. So let's remove the salivary glands.
Wow. And I mean, that's a major procedure.
Mm-hmm.
And you are how old when that procedure happens?
That procedure happened in 2007, I believe.
Okay, 2007.
And my mom always would tell me, you know, I'm doing the talking. Just be a good girl, play with your stuffed animals.
Okay.
Yeah.
In other words, don't say anything.
Right. And if you be good, which means stay quiet, we get to go to Toys R Us and a toy store as soon as we leave.
I would imagine, too, is that you're so used to going to the doctor that this is just a normal...
This is just routine.
This is routine. At home, when you're not in the hospital, you would then just remain in your wheelchair.
Okay, guys. And again, I have to say that when she's little, I can see this bribery story being true, right? I can see how this would play out, right? If you're a good girl, mommy will get you something, right? If we do that all the time, right? We bribe our kids, right? We're like, okay, we got something important, right? We got some running around to do today, but if you're good, we'll go stop at McDonald's for lunch, or we will, do something fun tonight. We'll play game night or something like that. So, that we incentivize children. Some people call it bribing. Right. But it is, it's something that we do. So I find this part to be, believable. But again, Gypsy is forgetting that she is a grown ass woman when much of this is happening. And at a certain point, Gypsy, you knew damn well what was happening and you were participating in it. And there wasn't any Toys R Us trips that would have gotten you to participate in said activities. So quit lying.
If our day-to-day life was me in the wheelchair. I didn't get up and walk around unless she was not in the house.
Oh, wow.
So if she left the house to, say, go to the grocery store for a second, I would get up and walk around. I would test the limits.
Yes.
Leg strength wasn't great. Obviously, because I hadn't been walking like normal. But just to kind of feel like, hey, I'm walking.
Yes. Did you ever think or bring up the fact?
Okay, wait a minute. Sorry. What was that? Hey, I'm walking. That was so cringe. Hold on. Let's just back it up a little bit. Let's just back it up a little bit. Sorry, I'll be a little bit better with my backing up situations here. Here we go.
Yeah.
In other words, don't say anything.
Right. And if you be good, which means stay quiet, we get to go to Toys R Us and a toy store as soon as we leave.
I would imagine, too, is that you're so used to going to the doctor that this is just a normal...
This is just routine.
This is routine. At home, when you're not in the hospital, you would then just remain in your wheelchair.
And if our day-to-day life was me in the wheelchair. I didn't get up and walk around unless she was not in the house.
And again, her bones and her legs, there would have been atrophy, right? Atrophy occurs when you are in a wheelchair and you're not working your leg muscles, right? Your legs are not in service. The body in motion stays in motion, right? So if I was to sit on the couch every single day and never get up, right? And I would go from a wheelchair to the bathroom, say, you know, and I just never got up and people just brought me stuff, I would develop what's called atrophy. And the fact that that wasn't present should have been a huge red flag to these doctors, an absolute huge red flag to these doctors. And again, it is so bogus. And again, this is what she does when she's trying to convince.
So if she left the house to, say, go to the grocery store for a second, I would get up and walk around. I would test the limits.
Yes.
Leg strength wasn't great. Obviously, because I hadn't been walking like normal. But just to kind of feel like, hey, I'm walking.
What the hell? Like, hey, I'm walking. But I thought you knew you could walk. Oh my gosh, it's thick. It's thick with this one. The bullshit meter has broken.
Yes. Did you ever think or bring up the fact that you could walk to your mother?
I
You
did many times, and
Okay.
it always resulted in an argument. And it always resulted in some form of it bringing all of it back to her. Like, you don't love me. You know, I'm supposed to be the one you trust. I'm supposed to be the one you love. But if you feel like you can go and do better with your dad, then go. Like, it was always like this level of manipulation. Like, anytime that I would bring up, I'm not as sick as you're saying, it was always an argument. And then I felt like I had lost a mom. And I didn't want to lose my mom. And so, you know, some would say I went along with that. Perspective is everything.
Yeah.
If you want to say I went along with it, okay, but look at the reasons behind it. You have a child that wants her mom to love her.
Yes. Yes. You know, that really hit me because I see that accident.
Mm.
I also see what was happening in her house.
Mm-hmm.
I see the circumstances in which you were born.
Mm-hmm.
Unknowing what's happened to your mother,
Mm-hmm.
you know, in her childhood.
Yeah.
And how each incident created to the spiral, as you mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
And you feel as if you're losing your mom.
Yeah.
And so you're just fighting to keep her.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes fighting to keep her is just staying silent.
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's what my problem with this theory. She feels like she's losing her mom, right? No, I don't think so. Because you can't have it both ways. You can't have it to where you're so smothered by this mother with Munchausen and she just won't leave you alone and she won't give you the independence because she's using you as a cash cow and the whole 9 yards, and then say that you feel like you're losing her. I get the acceptance factor. Children always seek acceptance from their parents, right? That's why it's devastating to us, you know, when our parents are disappointed. You know, that's even worse than, you know, if you think that you disappointed your parents, then it's even worse than, you know, corporal punishment, right? Because you're like, wow, they think different of me, right? They're upset with me. And so you seek to, you know, smooth things out again, right? And I get that part. But with Gypsy, I don't think that's the case. You can't have it both ways. It's either she was smothering, she was overbearing, she didn't want you to have any type of what's the word, independence, or any boyfriends, and she did all this stuff, weird voodoo with your monthly women issue, and no, we can't have it both ways, Gypsy. That's a bull-faced lie, in my opinion.
Did you feel love from anyone outside of the love that you assumed that your mother was providing you? But did you feel love? And when I say love, is this emotional safety, physical safety? Did you feel that with anyone?
Back then?
Yes.
No.
Did you feel it with your mother?
Yes, for a time. until I got a little older.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
Well, that's a good thing that he, did the follow-up question, because you said no and then you said yes. And again, you would, as a child, you know, it's your normal, right? Your family dynamic is your normal. As dysfunctional as it is, when you're a kid growing up in a situation, you don't have control over it, right?
when you begin to not feel that love,
Mm.
and now that you reflect back as an adult, is what was happening for you? What was going on for you as a child who doesn't feel safe emotionally or physically?
Mhm. There was anger towards her for, I felt, allowing my grandfather to take care of me at that time. And so I blamed her for what happened to me with getting molested. And there was resentment that boiled up. It wasn't there in early childhood because I was so innocent.
Okay.
But then the more time went on, the more anger and resentment built up. Like, you don't let me go over to dad's and spend nights over or weeks over with dad. I can never keep a friend. I might have a friend for a week, and then all of a sudden my mom starts to get jealous of this friend. And we're talking a child.
Yes.
We're talking an 8-year-old child that you're getting jealous of. And there was always something that was wrong or off about that child. So I could no longer have that friend. And it happened over and over and over again. Most people have that best friend child, the best friend growing up as a child. I never had that.
Never.
Never had that. And that was a continuous cycle for everyone in my life. And so it's like I knew that no matter who it would be that I would get close to, it wouldn't matter because they would be, they wouldn't be in my life forever. The only forever was my mom.
Okay. Okay. And with your mother, it seems like everything then you did was with her.
Mm-hmm. Everything.
Everything.
Mm-hmm.
Did even when you were in the same house, did you? I read that you slept in the same bed.
We slept in the same bed. Mm-hmm. The only time that I was ever sleeping in my own room in my own bed was as a punishment.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Which is a small child, young child. I grew up, I loved sleeping with my mom as a child. And I was afraid of the dark. And so a punishment of mine would be, you have to sleep in your room. And I would cry and I would cry and I would beg to go back and sleep with her. But it's certain things in parenting that it's like you need to show your child gain some independence and not make independence a punishment.
Yes. 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 Absolutely. And I will imagine now, more so than anything, you're very aware.
Oh yes, I'm very aware.
Yes,
Yes,
of
yes,
of
yes.
of that.
Yes.
What did you enjoy doing as a child?
As a child, I loved playing outside. I loved, as a small child, I had a bunch of cousins. And we'd do cousins by the dozens night. All the cousins would come over and do sleepovers. I loved to watch TV. I loved dressing up. Loved Disney movies. Loved playing with my dolls and Hot Wheels. Like, my toys and my mom was like my comfort.
Okay.
All right, Gypsy, we know that you like to dress up, okay? We know that you like to dress up and be different characters and be different people. Come on now. We know what you're into, Gyp. She's trying to normalize it, though. Like, oh, I just love dressing up like a princess. Oh, bull crap.
I could see how she used the toy store
Mm-hmm.
because that was it.
Yeah.
It was the toys.
That's
I loved a good Hot Wheel myself.
Yes, they are good collectors.
Yeah. Yeah. Very good. Very good. There's been an endless number
Mm-hmm.
of documentaries, TV specials, extended podcasts
Mm-hmm.
about your life.
Yeah.
It centers around your childhood, the crime.
Mm-hmm.
Was there anything that you want to clarify that you've seen or heard about from these documentaries that you do believe is inaccurate?
That's a loaded question. I mean, nothing that I could really touch on specifically. I mean, all I know is that, from birth to, 5 years oldish, the simplicity of having my mom, even with the medical stuff. I loved my mom so much at that time. My mom was my world.
Gypsy, from the time that you're born to the time that you're 5, you're telling me that you remember the simplicity of that in detail to where you go back to that and find comfort. BS me a little bit more.
I see she was everything and the only thing that you had.
Yeah.
Yeah. Real quick, hit subscribe and I'll tell you why.
Guys, please subscribe to this podcast. Really great. We Need to Talk podcast. Again, this is a great interview, but Gypsy is just lying her little tail off on this. She really is. She's just lying her tail off. She is not being truthful during this, right? And I mean, again, I take a lot of it with a grain of salt, and I could probably go ahead and do some comparisons because in my opinion, there's a lot of different things that she's told people and they're not matching up with what she's saying here today, as well as, she has the opportunity to talk on and touch on some subjects. But she's basically saying that a lot of the things that are out there are true. And I find that to be interesting because she can't deny it. She can't deny a video of herself doing these things. She just simply can't, right? So that's my opinion on that.
It allows us to continue making the show. Right now, I'm in LA. It's that simple. And so you then start dating.
Kind of.
Kind of, sort of.
Kind of.
How does that happen? And also, how does your mother react to that? Because you just mentioned when it comes to platonic friends, she runs them away. So how do you start doing that?
Well, my mom, how do I put this? My mom was very anti-men. Once my father broke her heart, it's kind of like I grew up with a mom that became bitter. I'm just going to put it out there, bitter. That every man is a horrible douchebag that is just out to hurt everyone. So my mom never, my mom wanted me to be a nun, literally, and she was going to put me in a convent. She really wanted me to be a nun, even though I never expressed to her that I wanted to be one.
How would that work out for you being a nun, Gypsy? How would she monetize or capitalize on or get attention from you being a nun? Wow.
So, knowing that, I always knew she didn't want me to date. You can't stop the curiosity in a child or a teen. And that's where I was at. I was curious about the opposite sex. I was wondering, so-and-so lives down the street. She has a boyfriend.
Right.
And I started comparing my life to other people around my age. Watching the Disney Channel, they have these sort of pseudo boyfriends on TV shows and stuff.
Yes.
So I started getting curious, but I got curious in the wrong way. So instead of, obviously kids meet other kids via school. I wasn't in school. So I went to the internet and I found creeps on the internet. I did things on the internet I'm not proud of, like take my clothes off for strangers.
Hello. There it is, folks. Now, in my opinion, Gypsy's being for real here. And again, this is why I think that she was making money for her mother and for their little nest egg and for us to have all this money so when we go to Disney, we can buy our royal freaking mashed potatoes with it. Whatever the F they were spending it on, because they were also thieving. And again, some people might argue, like, hey, Lady Freedom, Katrina was a horrible, horrible situation, and people lost everything, right? And they barely made it out alive. And so you might be in a trauma response trying to save up as much money as you could too, right? And you might develop some odd tendencies because of it. Okay, I'm not going to argue that, and just play devil's advocate for a second. But again, they had a lot of money, and here she is admitting, and I've said it in a lot of people's comment section, so if anybody that covers Gypsy regularly, just remember that I kind of put that out there to you guys, especially you guys that were doing the deep dives in the FOIAs, something to kind of key into, because they had a lot of money on hand, guys, cash money on hand. Right? So that would require someone to visit their house, in my opinion, as well. Right? And that shed was set up very creepily. Very, very creepily. No, I don't think church was ever mentioned, Valley Gal. And that's the thing, too. And I was talking with Kiki earlier, and I told her, I said, it's funny, in my opinion, to me, that they never did go from church to church. Right? To empathy and how she's my best good friend, and we're just the mom and daughter duo over here that everybody, especially the mainstream media, KY3, portrayed them to be. Right? I mean, they really put it out there that these two were just like, a gift from God, that was sent from Louisiana. And that wasn't the case, right? And they enlisted a lot of these funds, and I'm not saying that they didn't. I think that there's way more to the story, but just the fact that she brought that up and she's admitted that finally is very, very interesting to me.
These men that I would, meet online, they were predatory. And I wasn't thinking anything different other than, yeah, this is an experience that I've had before.
So it's normal.
It was normal. So it's kind of like I made a secret Facebook account that she didn't know about. I was adding strangers on there, meeting what I thought would be friends.
Yes.
And then...
So you thought these people were creepy, and it was a familiar, dirty, nasty feeling for you, but you still added them on Facebook and kept on engaging with them? Come on, Gypsy.
There was a kind of like, I don't know if you know what Comic-Con is.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Or like a sci-fi convention type of thing. So there was one that would happen in Springfield, Missouri every year. It was called VisionCon.
Okay.
And so anyway, my mom takes us to this convention, and we meet lots of nice people. We have a great time. I dressed up like a princess.
Okay.
Like, it was fun. I started adding all these people that went to the convention on my Facebook.
Ah, okay. Okay.
And they would say like, oh, it was so nice to see you at the convention. So at least there was some level of like interaction, like, oh, you were at the convention, so was I. And there was a guy that was at the convention. He sent me a Facebook request. His name was Dan. Was much older than I was. So I was real age 18.
Okay.
18, 19. But my mom was trying to pass me off as 15.
Which one was it, Gypsy? Because up until this point, you tried to make us all believe that Dan was your very first boyfriend, and I just wanted to move with him and have a snow wedding and da-da-da-da-da. Right? Right off into the freaking snow sunset. No, I don't think so. And you're lying through your teeth. You're saying you met all these people and you had all these dirty people, and then you added these people from the convention as well to that Facebook, which, whatever. But Dan Glidewell, right? Thanks to rumors and speculation, we thought that Dan Glidewell was a completely different person, right? For the longest time, everybody had the wrong Dan Glidewell. And I'm not saying that this didn't go down the way that she's saying it went down. What I'm saying is that, she's saying that this was her first boyfriend. She can't tell you when it was 18 or 19. But Gypsy's all about those details, and so are other girls, right? We know the exact date that we met somebody, right? Oh my gosh, we just fell in love, bullshit. It's amazing to me. Okay, her name is making me wonder. I've seen it outside of where I grew up. Christmas Swan. She said, "You make me laugh, lady. You go raw deep." Oh my goodness. Well, I just find it so crazy. And, Christmas Swan, I'll tell you, this isn't like, the first time I've really followed this case up closely. I'm glad to make you laugh. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. She's not being truthful, Valley Gal. She knows exactly when she met Dan, because Dan was the one that she talks about most frequently, right? He's the one that got away, that she couldn't put a spell on, right? Dan's the one that ran away, right? Because Dee Dee showed up knocking at the door.
Okay, so
oh, whoops.
he thought that I was 15.
Okay.
He was 36 at the time.
Okay.
And started talking on Facebook, and just on Facebook. I thought he was cute. And
well, no shit, Sherlock. Of course you thought he was cute. Duh. All right. So Gypsy wants us to believe, right, that Dan was this sick pervert, right? She's really disparaging Dan, and Gypsy's really good at that, right? She's the little angel, the little innocent, but Dan, he thought I was 15, and he's a dirty old man at 36 wanting to be with a 15-year-old. She just said for yourself you were of age. You were of legal age of consent, 18 to 19 years old, Gypsy. So quit playing it like you are the perfect person in this, and that you're the victim, and that Dan was some dirty old man, because he really wasn't. He probably knew you were older than that, and you didn't look like, in my opinion, especially when you're putting your wigs on and your hooker outfit, like a 15-year-old. There were some of those videos where you looked your age, in my opinion, right? Because you were playing a part. You were playing the role of a younger person. But you weren't fooling everybody like you think you were, Gypsy. There was a lot of people that probably knew damn well what kind of game you were running.
he was kind of digging me too.
Okay.
Oh, he was kind of digging me too, right? Did he like blondes? Are you going to destroy a blanket, Gyp?
Is this your first kind of interaction, pseudo-romantic?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we flirted for a while, and then I start telling him more about my life. And my mom had caught us talking on the phone, and she threatened him.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And then I was going through my mom's purse, and I found my my health insurance card, and it said my birthday was 1991. And so I'm like, that would make me like 18, 19, not 15. So I tell this to him, and I'm like, well, that would make me legal. Like, I can go live with you. Like, all this sort of like ideas.
Yes.
Oh my God. Did you hear that, you guys? Okay, this is toxic behavior. Oh my God, I'm going to go live with you. Ah, it's going to be fun. Every single night we'll watch princess movies like me and my mom. Can I paint your nails? What the actual fuck? Wow, Gypsy. You can't more cringy. So, she's 34 now. Yeah, the real me too. Yeah, thank you. I mean, crazy. Crazy.
And he's like, well, if you're legal, then you could just get up and leave. Like, you could leave. And I'm like, I don't have a car. I don't have a way to leave. And so he's like, I'll take you as far as Arkansas. Like, we can live together on a ranch in Arkansas. So 2 weeks go by, I get a text from him that he's in the hospital, that he wants me to join him in the hospital. He wants someone to be there with him. He got beat up. So I pack a bag, and in the middle of the night, I get out of my mom's bed, pack a bag, go out the front door, hitchhike, meet him at the hospital, and he didn't have a home. He was couch surfing at his friends. And so we go to his friend.
Well, damn, Gypsy, that just dashed all your friends, didn't it? Oh man, he's surfing at a friend's, so you can't take advantage of him. So damn, I'm surprised you even bothered with him. You know, that's. And then I also want you guys to see her facial expression as well. Let's see here, 45. Sorry, I don't know why this is doing that tonight. It might be user error.
Meet him at the hospital, and he didn't have a home.
Okay, she's pissed, right? He didn't have a home. He didn't have, I mean, fuck my life that he didn't have a home for me to go move in with him, right? Well, no wonder, Gypsy. That's why he's telling you he's going to take you to Arkansas, because he knows he's got roommates and he's just couch surfing at the time, right? He probably liked you or whatever. I mean, good Lord. Paint our nails, wear the crowns, eat royal mashed potatoes and cheers spoons. My PTSD. Oh, Lord.
He was couch surfing at his friends.
Oh, isn't that
And
hard?
so-
It's just, you know what's so hard, guys, is when you meet a guy and he's poor and he's couch surfing at his friends, and you were really wanting to leech off of him, but you figured out you couldn't. And I really thought I might be able to leech off of this one, but turns out he doesn't have a home. Oh my God, Gypsy, you are a wretched soul.
So we go to his friends. They realize that I'm there, and they recognize me from the convention. And they realize this girl is 15 years old. So they got in contact with a mutual friend of my mom's. Told my mom where I was. 4 hours later, my mom comes to pick me up.
All right, Gypsy, did it ever occur to you for 1 second that his roommates found you as cringe as 90% of the population? Did that ever occur to you? Because I bet you they called your mom to get your ass out of their house because they were like, oh, hell no. She is not staying here. Not here. Not today, not anytime. They're like, we're going to call out crazy ass Dee Dee and get her ass down here to pick you up. No, it was Nick she did it with in the bathroom. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, she did. She apparently. But then she's saying that she didn't, which is crazy. No castle with Dan, damn. Right, my PTSD. He didn't have a castle. She's like, oh, damn, Oh my God.
Oh my goodness.
And she told me, she's like, if you come back with me, I'll let you see him. Manipulation to the fullest. So I get in the car. I'm like, okay. And I mean, at this time, I'm like all courage, and I'm like, I know I'm 19, and I know that I could see him.
Yes.
And she's like, if you come back with me, I will let you see him. So I go back with my mom, and that's when I got chained, tied. To me, all these, words, restrained to the bed, happened for 2 weeks.
For 2 weeks,
Mm-hmm.
you were
Tied up.
Tied to the bed.
Mm-hmm. So what my mom did was she took a dog leash and clipped it and tied it to a pair of like handcuffs, and then put it around the bed. And then whenever like I would need to go to the bathroom, she would undo it. And then like she had a way, like, because we were in the same bed, so she could tell if I would move or whatever, she'd wake up. And it was like that for 2 weeks. She put bells on the doors, and then eventually put a padlock on the door. Blacked out all the windows with tint, like window tint. That's when she started hitting me, though.
Okay.
That's when the hitting started.
At this point, you're 18,
Mm-hmm.
19, but she's telling you that You're 15.
Yes.
Your relationship with your mother, do you?
I didn't feel like it was love. I felt like it was a need. Like she needs me because she doesn't have anyone else.
Okay.
And so it's like after she tied me up, I gained enough trust to where I'm like, I'm not going to leave again. I'm not going to leave again. Don't worry about it. I'm not going to leave. So that trust was built up enough to be let off the chain. Well, then it's like soon after I attempt to run away again.
Oh, wow. Okay.
But this time, like she found, and looking back on it, I'm like, why pack a damn bag? Just get out of the freaking house. Because I kept packing bags. Like, let me pack a bag.
Right.
She found my bag. And so she knew I was going to run away again. And so, and I owned up to it too. I was like, just let me leave and you'll never see me again. Just forget about me. Just let me go. And she's like, I won't and I can't and you're not leaving. And that's when I proceeded to take, I knew full and well it was a BB gun. It was not going to kill her. I took a BB gun and she came toward me and I freaked out and I released the BB gun. One hit.
Right. Yeah. It's always someone else's fault. And again, here's a great example of that again. Oh, well, I knew it was going to kill her, but she advanced on me. She came toward me. So it was really self-defense, even though I premeditated the whole thing. Right. And I knew it wasn't actually going to kill her. I was just trying to hurt her. Right. But she throws that in at the end. It's a very subtle manipulation to plant that seed, but she came after me first. So somebody might think, oh, yeah, I mean, this lady's crazy as hell. I mean, yeah, she probably did. Gypsy, damn, girl, you're tanking.
Her in the clavicle, one hit in the leg. They were superficial wounds. You know, they broke the skin, but ultimately a Band-Aid covered it up. And then after that happened, like, we both had this moment of like, sit on the bed, holy shit moment. And I was never the type to be violent, ever. I never yelled at my mom. I never hit my mom. It was at that moment that I realized that something in me snapped, that I could snap in that big of a way.
And what was your mother's response?
I honestly feel like she never expected to be trapped in her own choices. Her own design was falling apart in front of her. And I don't think that she realized that, and I don't mean this in any sort of mean way, but I don't think she realized I had the guts to stand up for myself in any meaningful way.
And so is it at this point where you then join the Christian dating site?
I did.
Okay.
About a year later.
Okay.
About a year later, I had joined the Christian website. And then the first thing that I noticed of Nick's profile is he likes to play video games.
Okay. You're chatting back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
Does your mother become aware?
No.
No.
So I had a secret Facebook. I had, a secret Skype account.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I have a conversation with him that I want to meet him. We want to meet each other in real life.
Oh, so wow, Gypsy. So how long had you and Nick been corresponding without having met?
It was like 2 years.
2
It
years?
was like 2 years, yeah.
You had never met?
Never met.
Okay.
No.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, it was just like kind of like Skype calls and stuff like that all on the internet.
Okay.
And so we make a plan and I'm like, listen, my mom is not going to just let me just date anybody. So maybe if she meets you, she could see what a nice person you are and she'll like you. You could be my friend. And then like I can ask her if, you could maybe be my boyfriend. and then we wouldn't have to hide or lie anymore. Like, so we think of this event, like where possibly could I be and you be? And I wanted to see the new Cinderella remake, the live action
Okay.
remake.
Okay.
That came out in 2015. So we decide, okay, that's where we're going to meet up. So my mom and I are going to go see the movie, and you're going to be there too to see the movie, but we're not together. We're going to meet like we never met.
I see it.
Okay. So we're standing in line, comes the day, we're standing in line getting popcorn and stuff like that. And he's there alone. But I didn't realize the optics of how that would look. Like, here's this guy that's alone, doesn't have kids, doesn't have a girlfriend, doesn't have a wife, nothing like that. Just go and see a little girl movie. I did not see how that would be weird.
Until you got there.
Until years later, I'm like, you know what? Yeah, that was kind of creepy. Like, what were we thinking? But my mom called it. She's like, this guy is giving me weird vibes. And so we're in the auditorium, and my mom and I are sitting next to each other. Well, he comes sit next to me.
Oh, wow. Okay.
My mom decides, hey, this guy's kind of giving me the creeps. So she moves several seats down. I stay put. I'm sitting with him. I'm not moving. She gets pissed that I didn't move with her. So throughout the whole movie, she's sitting there and I'm sitting over there with him. She's mad at me at this point. Like, I know I'm in trouble at this point.
Yes.
And he and I had previously discussed that we were going to have sex in the bathroom. So I go to the bathroom, to the men's bathroom, go to the handicap stall. He follows me in. We attempt to have sex. Doesn't work out.
Okay.
And
Wait a minute. Wait. You attempted to do the dirty deed, but it didn't work out. For who, Gypsy? Like, did Nick's wanker not work at the time, or what was happening? He had a malfunction of some sort. I mean, you guys are in the bathroom, and your mom's at the movie theater waiting. I understand it's a crunch time for old Nick over there. But look, I don't believe this. I don't believe this new development here. And again, that's who would hinder that situation from fully happening, right? Would be the man. And look at her. Wow, Gyp.
I go back, sit next to my mom. She proceeds to take me to the bathroom on the opposite side, slaps me across the face, and says, "You were gone too long. What were you doing?" So I was like, nothing. Of course I'm going to say nothing.
Right.
I don't recall hearing that she smacked her in the face ever until this interview. This is odd too, and correct me if I'm wrong, guys, because I'm second guessing my reality, right? But that's what happens when you're, Gypsy Rose, and again, she was in the series when we talked about Darvo, right? So she's denying, she's attacking, and she is switching the roles around, right? She's always the victim. And, my PTSD is like, I'm surprised she didn't blame the Lord, but she's blamed and defamed everyone else around her. So I'm surprised about that too, actually, so she made my Winky go slanky. Oh my God, a little Limp Biscuit over there. And what happened, Nick? I mean, is that you, or is what happened? Did Gypsy say she didn't want to do it? What is going on? Because I don't know. I take it with a grain of salt, but for the intents and purposes of reviewing what she's saying in her side of the story, okay. And you would have thought that she would have brought that up when he asked her, is there anything that you would like to correct, right? That's a huge detail. And the act, they showed them doing the act in the bathroom at Hollywood theaters or wherever it was that they had performed that act, because that was another thing that was very hazy about which movie theater they went to. And apparently they went to the one out in Fox Grape, right? The very nice IMAX theater that they have there in Springfield. Um, so yeah, I mean, I'm just curious. Again, I'm seeking clarity, but you would have thought she would have answered him and said, "Look, me and Nick, even though we attempted to do the dirty deed, right? We attempted to get down and dirty in the bathroom. It didn't happen because Nick's noodle wasn't at attention, right, or whatever." But apparently, she's saying that they attempted this, and she's again, it's the lies that don't make any sense, right? And it's the lies that leave us with more questions than answers. I really don't care, and it's none of my business whether they carried out this act in the bathroom or not. But again, it's a major piece of the puzzle, and it was a huge part of every documentary, and everyone has said that was Gypsy, and she lost her virginity. It's like Sierra Masala, or excuse me, the oh gosh, what is it? The Good Housewives podcast. I'm trying to think of that one lady that was, and I got them mixed up in my head. I'm sorry about that. That was coming out and basically telling Gypsy's story because they were saying, oh, the act got it wrong, blah, 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 blah. But either way, she said that, he took her virginity, which is what we've always heard. And now she's saying, no, we attempted to do it, but we didn't. Okay, Gypsy.
So the movie ends, we leave, he takes a cab back to his hotel, and we have a huge argument at the house.
You and your mother?
Me and my mom.
Okay.
About how she got the creeps from this guy, like why I didn't go sit with her, like the smallest little things would just kind of set her off. So I'm like, I'm sorry, I was just trying to make a new friend. I was doing my best to kind of like bridge that connection because I really wanted both of them in my life. I wanted my mom in my life, and I wanted Nick in my life. And she was not budging. She got a bad vibe from him from the beginning.
Okay, so you wanted them both in your life, but the minute that your mother got in the way of you and Nick's relationship, you had Nick off her? Okay, Gypsy.
And Nick then just continue messaging back and forth.
Continue messaging.
And you feel like this is your boyfriend still.
Yeah.
And then your relationship with your mother, does it continue to deteriorate from there?
Continues to deteriorate. And we had previously, knocked around the idea of murder.
You did.
And it was all stemming from a conversation where he's like, it was an argument between me and my mom. Stuff got physical. She hit me. I told him she hit me. And he's like, I'm going to protect you from anyone. I said, anyone? He said, anyone. I said, even my mom? And he said, yes, even your mom. Like, I'll take her out too. And never thinking that was actually...
Whoa. She goes, I'll take her out too. Gypsy with the head bopping. You know what I mean? She does that a lot too. She'll be like, I'll take her out too. What the hell is that? Let's just watch that little bit of body language there. Again, very cringy. And I don't think at all that she realizes, how she comes off to, the general public who is trying to kind of, listen to what she's saying. And again, you hate to say, oh, that didn't happen to you, and disbelieve a victim or somebody's story when they're trying to give you, their story. But again, I can't feel bad about this with Gypsy because she is lying, in my opinion, right? She's like, I'll take her out too, right? Would you do? And who asks that anyway? Like, who says, to another person, I would do anything for you, I'd hurt anybody for you. That should have been a big red flag, but she was all down for it, right? She wanted Nick to take her mom out, right? And that, again, I will say from all of the documentation that I have seen with Gypsy, as it pertains to the subject, she was absolutely orchestrating the whole entire thing and telling Nick instructions and taking video by the bed and all of the correspondence from Facebook Messenger and whatnot. That was all documented, and people have FOIA'd that information. So it's absolutely out there.
We have a huge argument at
The movie theater.
Do you realize
sorry,
how much
guys.
money this will save us?
What's that?
I just built a budgeting app with Base 44.
Then at that point, you were. Well, help me understand how it became a serious thought after the movie theater.
because that's when I started to realize, like, no matter what I do, I will never be able to be my own person, never have my own freedom, never make my own choices. I'll never get married. Like, all of the thoughts of, like, what is my life going to be like in the next 20 and 30 years? Is it going to be like this right here? Is my life going
Oh,
to
sorry, guys. I
continue?
might have gone a little bit too far back. Sorry. I think I need to go. It will not let me just go back there. Hold on. Sorry.
To happen.
Okay. So for you, it wasn't.
Whoops. Sorry. I just need it to go like right before the 07 mark, and it won't do it for me. I don't know why. I'm sorry. Sorry, guys. I have to be at 56:07. Here we go. No, I didn't get it right that time either. Sorry. Hold on. I'm going to get this darn thing. It's like right before that. Okay. Maybe if I could just click over that. Okay. Sorry about that.
Physical. She hit me. I told him she hit me. And he's like, I'm going to protect you from anyone. I said, anyone? He said, anyone. I said, even my mom? And he said, yes, even your mom. Like, I'll take her out too. And
Damn, I'll take her out too. Jeez.
never thinking that that was actually going to happen.
Bullshit. Bullshit. You did. You made it happen, Gypsy. You went and stole the knife from Walmart. You got the gloves. You got the duct tape. You accommodated. You made accommodations for Nick to travel from Waukesha, Wisconsin. You paid for the whole thing. Stop lying. And then you mailed the knife to yourself. Stop it.
Okay. So for you, it wasn't a serious thought.
It wasn't a serious thought until after what happened at the movie theater.
Okay. Okay. So, oh, really? So after the movie theater, then at that point, you were. Well, help me understand how it became a serious thought after the movie theater.
Because that's when I started to realize, like, no matter what I do, I will never be able to be my own person, never have my own freedom, never make my own choices. I'll never get married. Like, all of the thoughts of, like, what is my life going to be like in the next 20 and 30 years? Is it going to be like this right here? Is my life going to continue to be this for the rest of my life? My youth gone? Any happy moments of future children? Anything like this? How long is this going to continue? And that thought kept going in my head over and over and over again. So yes, the desperate thought of, I want my mom out of the picture. And it's like, I didn't want her dead necessarily. If she would have went to prison, I would have been all the happier.
I didn't want her dead necessarily. I didn't want her dead necessarily. All right, Gypsy, you are too much, girlfriend.
But that, unfortunately, was a conversation he and I had.
Okay. Okay. So you had it.
Mm-hmm.
And also, I'm curious, Gypsy, at this point, you are roughly how old? Because I know age-wise,
Mm-hmm.
You don't know exactly.
I was 23.
Okay.
I was
Okay.
23.
You were 23.
I was 23.
So this is even more fascinating because you're an adult at this point, but you still feel as if you are trapped
Yes.
in your mother's home,
Hmm.
and you'll never be able to leave it,
Right.
literally.
Right.
Okay. Um, the relationship with Nick as well is, how would you characterize it? Because I've seen moments or excerpts where it's been characterized as abusive.
Hmm.
But how do you characterize that relationship?
Toxic.
It was toxic.
Toxic. Very, very toxic.
Okay. How so?
Our personalities were not a good fit. Our backgrounds was not a good fit. I say, and I say this in my book, you know, Nick was the car, I was the key. He was the gasoline, I was the fire. Separately, probably not dangerous. Together, catastrophic. Because he brought a component to me and I brought a component to him that resulted in tragedy. His conversations with me was predominantly about sex. It was predominantly about overpowering a woman, because he
Oh, you're so full of crap, Gypsy. That is such a lie. You played into all of that creepy role play also. You were also orchestrating that too. And in my opinion, you're the one that taught Nick that, not the other way around. Don't get it twisted, sister.
had an interest in this BDSM, master slave relationship, and he had this with his ex-girlfriends as well. So it was before me, during me, and after me. So this is not something I brought to the relationship. This is something that he had a thing for. And I had not heard of this sort of master slave relationship until meeting him. And so I did what I could to fulfill that fantasy for him. And that included.
Oh, bullshit, Gypsy. If you didn't like it, then you would do exactly what you always do and do exactly what you want to do. Nobody forced you to do anything that you didn't want to do after a certain point in your life. Everything that you were doing was absolutely rebelling against anything you didn't want to do. So don't tell me that were swayed by Nick, who doesn't have the capacity to manipulate someone like you do. You manipulated him. Quit playing. And you're the one that's out free and he's stuck in there for the rest of his life. So you'd think you would, be wise to that and, show just a little bit of consideration, but you won't, because you're trying to rewrite everything and make it seem like you're just this perfect little angel. And I can't believe this all happened to me. And oh my gosh, Nick showed me these dirty things, but yet you told us all just in the same breath that you were doing dirty things with men online and taking off your clothes and showing yourself to them. Okay. You can't have it both ways. You're not innocent when you do shit like that.
Making videos that we would send back and forth to each other. Those videos have now been released to the public.
Is that because of the court case or for
Yes.
other reasons? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
They are quite humiliating because these videos were intimate. They're not meant for the public. They were meant for Nick and only at the time. But anything from, doing sexual acts to saying really disturbing things that I definitely regret later on now.
Right. And I think what's important for, us all to understand too is the context, because from what I understand is you had no one else.
Right.
So literally your world revolved around then your mother and Nick.
Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute. That's not true. Don't let her lie to you like that. What about all of the people in the neighborhood? What about when you were sitting there acting like you didn't know that your mother was dead when you were being interviewed by one of the officers that came up to Waukesha to interview you from Springfield? And you said you have I have so many friends in Springfield. I have so many. But yeah, my PTSD, he had 2 girlfriends before her, but they were, not doing this to the best of my knowledge, right? I don't know what they did in their relationship. But yeah, again, No, stop with that. And you're lying to this very nice gentleman who's giving you his platform to, share out your side of the story, and you cannot be truthful to save your life, you know? And she had other online friends. What about all the people from the Comic Con, or I'm sorry, Vision Con? You know? Right. And how much is she making on those? Exactly. But she had that one girl from the neighborhood, right? That was portrayed in the act. That was based on a true life character, right? And she was, a friend to Gypsy, and Gypsy blamed her for teaching her how to date online and shit like that. Of course, she doesn't say that now anymore. But again, this person was also like, why do you have to bash our area, Springfield, Missouri? We're good people here. Okay, nobody said you weren't, but look at the fucking shit show. Okay. And then, but again, she had all of those people. The minute that she didn't have those people was when they found out that she could walk, right? And that she killed her mom, or she had her boyfriend do it, right? That's when she lost all of her friends. So don't get it twisted, because she's manipulating the situation.
Two people that you are desperately in need of loving.
Look at her. She's just like, yes, believe me. Bullshit.
Do you believe they loved you?
I believe my mother loved me to an extent. I think that she didn't know how to show love. I think that, unfortunately, she didn't get the mental health help that she would have needed to understand how to love a child and raise a child on her own, going through the childhood that she had. Nick, I do not believe he loved me one bit.
I run a podcast solo. No producer, no editor, no tech skills, just Riverside.
I believe that I was someone who was in a very specific situation, vulnerable situation, to fill out his fantasies. He often had fantasies that were very disturbing.
Could you are you open to saying what they
rape fantasies. And he was looking for someone who was not worldly and experienced. So someone in
No, and no, Gypsy, stop. That is not true. That is not true. You were not some sheltered little baby that you're portraying yourself to be when it suits your narrative, right? When it benefits you, you're like, oh, I was so innocent. No, you weren't. You were not, because multiple men had seen you online and you were being very dirty with them. And you said that. You said they were being dirty with you and creepy with you, and that you were reciprocating and allowing for it. You can't say that you're in control of everything and you're the puppet master 1 minute, and then turn around and say that you were innocent. Oh my God, I can't believe he showed me this. Shut up already. Golly. Wow.
a very vulnerable state to live out these fantasies with or to.
Okay.
And like I said, it would be one thing if, I brought a certain element into the relationship that was equally as disturbing. Like if those were my desires, but it wasn't. And before me, his ex-girlfriends did warn me.
Oh,
There was an ex-girlfriend that did warn me that he has very disturbing behavioral patterns, and I brushed it off like, she's just a jealous ex-girlfriend, and I completely ignored it. And then until it was too late.
Well, don't get me wrong. Nick is a weird guy, right? He got in trouble for, jerking his gherkin out at the McDonald's. He was sitting there watching Corn on the Cob for hours upon hours, jerking the gherkin, right? Using their free Wi-Fi. Why not? Freaking weirdo, right? Anybody that does that in public is a creep. And I'm not saying that he's not. I'm not sticking up for him completely, but again, we can't forget that he is on the spectrum, right? So he might not know what's appropriate, what's not appropriate, especially when he has somebody over here manipulating him. Christmas Swan, you hit the nail on the head. She has given manipulation a new name, and she really has. She's all about it. She's all about it, and it's sad. It's very, very sad and off-putting in my opinion, very, very off-putting. My PTSD says, oh, hell no. Nick was willing to do anything for her and covered her still at times. Yeah. I mean, it's awful the way that she treats these men. And I don't know, maybe they like it. Maybe guys don't like to be treated nice. I'm sorry. I know men say the same thing about us. So there you go. Touche. But honestly, do they like being treated like this? Because I mean, obviously, but then again, these are all different types of guys. I mean, she doesn't have a type per se, right? They've all been kind of different and eccentric in their own little ways. Christmas Swan said she's a devil girl. OMG, this woman, not girl, is playing everyone and media, Hollywood, whatever. Yes, including her, and her BS is making money on this crap. It's infuriating, Valley Gal. And, I agree. That is one of the biggest points of contention about what Gypsy is doing, but she's also taking the opportunity to blame everybody else, to defame and deflect from her own part of this and owning any bit of it. Even when she pretends like she's owning it, she has an excuse for it, right? She justifies it. It's very sick in my opinion, So yeah, and she likes to run her own little soap opera, right? She likes to tell her own little stories. And again, we all have different sides of the story. But no, she's not convincing me that this is something that she was just like, oh my gosh, I had no idea that this even existed. No, she had all these outfits. Oh, I just love to dress up since I was little. Bull crap. You were ordering specific outfits and you were doing that little girl thing, right? That is very in my opinion, predatory in nature, right? That's who you're attracting. You're not attracting a man who is going to love you and take you off into the sunset, right? When you do stuff like that. But something in my opinion tells me that that's not what you were looking for. You're lying. Because you were looking for someone who was willing to do anything for you, as my PTSD pointed out, right? And who would carry out such a heinous act on your own mother, in my opinion.
And then also post our relationship, he's went on to have another relationship, prison relationships. And where he
So what? You had prison relationships. Why are you faulting him for that? And it's none of your damn business. And how would you even know? You're not supposed to have contact with him, Gyp.
continues the same cycles.
Oh, really? Well, why don't you tell us about your kinky ass sex life? Because you got to tell me. Don't tell me that all of a sudden you have just this Puritan type of relationship. You wouldn't be involved with the type of men that you're involved with if that was the case, or if you have changed, right? I mean, Ryan Anderson is one of the biggest, creepiest people that I've ever seen, right? I mean, he is obsessed with Gypsy. Well, you liked the D when I was giving it to you, Gyp. Don't lie. I got text messages. You called me last week. And it's true. He's not lying, but he's obsessed with her, right? He's that weirdo that was a school teacher, by the way, that was writing her in prison when she still had the little girl act going on. Okay. So again, this guy's a weirdo. And not only that, he was all being weird with her the night that she got out of prison. Couldn't even let her acclimate herself to the outside world. And he was already, oh, come on, baby, let's get in bed. What the fudge? I don't think so. Nasty. Right? But she likes that kind of creepiness. She finds comfort in it.
Over and over again.
Okay.
Yeah, so stop lying on Nick, because again, I'm not going to allow for it.
Okay. Going to the crime. What I understand was a catalyst for you also was it your throat that was going to be?
It was going to be like biopsied, explored, and they were going to, have to do more things to my throat, but on my voice box this time.
Okay, so you were, so if you can take me to that, because it seems like that was an important moment for you.
Yes, like it was a moment where I was like, I already had throat surgery already. And it was a rough surgery. And so
Okay, so this is where Gypsy wants us to believe that she's the Little Mermaid and the evil sea witch Ursula is trying to take her voice and keep her from her prince. Oh God, Gypsy, are you tangled? Are you the mermaid? What are you?
the thought of going through another procedure that I'm like, well, this time you're gonna start messing with my voice.
Hey Meta, suggest a hotel nearby for tonight.
Hotel Julian is known for great beds.
I found myself at a time in my career where I knew I needed to finish my education. I chose.
And that's terrifying. I felt like, how much more are you going to take from me?
And so June 10th, 2015, if you can take me to that day or even the preceding day and walk me through it step by step, what you were thinking, what was going on for you.
So I knew that was the day. I had been texting with Nick. He said, you might want to start saying your goodbyes. And so I just remember my mom and I said, we're going to paint our nails, we're going to watch a movie. And I wanted to make it a good night. Like, I wanted to make it a night that I felt like I would remember her for the good. So she cooked dinner, she ate her dinner, I painted her nails, she painted my nails, picked out a movie, and laid down. She took a little longer to fall asleep, and then I fell asleep. Then I woke up shortly.
Wow, so she even knew. Look at her recalling this, guys. She's recalling the time that it took her to wait for her mother to fall asleep. What a freaking psychopath. I remember it took her a little longer to fall asleep. And she says it so calm and matter of fact and nonchalant. Yeah, I was waiting for her to fall asleep so I can let my boyfriend in so he can brutally take her life and maybe even R-word her.
5 minutes after she fell asleep. And I texted him that she fell asleep. And I said, the gloves are on the porch. And he's like, okay, I'm taking a cab over. And he didn't knock on the door. He texted me, he's like, I'm here. So I get up out of bed and I walk over, open the door. First thing he said when he comes to the door is, this bitch is dead. And I told him, like, be quiet, be quiet. And he's like, where's the knife? So.
Oh, okay. You know what? That's funny, Gypsy, because isn't that what you wrote that alerted everyone on Facebook that something was off and that they should go find your mother? God, this girl is absolutely evil. It's not enough that he did this for you, Gypsy, but now you're sitting there and you're taking your words and putting them in his mouth. It is absolutely horrible. And anybody that would ever give you the time of day or get into a relationship with you, or, I mean, heaven forbid, but it's already happened, have a baby with you. That is a brave soul.
I hand him the knife and he said, get your bleeping ass to the bathroom. So I go to the bathroom, I close the door, I lock the door behind me, and I just kind of get into the fetal position and I cover my ears. And that's that's what happened.
If and at any point you don't want to discuss this, we can move on. A few questions though that I have is, so going into that day, it sounds like over the last maybe you've known Nick now for what, 2 years, 3 years?
Yeah.
You have discussed murder previously with him.
Mm-hmm.
He's had fantasies of raping, murdering.
Mm-hmm.
How did you know? Why did you believe that it was actually going to happen on this day?
I honestly didn't think that he was going to go through with it until it actually happened. And then after it happened, there was a point where I didn't process what happened. He was walking around the house and talking at a normal voice tone. And I was like, shh, you're going to wake her up. Like there was a level of distance from the situation where like she was dead in the other room and I'm still thinking, I'm afraid she's going to wake up, see you in the house and, punish me in some type of way.
Did you go to see your mother?
No, I did not go in that room. Nick actually, anytime, because her room is like right here, my room was right here, and then there's the hall. And so he would block her room. So anytime I was walking in and out of my room, he would block the area, so I couldn't see.
Okay. Now, I know that you're aware of how severe the murder was, and I understand he used the knife that you provided him, and that the stabbing was so severe that it almost severed her head. Did he talk about the murder at all?
No.
There was no discussion?
No discussion of it. Not after the fact, no.
Okay.
Wow, cold-blooded. They're talking about her mother. He's reiterating the brutality of the offense, and she's sitting there with this fucking face on her. Utterly disgusting. They should have never let you out.
Okay. Did you, when in the bathroom, because I would imagine there was a tussle, there was a fight that ensued. Mm-hmm. Did you hear anything?
Yes.
You did.
Mm-hmm.
What can you say? What did you hear?
I heard screaming, and it was like horrible sound. It was a horrible sound. It was screaming. It was shock. I almost think I heard, "Who are you?" was asked.
Wow. And you have no type of emotion at all. None whatsoever, guys. This is what a monster looks like. Even though on the exterior, men have said it. I think Libra said it the other night that she's pretty. Oh boy. But this is what a monster looks like. This is the form that she takes, right? And even though the exterior might not, look it, right? She's got the Carol Brady or the, Audrey Hepburn going for herself. But deep down inside, she's an absolute monster.
And I am right, because according to some of the transcripts of Nick's testimony and other inmates that had talked to him, she had asked, "Who are you?" And he responded, "I am death."
They'll do anything to keep the optimum advantage to themselves.
You haven't seen the sun in days. So at this point, it'd be easier to just...
So I do know that was probably what I heard. And I remember her calling out for my name, and like I wanted to go and help her. Like I felt like I wanted to go and help her, but I was terrified at the same time. like my body was paralyzed. I couldn't move. And I just kept remembering, breathe. Remember to just breathe. And I kept telling myself in that mind, just breathe. And I was so focused on like trying to breathe and block it out. And I just remember one sharp scream and then nothing after that. And then I realized it was over. And then he came to the bathroom door and knocked for me to open up the door.
What did he say to you?
He didn't, I don't think, say anything. He had cut his finger. And so he wanted me to bandage him up. And he wanted me to be completely naked when I opened up the door. And so I was completely naked. And he wanted me to hug him. So there was this sort of embrace where I was in a state of shock that I couldn't believe what happened.
And he, now I better understand, knowing his previous desires and BDSM and what he had said to you previously. Now I understand why he said, when I come to the door, you should be naked. I understand that he then assaulted you.
Yes. That specifically was really difficult because prior to having the crime happen, he wanted to assault my mom. That was his fantasy. He wanted to assault my mom. I felt like that was too far. I was like, no, I will not, do it to me instead. And he said, fine, that's the price you have to pay then. If you don't want me to do that to your mom, you're going to have to let me do it to you. And I agreed. So come to that point, keep in mind, I was a virgin. Come to that point, I guess I agreed to something I didn't fully understand. And that's all I'll say about that.
Okay.
And what's even more horrible is I had to testify in court. And I'm going to be open and honest and say that I had to basically say he didn't rape me. Because he got me to agree to it. So even though I said stop, I said no, stop, you're hurting me. But because I previously agreed to it, now I'm confused.
Yeah, okay, so in my opinion, this doesn't hold any weight either. And Nick has disputed this claim and to this encounter, right? He has, and that doesn't surprise me, right? They could have differing stories. He said, she said, right? There's two sides to every story, and then there's the truth. I get it. But I don't believe this, right? And Gypsy, there's documentation of sorry guys. There's documentation to you agreeing to all of this, right? And there's no documentation of what happened in the privacy of your bedroom because obviously that was between you and Nick. But again, you're the one that's putting all of this on Front Street. But I think that it's because you know what was in the text messages, you know what was said, you're doing damage control, and it's because you like to manipulate the situation and pretend like it wasn't you're shifting the blame like you always do.
It's consensual.
This is, yeah, I thought consent is given and removed in a moment's notice.
I thought so too, but apparently not in the court's eyes.
Well, I will say too that the cab driver that drove you guys from Yellow Cab, She alleged that you were an absolute diva when she saw you, and you had acted like you were just the happiest little, person in the world. There's also footage of you, um, all around town wearing your long brown or black brunette wig around, right? And so it's very difficult to believe this, Gypsy. And you went with him, and then later on in that night, there's video that you guys took of you guys in bed after doing some more nasty deeds together, right? Doing the nasty, getting hanky panky on. And you're like, oh, here's some brownies. You're going to eat some brownies and then you're going to eat me. Freaking weirdo. So stop. Nobody believes you, Gypsy. You could say anything right now, right? But the proof is in the pudding. The proof is what you did that later that night. And no, just no, stop.
So because you had what verbally or in a text said that you were open to having sex, that gave him open consent.
Yep. And in the eyes of the court, they feel the same way too. Because I told the court, I said stop. And they said, did he rape you? And they have evidence that I agreed to it. So I said no.
All right, Gypsy. Well, here's the problem with that is that, again, they were all documented. Everybody knows what transpired, right? So you can't backtrack on that. And to blame the courts, what do you want the courts to do? Charge him with your RAPE? The guy's already serving life without parole. He's never going to see the light of day again, Gypsy. That's why nobody likes you, because you're an evil little gremlin.
Knowing full and well that he did.
Wow.
Right. And so he's got life, and you want it to be worse. Somebody that did this for you, and you got off pretty much scot-free. I mean, you got to stay in prison and drink your energy drink coffees and all the shit that you showed us when you got out. Right? Oh, here's how to make a prison burrito. Oh my God.
This is in what state was this? This is
Missouri.
This is in Missouri. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, that's a horrendous law there.
Mm-hmm.
And so after the assault, how do you feel in that moment? If you can go back.
It was also, you have to understand that there was this assault, and yes, there was the crime. But Nick had also claimed that he has multiple personalities. So during this whole time, he's switching back and forth between personalities.
Oh, interesting.
I don't know if you've ever seen the movie Split.
Yes, I have.
Okay, it was like that, where you can just change just like that. So the person that murdered my mother, his name is Victor, not Nick. Okay? Person who assaulted me is Victor, not Nick. So in my mind,
because there are tired dogs in your area, there are drivers in your area.
Free checking, no fee, no minimums, and direct deposits.
These are two completely different people. I'm not looking at the person that just assaulted me and Nick is being the same person. I'm thinking, okay, one means to hurt me, but also save me. And the other one is just, the Nick that I had been talking to for 2+ years.
I see it.
So I was compartmentalizing at the time.
Okay. And at the time, did you believe that he was multiple people in essence?
Yes.
Okay, you did. Okay.
I fully believed it. Like I said, I grew up with a mom that heard voices, saw things. So I was pretty gullible to just believe about anything.
Okay. Okay. Now I see. So then what do you two do at this point?
So we go back because he was staying at a hotel nearby. So we go back to the hotel. And I also had been self-medicating. I had developed a addiction to opiates. So I was taking 3 Xanaxes and Vicodins all together, and I was very, very high after the fact. Ordering pizza, giggling, laughing, not a care in the world.
Okay.
Oh, okay. So, Gypsy, that's not going to work on me either. I'm going to tell you, when I was taking medications for PTSD when I was diagnosed back in 2011, they medicated my ass to the gills. Okay. And if someone, excuse me, had violated me in the ways that you are alleging that Nick violated you, there's no amount of Xanax that would make you as giddy as you were, Miss Brownies. Gross.
And this is in the house?
No.
In the hotel?
In the hotel.
In the hotel?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
The next day.
And so you both left your mother's body in the house?
Yep.
Was there thoughts on we're going to cover this up, or the thought was there was no thought?
There was no thought.
It was just
live, and every step was not planned. It was literally after it happened, it was run to different state. Forget about it. It didn't exist.
Okay. So you went to the hotel.
And in my opinion, that's a bunch of bull crap too. Right? You sent yourself the murder weapon in the mail so it would arrive at your destination. Don't tell me that you didn't plan this out and continue to cover shit up, Gypsy. Quit lying. Even you outing yourself and saying the bee is dead on your social media, Facebook, so people would be alerted, is all calculated and planned. Golly.
Hotel, ordered pizza.
Mm-hmm.
You're just
chilling,
watching shows, having a good time. And so then 24 hours at a certain point you post or who post? So one of the two of you post. You post. Okay, and what do you post?
So we were already back in Wisconsin at this time. That's where he lived.
Okay.
And I logged into my mom's Facebook account because I did not like the idea of her just being there. I felt very unsettled, very uncomfortable with it. Like that level of remorse and just like, I want her found. She deserves a proper burial. So I want her found. So I log into her Facebook account and I think back to what he said when he came in the house. The bitch is dead. So that's what I put. My mom hardly ever cussed, especially around people. So that's what I put to seem alarming. So the authorities could go and find her, and then she could be given a burial.
What about, did you discuss that with Nick to post? Was that, or that was just you?
I'm pretty sure that was just me.
Okay. Did it draw the authorities?
It did.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Ultimately, the goal that I wanted to have her found happened.
Okay. So she's found by the police.
Mm-hmm.
All right. But then what happens to you and Nick?
They think that I was kidnapped. I was missing. So to the authorities, I was missing. Now also you have to understand that my brain was not functioning in a logical way because I went around the house before we left the scene, taking down all the pictures of me, thinking that I would not exist if there would just be no pictures of me around the house.
Okay.
Didn't make sense at all. So days go by, they think I'm missing. Then all of a sudden they track the IP address to his house.
From the post.
From the post.
That you made. Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Right. Because whoever posted that was aware of what happened.
Exactly.
Okay.
I was not aware of technology that smart at all. So they tracked the IP address, and then the next morning we wake up to the sound of a barking dog, which was actually the canine unit, and 2 police squads surrounding the house in armored vehicles.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
And I told him, I was like, what do I say? Like, what do I say? What do I do? And he said, you're going to tell the police that your mom kicked you out. That you were kicked out and your mom got mad at you, so you left, and I came to pick you up. And you don't know what happened. Okay? So I went down first. I surrendered first. Put me in a car. Then they asked me, once they had me in cuffs, does he have any weapons? Does, have any bombs or anything? And I'm like, no. So they got him to come down. And they take him into custody in a separate car. And they bring us to the police station in separate cars.
Okay. And then as you're headed to the police station, what are you thinking? Is it that you fooled them because you took the photos down? And
I was honestly terrified for Nick. I was terrified for him because at that point I didn't see how I can get in any trouble.
Oh, baloney. But whatever. Let's just say that's true. I don't think so, Gypsy. I think you were guilty as sin and you were worried about your own self-preservation. You didn't give a crap about Nick after he carried out what he needed to for you, in my opinion.
I'm like, I just had a conversation with him. In my mind, I was definitely downplaying my part.
Okay. You thought you get to the station, he would be in trouble.
And I told him, I was like, I had stole money out of my mom's safe. It was like $5,000, $4,000, $5,000. And with that money, I was like, I'm going to get you the best lawyer possible. We're talking like O.J. Simpson, amazing lawyer. Because I had no concept of money, and how much things cost. So, I'm still fully in love with Nick at this point.
Yes.
I don't want him to be in trouble. I want to get him out of there. And I'm not seeing the scope of how I'm in trouble too.
Okay. When do you then realize you're in trouble too?
About being charged with first-degree murder.
What goes through your mind when you hear that?
Terrified.
Because that holds with it, is it life or is that?
Life without parole.
Life without parole. Okay. So then you're
Right. And then we know how that works, right? We know that works. The first to squeal gets the deal.
immediately incarcerated.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And for what I understand is, and then you remain incarcerated until just a few years ago.
Yes.
Yeah. Walk me through the case, because you made it clear to tell me right there, I was still in love with Nick.
Mm-hmm.
At what point do you fall out of love with Nick? Is it during the case?
It was. I think, and I look back on this too, and I feel like it was, Nick had been the only one other than my mom that I was talking to for, 2+ years. So it was like the moment that I had any significant amount of time away from him, that's when I started to be able to think on my own and think about, is this relationship healthy? What is it that I love about him? Am I romanticizing the crime that we just committed as an act of saving me?
Hey, man, start filming.
I was the first one to ever join the military in my family. I knew that I wanted to go back to school and produce a
Or is there something more sinister before?
Okay. And then during that time, you're going through the court procedure.
Mm-hmm.
You're now off the opioids.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I know that you've reflected upon that murder
Mm-hmm.
multiple times. What's then your feeling towards your mother and what happened?
I was so upset with family and with the media because we're only allowed one legacy in this life. You know, when someone passes away, all they have left is their name. And I was feeling regret and remorse about allowing the media to be a villain. When the thing is,
Wait a minute. So you want us to believe that you had enough forethought and you had enough awareness to realize that your life is a legacy that you're leaving behind, but you didn't realize until you were charged that you were going to be at least an accessory to all of this? Come on now. Please spare me.
is what if she's not a villain, but rather just a very sick woman that needed help?
Okay.
So I started to feel a lot of guilt about that. And then upon getting to prison is when I started to feel the pain and the loss of, okay, I'm never going to see her again. I'm never going to be able to have this closure moment to ask, you know, why this, why that? Would she forgive me? There's no closure on either side.
Yeah. Now, there were court proceedings for you,
Mm-hmm.
but there's a trial,
There's a trial for him.
for Nick. Why is that the case?
Because I was offered a plea deal. So the prosecutor felt like there was enough mitigating evidence to offer me a plea deal to 10 years in the Department of Corrections. Take it or leave it. So I took it.
Okay. Now, I know that there was, this is right around the time when you hit my level of awareness, my radar, because this case, or should I say, this moment was all over the news. Mm-hmm. It was everywhere. It was headline news. Mm-hmm. And I recall there being two schools of thought around that plea deal for you. Or should I say three schools of thought. Mm-hmm. One was, okay, that sounds about right. Mm-hmm. Another was, no way. Mm-hmm. She deserves life in sentence or worse, or a life in prison or worse. Mm-hmm. And another is, no, she should get off entirely, completely. Mm-hmm. When you reflect on a 10-year plea deal for your participation in murdering your mother, do you believe that was the correct sentence?
No.
You don't?
I feel like if I would have spent the rest of my life in prison, that would have been fair for the crime that was committed.
Oh my goodness. So then you feel as if Nick was given the right sentence?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't feel like he should have be free. But I do feel like he does need a lot of mental health therapy that needs to be done with him. And prison does not rehabilitate you to the best of their ability in the mental health space. They just don't. But yeah, if that would have been the outcome, that would have been fair for the crime that was committed. Now, do I also understand where the prosecution was coming from by offering me mercy? I do.
Okay.
So I'm appreciative for the second chance that I've been given, but I understand where people are coming from with feeling like the sentence didn't match the crime.
Okay. Okay. Wow. That's profound. For you to say that. Very profound. Were you aware of the media attention that this story got around the world, but namely in the United States?
Not to the degree that it was. You hear little bits from other inmates and what their families tell them, but there is not a lot, especially in jail. You're not even allowed to read your own articles. If they make a story and you're in it, they take it out, they rip it out.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
So all of the papers had like these little cutouts and holes and everything because obviously it was such a big case, but I couldn't read any of it and I couldn't watch any of it. Anytime it would come on the news, the guards would turn off the TV. So I was so kept from it.
That's interesting. So you only knew through other inmates, through the family and friends of the other inmates.
They would talk to, yeah.
They would talk to, and then they would tell you.
Yeah.
And what were you hearing? What were they telling you?
I mean, a range of different things like, man, your case is really big. Like, everybody's talking about it. But other than that, that's it. And then I went to prison. And then obviously when The Act came out, Hulu's The Act, that kind of blew up like that.
When you list on apartments.com, renters will start coming out of the woodwork.
Wow. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Merlin just ignores me.
Well, was insane from just being just a case to now.
Okay. Did you, well, while in prison, did you see The Act?
I did not. No, I heard about it because I was getting lots of fan mail and talking about it. And they would ask me questions and I didn't know what they were referring to because they had they had a lot of tweaks and changes that never happened in my real life. So the things that they were referencing happened in the show.
Okay.
And I'm like, what are you talking about?
Okay. But now, hold on, Gypsy. You said you received a lot of fan mail.
Okay, she got a lot of fan mail from a lot of male suitors, right? That's the truth. But the Act did exaggerate some circumstances, but many of the events that they portrayed in the Act were actually true, right? And so for her to be like, oh no, that wasn't true. Okay, maybe you didn't have a fucking guinea pig named Boo Boo, right? But everything else was a pretty accurate portrayal. There may have been little nuances in there, but sit there and say that it didn't act your life or your circumstances, but you didn't watch it, I don't know about that. Or you didn't know what people were talking about. I'm going to call bullshit on that one too.
What was the first fan mail that you received, and how did you feel knowing that you received fan mail?
So before The Act came out, the first documentary was HBO's Mommy Dead and Dearest, directed by Aaron Lee Carr. And after that documentary, I was receiving a lot of mail, and it was supportive mail. I really don't like saying fan mail, but it was a lot of supportive mail from people all around the world that watched this documentary. And my story resonated with them for some reason. And
I'm curious, in that Gypsy, what
telling me about their lives, a lot of them were very open to opening up about their own traumas.
Okay.
They felt like they could relate in some way or another. And it was where I didn't feel so alone. Like, I started to realize that there was a lot more people out there that goes through some really hard stuff in their life.
Okay.
And I was able to form friendships with these pen pals over time.
All right, that's interesting. It's interesting. So prison, though, is much different than your previous, living situation.
Very much.
How did you adjust to prison, to living there?
I adjusted quite well, I feel. It was more freedom than I had ever had in my life. And it's crazy when people hear that from me, but it's the truth. In prison, I was able to, find myself in a controlled environment, but as I was able to make friends. Making friends is not easy, especially as an adult, but I was able to make choices for myself, discover who I am, discover what kind of music I like.
Prison isn't the place where you meet friends, Gypsy. Again, this girl's reality is completely twisted and skewed out of control, right? Like she's like, oh, I just made all these friends. It's hard to make friends as an adult. No, it's hard to make friends in prison because those people are hardened criminals like yourself, in my opinion.
Run around, go to the gym, go to school. I got my GED while I was in prison.
So, I want to say this delicately, but I'll just say it is that. So initially, did you enjoy your time?
I won't say that it's enjoy. I will say it's live in a new way.
Okay, so you enjoyed living.
It was
in a new way.
enjoyment.
Wait a minute. You want us to believe that you were imprisoned by your mother, but prison was better than being imprisoned in your own house where you were rebelling and doing your own thing anyway. You were still talking with guys and stuff like that. These prisons out there, guys, I think we need some prison reform because these people have it way too easy and they learn nothing.
In a new way. Because, there was enjoyment, but at the same time, the sacrifice is the time that I missed from my family that wanted a relationship with me. That's 8.5 years of me watching my sister grow up, go to prom, my brother get married, all these life moments that now I cannot join with them in, that I'm having to watch from afar. That is the punishment.
Okay.
Prison itself, I had a routine, I had a job. I didn't so much mind living there. If I had no family to go home to, prison probably wouldn't have been the worst thing in the world.
Interesting. Yeah, and I also thinking that you didn't have any friends.
Mm-hmm.
So your entire life, you haven't had any friends. You don't know how to.
That's not true. That is not true at all. She had cousins and she had parties with her cousins, right? She detailed that already. She had friends in the neighborhood. She told the officer, again, I'll reiterate, that she had friends. Stop with this narrative that she didn't have any friends. She did. She had plenty of people handing her plenty of things that she did not deserve, in my opinion. And maybe they weren't friends to her because she was using them. Ever think of that? Or are we just going to say Gyp is so perfect and she's just so innocent? Oh, that poor dear. Nah, I ain't buying it.
Navigate that. You haven't had experiences of people, being your friend for ulterior reasons or not.
Exactly.
So how did you navigate that in prison?
I'm still navigating that to this day.
Okay.
But I will say I was blessed to have 2 really good friends that I'm still friends with to this day.
Wow.
They are both currently still locked up. But there was never a time where I felt taken advantage of by them. And for me, that's big.
Now, I also know.
Christmas one, she does have a sister, her sister Mia, and then she also has a brother. So yeah, she does. She has a sister, and she is ultra jealous of her sister because of the dad's relationship with her and that she had, Rod growing up and everything, which is understandable to a certain extent. but the level of jealousy makes me fear for Mia, and especially because Mia just recently got engaged, and here Gypsy is an unwed mother to Ken's baby, and there's been allegations that Ken is bi, or perhaps using Gypsy as a front for her money. So yeah, she's absolutely jealous of her sister, and she's even gone to the extent when her sister was having a special day when her fiance was proposing to her. They were meeting at some sort of a park, and he was planning on proposing. Everybody knew except for Mia, of course, and that's usually how it works. But they were all there and everything, and Gypsy wore an off color. And to some people, that might seem very subtle, or that might seem like, oh, that's not a big deal. But if we look at the grand scheme of things, and it's actually like a big fu, right, to her sister. Her sister's big day, right? Be happy for her. If you're not happy with Ken and his performance as a boyfriend or a baby daddy, then I mean, there's plenty of guys that have proposed to you, Gypsy. I mean, come on now. You've gotten more proposals than anybody I know. You've got more men chasing you than anyone I know. I mean, shit, let's be honest.
In prison is where you met your previous husband.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, here we go. Okay, this is Ryan Anderson time, right? I'm going to backtrack. That D is not fire anymore.
So let's talk about that.
Oh God. Oh God.
You fucking love it. You love it, Gypsy. You love it because it gets you attention. You don't give a flying F if it's negative or positive attention. Gosh, this is so dishonest.
First, how do you meet and marry someone while being in prison? How do you do that?
Well, I had received a letter from a man that's local, like a Louisiana-born native. So I was like, oh, it's someone, from my neck of the woods, a Louisiana Cajun boy.
Yes.
So I wrote back, and he seemed very sweet, and we made friends. It's not like we got into a relationship right out the gate, but
right, because you had to groom him, right, Gypsy? You had to make sure that he was pliable, right? You had to make sure that this Louisiana boy, right? Because you were like, oh, thank God, I got to get it paroled to someone. I don't want to get paroled to my dad and Christy. So I'm gonna have to find me someone that lives in the area where I want to be at. And you totally used Ryan. Absolutely use that man. And I think Ryan's a creeper. I don't like him. But you did use him, right? And you wanted to make sure that you could manipulate him. So of course you took the time to do that, because you're a very cold and calculated person, in my opinion.
he made me laugh. And that was something that is needed.
Did he send you money by any chance? Was it just because he was a funny guy, right? He has a good sense of humor, so he made you giggle a little bit. He was able to tickle you a little bit. Aha, you're cute, Ryan. Or was it the fact that he was sending you money and putting money on your books for you, right? And when you were lonely, he was there to talk to you when no one else would. Come on, Gypsy.
Sometimes in prison.
Okay.
Sometimes you just need someone to make you laugh.
Okay, all right, I see it.
Sometimes you need commissary so you could buy ramen noodles, and sometimes you need commissary so you can get Big Bertha off your butt.
I see it. So now,
I mean, it's just ridiculous.
how many men were writing you supportive letters?
Oh, this guy is smarter than he lets on, right? He's asking all the right questions. He's doing a great interview. But it's hilarious to me that he put that in air quotes twice, right? He's like, so how many guys were quote unquote supporting you, right? How many guys were putting money on your books, Gypsy? Were the funds overflowing? Because I bet you they were. Right? I mean, come on. Supporting her. Bah.
That I wrote back to or no?
Or no, not that you wrote back to. I'm just curious, what was the incoming like?
How many men did you take advantage of, Gyp? How many of them creepy men who like a woman who acts like a child did you take money from? That's what he's asking you. Quote unquote, support you. How many did I write back? No, how many did you take money from? He's asking you. How many proposals did you get? How many men were itching to talk to you, Gyp? Just answer the friggin' question. Don't dance around it.
The incoming, I was getting a mixed, I would get hundreds of
letters. How many of them were male suitors?
But I didn't
what
write
time
back to
period?
everyone.
Hundreds.
And I mean, I would say in the months after a documentary or the act came out. And it got to be where the prison no longer had physical mail. They have tablets now with its own email system.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So the emails would come in through that certain system. And it was hundreds, over the course of the next few months after the act came out. I mean, that's exactly how I met my current boyfriend. I mean, I met my current boyfriend before I met my ex-husband.
Did you?
Oh my gosh, you're so cute. Look at you, you little possum, you. Oh, look at you. You met him first? Oh, no shit, you don't say. Huh?
Yes. So my current boyfriend, his name is Kim.
Okay.
He wrote me after watching Mommy Dead and Dearest.
Okay.
It was a supportive letter, not on any kind of romantic level. He gave me his work schedule. I gave him a call. Within 5 minutes of talking on the phone, I felt like we had known each other our whole lives, besties.
Really? But all right, Gyp, you have to help me on this. Because dating, this is a spot, an area that I know, but I don't know about prison dating.
Yeah.
All right, so he sends you a letter.
Mm-hmm.
In the letter, he includes his schedule.
Yeah, like work times. This is my phone number. This is when I work.
So he's already then approaching you in a romantic way.
No. I mean, that's just calls or calls. I mean, it's not like you can, do very much, but like.
All right. Calls are calls. It's not like you could do very much. Well, people have long distance relationships all the time, Gyp. And there's certain things that you can do. So stop playing like you have no idea about any of that. You had a long distance relationship with Nick, didn't you? I mean, come on. You're not fooling anybody, Gypsy, right? And yes, if a man is willing to give you his work schedule and say, call me when I'm free, he's not coming to you because he wants to bake you cookies and bring them to you. Okay? No, he's not doing that. He's got some weird kind of sick, twisted idea of a relationship, going after you and writing you after HBO's Mommy, Dead, and Dearest.
Calls is how you talk to people, get to know people.
And at any point, did you have any bit of self-awareness that lets you know that these guys are got to be something wrong with them that they would want to start a relationship with a woman in your circumstances?
So you're getting hundreds of supportive mail and email. But how many of those are people that you believe are trying to actively engage in a romantic relationship with you?
I mean, I would say about like 60% of them.
Whatever. A man doesn't try to get... No. Sorry, Gypsy. That little innocent act is not going to work, especially after you told us how many creepers contacted you when you weren't in prison. I mean, it's 10 times more deranged, in my opinion.
I have my own thoughts on that.
Yes. Please, because I know that is a fetish.
Okay, I have my thoughts.
Okay.
My thought is that I didn't get a chance to watch the documentary until I was already out of prison. So upon watching the documentary, from what I kind of gather is, watching my story and then kind of watching where I was at that time, I feel like men instinctually want to protect. And then so a chronic flirt. So I can see how it could kind of go that route too. So that's my thoughts.
Okay. Okay. All right. What was in the early time in prison? What do you believe your self-esteem levels were?
Very low.
Very low.
Very low.
Okay. All right. So it must have been a thrill then to get this supportive male, because
of course.
It's validation. It's
Of course.
external validation.
Absolutely.
Right.
Mhm.
That I can also see it's very hard then to discern who to respond to.
Mm-hmm.
So you have a ongoing relationship or messaging back and forth with Ken,
Mhm.
but then also, so then how does Ryan come into play?
Ryan, okay, so Ken and I dated, and my parents, you know, he got to meet my parents. We got engaged. After 2 years, we got engaged.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
It made E-News. It was all over the news. It was all over every media tabloid. And he left me.
Ken did.
Yeah, he dumped me. In October, it was the day after his birthday. Same year we got engaged. He left me and broke my heart. When I tell you, we still sometimes have arguments about him, I say abandoning.
Wow. So she's obviously, this wasn't directly asked, but now she's going to try to convince us and over explain about the, chopping up of the blanket situation and raging out on Ken, right? Because that was the crux of the situation, was that he likes blonde girls, right? And she will never let him live it down that he left her while she was in prison. But you got to understand it from his standpoint as well. I mean, that was the smartest move that he ever made, in my opinion, right? And I'm sure Dr. Phil told him to do it. That's what I've heard, allegedly. But also, I'm sure his mother, if she cares at all about him, his sister probably said the same thing. His best bud, if they're any kind of friends or family to him, they would have said, Ken, I don't know what the hell you're doing with your life, but you need to reevaluate. And he obviously did. But then again, when she becomes famous, that's when he comes back and, as she puts it, starts sniffing around. He's sniffing around again. Christmas Swan says, how does her siblings feel about all of this, taking her mom's life? Well, I think they have no choice but to deal with it, because in my opinion, everybody likes the money, right? They love having that popularity and the money and the notoriety. And as bad as it sounds, they're all riding the gypsy train, right? They're all happy to jump aboard this crazy mess because they're going to monetize off of it, right? Nobody would know who they are if it wasn't for this. So again, please go sign that petition to strengthen the Son of Sam laws and to get them updated. Dang, I suddenly was in some other YouTube video, thought it was a commercial, but nope. I'm glad you're back, my PTSD.
Because that, prison was the time that I needed someone. I needed support. I needed someone to ride or die with me through the thick and the thin of it, And I felt like he was going to be that one. And for him to turn off all emotion and not answer my calls and then go on to get into another relationship. He got with another girl literally 2 months after leaving me. Wow. And went on to have a 4.5-year relationship with that woman. And so also 2020 was the year of COVID. So Ryan wrote me during COVID after watching the documentary. And unfortunately, his was a lot different than Ken's, though.
Okay.
Ken, a friend of his named Diane, had watched my documentary first and was like, hey, you got to watch this documentary. It's so good. And they watched it together. Whereas Ryan watched it, then was at work having a conversation with a coworker the coworker said, "Hey, I've been watching a lot of thing about Tiger King." Um, and then Ryan would write Tiger King, I'll write Gypsy Rose Blanchard. And then it was on a dare. Okay? And at the time I was like, okay, it's whatever. It's whatever. So 2020 was a very lonely year for me. And he made me laugh, and there were many times that I felt like I was not physically attracted to him. But I was getting emotional comfort. So much so that, you know, when he was like, I want to get married, like, there were several times I told him, I'm like, I just think of you like a brother, or like, I think of you like a cuddle buddy, you know? But he was always just, has to be romantic, has to be romantic, has to be romantic.
Oh my God. And I bet you he was playing R&B music. Oh, hell. Okay, Gypsy. So you married a guy that you look to as a brother. That is some sick shit that you're admitting to right there, if it's true. But I have to side with Ryan, as creepy as he is. I don't believe that for a second. I think that you absolutely took advantage of the situation. And if you didn't have any other options, you'd still be with Ryan, because Ryan worships the ground you walk on, and would do anything to have you back. He's shameless. It's quite pathetic, in my opinion, especially given the fact that you're such an evil person, and don't deserve somebody's adoration, in my opinion, at the level that he gives it to you. I mean, he's absolutely let you embarrass the F out of him, and will still shamelessly beg for your affection. It's really a sight to see.
And then later, you know, the prison emails between us back and forth were released to the public.
Oh my goodness.
And people could see how he was so aggressive at wanting the relationship or nothing. And so essentially, I married him for the wrong reasons.
Hey, Gypsy, self-respect. That's called when you know that you're worthy of being treated like a human being, that you're worthy of love and affection from the person that is supposedly supposed to be your boyfriend or your girlfriend. That's called self-respect. That's about setting boundaries and saying, hey, I'm not okay with you talking to a billion guys. It's either we're in a relationship or we're not. But you wanted to have your cake and eat it too, sweetheart, and you just can't have it both ways again, Gypsy. Your reality is so screwed up, girlfriend.
It was like, I felt like I settled. I felt like if I couldn't have Ken, I didn't want to die alone. And I wanted to at least prove to myself that I could maybe move past my heartbreak with Ken and go on to marry someone and be okay with just that. And I wasn't. We were married for like a year and a half.
And even the marriage, so the marriage, the actual wedding ceremony, it must have taken place in prison.
It did, in the visitation room by the bathroom.
Oh, okay, romantic.
Yeah, so romantic.
Yes, and who then attends your wedding?
The only person that attended was my friend, the OG friend, and my parents couldn't come, I think, because like the COVID stuff was still going on, so there was so much limiting how much interaction, how many people could come visit at one time, I think. So it was just my friend, and that's it.
So I have to ask this too: is by this time you had served how many years in prison?
7.5.
Okay, 7.5. Okay, you.
Oh my gosh, he's saying Shameless by Garth Brooks. Are you kidding me? Man, these people really need to get with the program. Look, when you just first meet somebody, it is completely toxic to do shit like that. And, you know, honestly, yeah, that's a huge red flag. Huge red flag to be like that into somebody and that quick to jump into a situation. It shows desperation. It shows that you're not willing to build on a proper relationship. And wow, you know, it's not surprising, even though Ryan would be like, "Oh, I didn't see any of this coming," and it's like, "Well, Ryan, what do you expect, dude? You sit there and say you're shameless. Oh yeah, treat me like crap as much as you want. Go right ahead, do what you want. Treat me as bad as you want. No, no." And again, oh man, whoo, wow, my PTSD. That's wild. I didn't know that.
It served 7.5 years, and you felt as if you had only a few more years left, because you didn't know if you'd be released early,
Right.
or not.
I had my parole hearing in December of 2021.
Okay.
And so I knew when I would be going home. I knew my release date.
Wow.
At that point.
So you knew you were within.
Mm-hmm.
So
Why do it?
do it.
Okay, well, because I was not
Honestly, my PTSD, why would you want a man to be that way? Like, that's what I don't understand. She says it's in my head now. Understand why you want a man to be that way, or a woman for that matter, right? Don't you want somebody who is confident, who is, who knows their worth, right? Who is self-aware enough to realize that they are worthy of love, and, that true kind, not just like, oh, make a fool of me, it's okay. No, hell no, it's not okay. Don't you dare. You know what I'm saying? But, we're dealing with this one over here. And, Ryan is another breed of person, if I might say so myself.
Rolling to the state of Missouri. I was paroling to the state of Louisiana. I had to enter into something called an interstate compact.
Okay.
So what that means is you can parole to a spouse or a family member, but you cannot parole to a boyfriend. So I could have paroled to my family. I had that option. Before I met Ryan, that was my plan. And then I met Ryan, and then, of course, I wanted to live with my boyfriend who had been waiting a few years for me. So, I struggled with, do I go live with my family, or do I go live with a partner that has been waiting for me?
Okay, and I just want to say too, for those of you who know, Ken is from Texas, right? So Ken was living in Texas, this whole time and everything, and then traveling to Louisiana to see Gypsy. So how is that going to work out if they were getting married, right? But then she blames Ken to this day for leaving her, but that is the only logical thing to do, right? In his position, because even if they got married, she couldn't be paroled to him. She was getting paroled to the state of Louisiana only. So she would have had to go live with her parents. And again, for any right-minded individual who has any type of self-respect or boundaries in place and says, that's not going to work. You can't force a square peg into a round peg into a square hole, right? You're just forcing it. And that's what she wants to do. Gypsy just forces everything. It doesn't even matter. Nothing is genuine with her. It's all fake and phony.
And so that was the benefit of why then.
Okay, I see it.
Yeah.
I see it. So what in the world, how do you two break up?
Well, I get released. And I go home with him. We had an apartment in Lake Charles, and I'm not going to say that I was unhappy. I was not unhappy. We had taken a trip to New York, because we were filming a reality TV show, essentially.
Essentially, or you were?
We were. It started a few days before I got out. The Gypsy Rose Life After Lockup series. And so we are navigating, filming this show about my life, present day. And so that adds such an element of stress to it. I mean, it was a wonderful show. I'm appreciative for the, opportunity to go ahead and do it. But it was a level of stress too, because it's cameras all in your face. I mean, the very first night that I got out, there's cameras in the bedroom with me and Ryan.
Wow.
And it's out because it's like my eyes were even trying to adjust color because in prison, everything is so beige, so, gray. It's colorless pretty much. And out in the real world, there's so many vibrant colors. So, like, I'm adjusting to seeing colors. And the last thing I want to do is be on a camera while my husband is trying to get groovy. Like,
Right.
this is not what I want to be doing right now.
Right. But this is what's happening.
This is what's happening.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. So what then happens? I mean,
the cameras left, so they didn't get any sort of intimate anything. We consummated our marriage that night upon release.
Ew. And she's always talking about mating the marriage. It's so disgusting, guys. I don't know how many of you guys watched Life After Lockup. I couldn't help my damn self. Let me tell you, the minute it came out, I was watching it. You know what I'm saying? It's like a train wreck. It's like, but again, yeah, it was awkward. The minute that she got into Ryan's vehicle, there were cameras on her. She's not lying about that part. And they were filming them leaving the prison, right? The correctional center for women, or whatever you want to call it, in Chillicothe, Missouri. Chillicothe Correctional, I think it's called, if I'm not mistaken. Either way, he's touching on her and being like, oh, hey, baby, and she's like, she's like, oh, God, and he didn't take the cues. He's not reading the room, right? Like, if you are in a relationship with someone and you've talked to them for so long, you do build a comfortability. And of course, there were visits. There's pictures of them that were taken at the prison and everything when he'd come to visit. But the way that she acted the minute that she got in the car with him, and the way that he acted, it was like, Peppy lip smothering the other little skunk, right? It was highly disturbing. Then they get to the hotel room and he's like, oh, you want to consummate our marriage? Like, oh God, it's fucking disgusting. It's so cringy, but I watched it. Yes, I did. Guilty pleasure. I watched it.
There was like this whole thing called the D fire, and it was, I feel terrible for even saying this, but, Ryan was like, please, whatever you do, don't embarrass me. Don't embarrass me. So I was like, I got you. Don't worry. No matter what it's like, I got you.
So this is your commentary on your first night together.
Yeah.
Sexually.
Yeah.
And you said that.
I'm not gonna say it was terrible. Now I've had better, but
okay. So relatively speaking, it was
mid.
It was mid. It was mid, as the kids say.
Ew, Gypsy. That's disgusting, right? I've had better now. Well, I would hope so. You had a whole human being with the Ken, right? But she just always has to be so freaking nasty about shit. Oh God, Gyp, you are cringy.
Yeah. So now I have to ask this: was that you were how old at the point?
32.
You're 30.
32.
What's interesting is in your teens, I could see that you were trying to, go through puberty,
Mm-hmm.
like so many of us. You want to have a romantic relationship, right? You want to explore sex.
Mm-hmm.
You attempted, were unsuccessful
Mm-hmm.
at consensual sex.
Mm-hmm.
Was that your first time having
That's not true, in my opinion.
consensual sex?
No matter what Gypsy tells you, that's not true, right? She already said that she was doing sexting and internet back and forth, right? And then also, I do believe that her mother was allowing for her to meet guys. I do. I believe that with everything in me. I can't, especially with everything that's come out.
Yes.
At 32.
Yes.
So that
Yes, I'm completely innocent. I've never had sex, never even about it. Bull crap. Oh.
experience. What is that for you?
It's hard because I wasn't comfortable in my own skin and comfortable. I mean, I hadn't had a lot of therapy, like one-on-one.
Well, I'm going to tell you, you looked pretty comfortable in those videos. You looked absolutely comfortable. You looked like you were in control of everything, and you looked down pat. So how did you get to that point, Gypsy? Because that doesn't happen overnight. That happens with experience, in my opinion. And I'm a 43-year-old woman. I would know.
Therapy to work on the trauma that I had experienced. So, you know, unfortunately, and I told Ryan this too. I'm like, I'm really sorry, but I just, I feel like I have not gotten to a point where I could enjoy myself.
Yeah.
Because I'm too busy thinking about the past.
Yes.
And I'm just not there yet.
No, I don't think it's Gypsy. I think that it was because you weren't attracted to Ryan in the slightest. The minute you got in the car, it's obvious that you just wanted to be paroled to him, so you didn't have to live under your parents' roof, and you didn't have to worry about, abiding by what they wanted or were asking of you. So you found this poor, gullible schmuck who fell for you hook, line, and sinker. I don't know why. And again, he continued to let you treat him like dog shit. And he still would. If you, given the chance, he would do it to this day. He would allow that, right? He's shameless.
Yeah. And this makes sense, to me, knowing that you were, your ex, we'll call him your ex, that he's going to do life in prison, knowing that your mother is no longer here, and you played a role in her no longer being here. How do you feel leaving prison early?
Leaving prison early, I mean, I'm going to be honest, I couldn't think of anything other than my own happiness at the time.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah. And can we acknowledge that you are a public figure? You are a celebrity. Okay, you're a public. I'll go. You are well known.
Really, Gypsy? You hate that word? You hate that depiction? You hate that that people think that about you? You were a local celebrity. Everybody in Springfield knew who you were. Everybody knew who you were. You're your mommy's best friend. You're her little muffin, swishy, smushy, mushy, mushy, Oh, we're just the sweetest little precious Gypsy. She's so sick. She's never going to make it. Even though you were how old? Come on, stop. Again, it's all a bunch of BS. It is all a bunch of BS.
You are well recognized. Perhaps having one of the most recognizable childhoods of any, American. How do you deal with the attention?
Hey, Gypsy. Quick question. Because I know duping this guy, and it's not fair to him, right? And it's making me angry for him. And I'm sure that's being conveyed because I've kind of gotten harder and harder on you. I did a couple of this in the beginning, but this is getting ridiculous. How was it for you when you were a local celebrity? You were okay with that, right? Because people were showering you with money. They were showering you with gifts. They were showering you with trips. They would, accommodate you and pity you and feel sorry for you. So what's the difference? Just because you have a large amount of people that are calling you out because the evidence finally came out because they let you out of prison. So, now it's time, it's game on. There's no double jeopardy, right? Come on now.
Right when you get out. Because one thing that I was quite shocked at was how many people came to your support. It felt like, if you look at your social media, for example, you were very quickly following millions of people. I mean, how does that feel?
I was not expecting it, and I was not ready for it. When family and friends said, we're going to need to protect our girl because she doesn't know what she's coming out to, I was expecting hate. I was expecting, I was going to be hated like Casey Anthony is hated. But it was the opposite. Like you said, I gained millions of followers, which my brain couldn't even wrap my head around what 9 million followers on TikTok and 9 million followers on Instagram even is. And then going just to Walmart, going to the grocery store, going to a mall, having people run up to you and want to take a selfie with you and things like this. None of that I was prepared for. So yes, it was flattering, but at the same time, I also had people that I have weird reactions to, because it's like some people are like, I would have did exactly what you did. And I'm just like, please don't. I'm not trying to be out here advocating for murder. This is not how you become famous.
Yeah, but definitely reaping the benefits of being famous for committing murder. If you were really that worried about it, you would say that to the world and you'd be like, hey guys, this is not glamorous. I'm going to go ahead and live my life in private, right? You don't do a Lifetime documentary. I mean, wow, this is just so crazy.
This is the result of what happens when tragedy meets tragedy meets tragedy again and again and again, and the system fails and people get hurt. There's so many more stories.
No, the system didn't fail you, Jay. The system came to your rescue and you failed to tell them because you knew you were running a game in a scam too. Quit lying. Quit blaming everyone else. Take accountability. Take responsibility. This is why people can't stand you. And again, I don't hate anyone, but this is what is infuriating to most people, because it's a whole load of crap. And you refuse to take any type of responsibility in the role, and you were even let out early,
that of childhood abuse that don't get talked about. But the only ones that we want to recognize are the ones that a Lifetime series and a Netflix show, an HBO show, and worldwide attention is thrust upon. Why not take some of that spotlight and give it to all the victims? Because I'm not the face of Munchausen by proxy. I never wanted to be, never claimed to be. This is my life. All made me this. I didn't.
Yeah, that's not true, Gypsy, because the first thing you did when you got out of prison was tell everybody that you were going to advocate for victims of Munchausen by proxy. And you never did that. Instead, you just reaped the benefits of everything you're saying is just so horrible.
Yeah. Powerful. It's powerful. I can see that in particular, that this is an area that now it's interesting. It's been given to you. Mm-hmm. You didn't ask for this, but this platform, if you will, has been handed to you. Mm-hmm. And I can see that you acknowledge.
She didn't ask for it, but she certainly did agree to it, and she certainly went forward with it and reaped the benefits. I just can't with that.
Acknowledge that. Mm-hmm. So coming out of then prison, you have this attention, mm-hmm. but you're still married. Mm-hmm. Then you have the television show, mm-hmm. right? I'm also curious though about how you begin to adjust to life, because from what I understand, this is your first time now mm-hmm. living life in your 30s.
Yeah.
It's your first time walking down a street mm-hmm. without having your mom.
Yeah, or a prison guard.
Or a prison guard.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is your first time, turning on a television.
Mm-hmm.
But wait a minute. It's not, though, because she snuck out of the house and went to go see Dan at the hospital. So it's not her first time doing any of that. I mean, yeah, she might have had, some fear and had to, worry about her mom coming and finding her and stuff like that. But I mean, no, this isn't the first time. Don't forget that she used all of these trips, and she went on all of these trips. She was on a friggin' boat. Oh, look, I'm on the high sea, me and my mom. Come on now. She lived a very good life because, again, she was going on all of these trips. And I'm not saying that the medical procedures and things that her mom was doing to make her appear to be sick or to make her sick was right. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is don't play it off like this is the first time she's ever breathed a breath of fresh air. It's not. She was absolutely doing everything she wanted to do and then some.
Just be like, I want to watch this show, you know?
Yeah, and you were taking that away from the people that deserve to have it, Gypsy. Look at that little duper's delight, boy. She loves being in the situation where somebody's going to be a yes man to her, you know, and no offense to the interviewer. I appreciate you. Sub up to We Need to Talk podcast.
First time interacting with people. You know, what was that like?
It wasn't her first time interacting with people. She was a local celebrity in Springfield, Missouri. Everybody knew her. People would come to her and say, oh, look at our little precious Gypsy. Oh, she's so sweet. Stop that right now. Stop rewriting history. That's not how it went. I know. I lived in the area. I'm very well aware.
It felt so freeing, and everything was trial and error.
Okay.
Everything.
Okay.
You know, learning how to cook, learning how to do this, and learning how to do that. Like, at the time I got out, I didn't know how to drive. Like, I didn't have a driver's license. I never drove a car before. So this is all stuff. I felt like I was learning how to be going through a teen year, a 20s, and now landing in 30s and supposed to be exactly where I'm supposed to be. And people watched me go through many different fails, many different challenges. People have often said, like, tell me to act my age. I tell them, can you give me the 23 years that I was with my mom or the 8.5 years I was in prison and got to miss out on all this?
Wait a minute, but you're saying that your mom kept you young and you hated it so much that you took her life. And now you're saying that you want people to leave you alone and let you be a Disney princess when you're 4 years old? Yeah, right.
So please do give me another 32 to catch up.
So please do make up your mind. Did you like it or didn't you? Because something tells me that there's something wrong with you in your cabeza up here, that you like, acting like a little child. You love it. Right? You want to go watch. You and Ken were talking about going and watching Disney movies, man. Grow up, Gyp. Grow up. Take accountability. You know, either you killed your mom because you didn't like the way she was treating you and making you pretend like you're 15 when you're really 19, or you didn't. You liked it or you didn't. There's no way. You can't have it both ways. Stop manipulating. This is the face of manipulation. Oh.
Okay.
You know?
Yes.
No, we don't know.
I'm making decisions on my own and trying to figure out what's right. And I'm doing it in front of the world.
Yes. Yes. So you feel the pressure.
Yes. Blame me all you want of making stupid life decisions that a teen would make,
But you feel like that there's
nothing that I have done that would feel like someone could justify saying that I'm a bad person. Not in that way.
But yet, do you hear that? You hear those statements?
Oh yeah, I hear those statements all the time.
And I mean, what are they? What are those statements, and who's saying them?
I mean, it's just mostly online trolls.
Okay.
They might be usernames 7, 8, 9, 10. But you don't know if it's bots or if it's people with actual opinions. But opinions, everybody has one. And all that I have done in my life, since out of prison, is learn who I am. And like I say, I'm not perfect, but whatever it is, whether it be I had my daughter out of wedlock, I divorced my ex-husband, they throw that in my face like...
You used your ex-husband and you cheated on him openly and humiliated the fuck out of that guy. And then he chose to humiliate himself and allow for you to do it and right, and all that. Don't get me wrong, but you had a whole person. That's not a simple mistake, Gypsy. It's a whole person. It's a human life. You have no regard for human life. Get some. I mean, hello, look at her. She looks like she's about to have a turd. Come on now.
That's a crime. And I'm like, if you would realize that's not the worst thing. Okay?
Yes.
Be thankful that the little stupid shit is just all I'm doing.
Yes.
Yeah, a little stupid shit, in her opinion, is having a whole child. Really. And look at her. Look at her. Again, staring into his soul. Believe me, I'm convincing. No, you're not. You're not. You make absolutely no sense. A simple mistake is not ruining someone else's life and hurting their feelings like that. What you did to Ryan was atrocious. Do I think that that guy was, the right one? No, I don't think he was. I think you used him to get paroled. You had to have somebody to parole to, so he was the one. He allowed for himself to be mistreated. There's no mistaking that. But for you to sit up here and say that that was just some little mistake, I mean, you really screwed that guy up, Gypsy. And again, you lack the accountability and you lack any type of remorse for a situation. Like, man, that was really harsh what I did to Ryan. He obviously cared a great deal for me, right? Or even if it's in a toxic way, but you hurt somebody by doing that. Your actions have taken a life, you've hurt people, and you don't give a shit. Well, that's some little stupid shit. No, it's not. You had a whole kid. I mean, this girl is absolutely batshit crazy. I'm sorry.
Yes. Yes.
No, not at all. Not even a little bit.
You decided to divorce Ryan.
Mm-hmm.
Was it in order to have a relationship with Ken? You knew you were going to have one, or it was the chance at having a relationship with Ken?
It was the chance.
Okay.
It was not a guaranteed thing at first.
Okay.
So, I started to drop those hints to Ryan, and then one night, it was actually on Valentine's Day of 2024.
Okay.
And I woke him up that day, and instead of being like, "I love you, honey," I woke him up telling him how I had a dream about Ken, and I missed Ken.
Wow.
Right. And you're smiling about is a cold-hearted bitch right there. Why didn't you wait till at least the day after Valentine's Day, right? Or maybe the day before. I had a dream about Ken. I remember that too. That was country accent Gypsy when she was trying to act like she had some sort of a country accent. Oh, Ken. I miss Ken. That is so low down and dirty.
And so I was always very brutally honest. I was like, I wasn't meaning to hurt his feelings, but I'm kind of like, this is where I'm at with it. Can we have
brutally honest? Brutally honest would have been telling Ryan that you weren't attracted to him. Or brutally honest would have been like, hey, I need somebody to parole to. Do you mind if I use you as a front? But you didn't do that, Gypsy. You lied to him. You made him think that you loved him and you were interested in him. God, that is just such a bitch move.
a conversation about it?
Yes.
So nothing was ever kept from him in the dark. He was not blindsided about how I felt about Ken. He knew. And so one night I had put a note by his bed and I said, "I'm so sorry. Here's the ring back." So he came home, he saw that, he crumpled it up, threw it, kind of cried or whatever in the room for a little bit while I posted up in this separate bedroom.
Look at her laughing at his pain. Look at what she just did, guys. She's laughing at his pain. I wrote him this note and it broke his fucking heart. It was so funny. My name's Gypsy. I got like 100 fan mails, letters, just hundreds of them. God, dude, I wouldn't be friends with this girl. None of it. She is nothing but toxic and she uses every single person and she takes joy in the pain of others, right? She loves causing the pain. Any normal person, Gyp, would be sitting there saying, that was a horrible thing that I did. And, I'm sorry that I did that, right? And leave it at that. Instead, she continues to justify it, and she even laughs about it. Wow.
And then an argument had happened.
Of course an argument happened. Would you like to be treated that way? Because I sure as fucking gonna put up with it. I would have said to you, you know what? That's some low down dirty shit. And I might have called you a WHORE.
And in this argument, he's yelling at me, and he is standing by the bedroom door. And he opens it up really quickly as I'm like, can we just have a conversation about this? And he opens it up a little too quickly and steps forward a little faster than I'm used to. And it triggered me. Now,
triggered you from what? Because at no point in time have I ever heard that somebody that was a man ever abused you like that. That's a trauma response to PTSD from battered women syndrome, Gypsy. Don't even try it. Don't even try it. That was manufactured so you could start this big drama. So you could say, oh God, you need to pick me up. Oh, Ryan's gonna hurt me. After you do what you did to him, you ripped the guy's heart out, you threw it on the floor, and you stomped on it and laughed. Do not play the victim. We all watched it unfold. We all watched it, Gypsy. You cannot rewrite this narrative because somebody is not aware of what you're telling them.
Is he a violent person? No. Would he ever hurt me? I don't feel like he would. But in that moment, I felt triggered. And so I call my sister.
Okay.
And I'm like, Ryan and I are arguing. Like, I felt like he...
Right. You started an argument with him by disrespecting him. You started an argument, and then you called and acted like you were the victim. Darvo, deny, attack, reverse, and switch the roles. You are the offender, Gypsy, and you've not taken responsibility not one time.
Can you please come pick me up? So my sister comes pick me up. I spend a few days with her, and then I go to my stepmom and dad's house, and I file for divorce. A family acquaintance unfortunately talked to the media. And proceeded to tell TMZ that Ryan threatened me, that he was abusive. I never said Ryan was abusive. I said he came at me and was in my face yelling, which he was. But is he an abuser? No. So I wanted to clarify that up. Like, I never claimed Ryan was abusive.
Okay. You were only triggered.
I was triggered. I had not had a lot of therapy, if any, at that point.
Triggered for what, Gypsy? And this is, again, she's admitting that she didn't have any therapy at all in the 8 years that she spent in the correctional facility. Not one bit, right? But triggered from what? You deliberately poked him. You deliberately acted like a jerk and like no regard, again, for another person's feelings. But all of a sudden you're triggered? How the fuck do you think Ryan felt? Golly.
Okay.
And so I had not dealt with certain situations like yelling, arguments, stuff like that.
Why? Why did you refuse any type of therapy, Gypsy? I mean, and besides that, they're not going to teach you those kinds of things. That's not the kind of therapy you need, honey. You need something way more extensive than that.
Again, I had been in prison, and my defense...
Right, and in prison's such a serene environment. Nobody ever yells in prison. Oh, come on, Gypsy.
Is like, okay, I'm going to leave this situation.
Yes.
I'm going to, if anything pops off that I don't like, I'm leaving. I didn't leave before, but I sure as fuck will now.
Yes. Didn't you file it was temporary, but a restraining order against Ryan?
It was not a restraining order in that way.
Okay.
So my lawyer, divorce attorney, handled everything. She took care of it all. I made no requests. She's like, we're going to do this, 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 and this. Okay. I didn't understand any of it. I was like, okay, whatever you feel is best is best. The restraining order pertained to our finances.
Now, again, and I'm sorry that I keep on stopping it, but let me tell you right now, her lawyer has a fiduciary duty to her client to make sure that Gypsy understands fully her rights in a situation and the circumstances surrounding whatever that lawyer is being hired for. So don't you dare, Gypsy, say that, oh, I didn't know. Yes, you did. And if you didn't know, it's called ask a fucking question.
The restraining order basically said you can't touch the money that's in the joint checking account without it being for things like necessities. You can't go.
Wait a minute. You got a restraining order against a bank funds? Wait a minute. You got a restraining order. Let me get this straight. You want us to believe, let me just back that up. You want us to believe that you got a restraining order, and in that restraining order, the judge said that your bank funds are not to be touched? That's not a fucking restraining order, Gypsy. You are so full of shit. You smell through the TV, through the Gyp-Verse. You stink. Quit lying. Nobody believes you. You abuse the system. You are not a victim of domestic violence. And there's no such thing as getting a restraining order and the judge saying, well, you can't touch a bank account. That is such a crock of shit if I've ever heard one in my life.
Go out and buy a car. So it just put a halt to our finances.
Okay. And this makes sense to me as well, because I would imagine, given the volume of television shows that were out about you and the interest, that there was probably a significant amount of money made in that period of time, and you were married. So now it becomes this.
Now it's our money.
It's a joint asset.
Yeah, a joint asset is not protected in a restraining order, though, respectfully to this interviewer. So none of this actually makes sense if you think about it and research the purpose for a restraining order. And I understand that not everybody knows what that is, and not everybody has gone through it. So there may be some, misunderstanding on this, right? In my PTSD, yes, she was getting together with Ken right away. She was full on cheating on Ryan, right? And then she was using it to hurt him because she likes the attention, right? She's a total fucking narcissist. So she loves having Ken, the little puppy dog, Ryan, the little puppy dog, right? And then she loves, going after Ken and treating him like he's a criminal because he likes blondes better than brunettes. It's a personal preference. Some guys have a type, some women have a type, right? Because it's all physical. They don't give a crap about anything other than physical, right? They're shallow as fuck, in my opinion, right? So that's all it's about. It's just about surface. So yeah, look at her, and she loves this. This is another moment of Duper's delight. She absolutely loves the fact that she's getting one over on this intelligent, nice, good person. She loves it.
Yeah.
So was that the main challenge with the divorce? Was then how do you split that and unravel that?
We actually, my lawyer said that I could get 50, half and half.
Okay.
So we halved and halved it. Whatever was in the joint checking at the time, we halved it.
Okay.
Took a half.
Even though, quite honestly, it seems like the money was generated because of you.
There was probably only about 40,000 that was in that account at the time.
Okay.
No, that's bullshit. Okay, because Ryan was also on the show. And if they're married, it's a marital asset, as this gentleman pointed out. So no. That is incorrect. That's not fair for you to be like, hey, I need you to walk around with me and go on all these interviews with me and be on the show with me. And I just need you to be there, right? As my husband. Oh, my new husband, the D is fire. No, Gypsy. He deserves compensation just as much as you do. And marital property is marital property. That's what you signed up for, sister. Whether you want to act like this little, oh, I didn't know bullshit.
Because the show money came in like so many months. It didn't come in one chunk.
Okay.
So by the time that all of the show money came in, I had already moved banks, had my own bank.
Okay, fair enough. So then you two split.
The chance of me and Ken getting back together, I wasn't sure. It wasn't a for sure thing. I wanted to at least see him. We hadn't seen each other in 4.5, 5 years. So I wanted to see, am I crazy, or do we still have this like spark?
Yes.
So he came to visit me at my parents' house. Comes, we meet up, we decide we're going to get a hotel in New Orleans, and we're going to go do an airboat tour. We're going to go do a, whole New Orleans day trip.
Yes.
And the level, when I tell you, I don't know how to ever explain the love and happiness that I felt. I hope that everybody in the world gets to experience that feeling of happiness and just in love everywhere. Like, it was amazing. And I just knew, I'm like, I'm in love. This is it. And I know what I have to do.
Yes. And then you said then a month late. So then you're together then for a month.
Mm-hmm. And
then a month after that.
I got pregnant. We had got back together. Like we had a weekend of having that New Orleans weekend, had a great time. He comes back a month later, and that's when I got pregnant. Wow. And then I find out a month later that I was pregnant.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'd like to show you a photo.
Okay.
You ready?
Oh boy.
Okay. Now you ready for this?
Yeah.
What is happening in this photo? Who are you with?
Yeah. Yeah. So this is the day that my daughter was born.
Okay.
So this is Ken, and this is our baby girl Aurora.
All right.
This photo was taken 1 year after I got out.
Really?
She was born on December 28th of 2024.
Okay.
I got out December 28th of 2023.
You could not have planned that. I mean, that is incredible. I did not know that it was 1 year.
1 year.
To the date.
Yes.
So this is your purpose.
This is my purpose. Yeah.
To be a mommy.
I think it is. I mean, I think it's healing. Of course, when I knew when I found out I was pregnant, a lot of people were like, how do you feel becoming a mom, not having a great mom yourself? And of course, it's like, I can say this and that in an interview thinking, okay, well, maybe this is how I might feel. But it wasn't until I had her, she was 2 weeks old, I was rocking in the recliner, and I looked at her, and there was just something that hit me. It felt like I was going through trauma all over again by thinking to myself, how can a parent ever hurt or cause any harm to their child or any child? And I just started to cry, and I held her close. I'm gonna lose it. Sorry. I'm sorry. I held her close, and I was like, I love you. I love you so much, and Mommy's never gonna let anything happen to you. Because in my heart, I felt like I was hugging a baby me. I just felt like I wanted to love her like I wasn't. And I wanted to give her everything that I.
All right, guys, I'm sorry. I understand that she's crying, right? I know Detroit, that poor sweet child, that poor sweet child. But and I'm not saying that she's faking this at all, but I do want to point out that she's absolutely crying for herself. And this is the only time she has shed a tear after almost 2 hours of justifying her bad behavior, her horrendous, her brutal, her horrible behavior. She never shed a tear for anyone that she has hurt or killed, in my opinion. But the minute that she is woe is me, she starts bawling her eyes out, right? Oh, I wish I was loved. What about your daughter? Absolutely sick. Sometimes that's where I have trouble understanding life. And maybe it's not something that I should understand. Maybe I need to give that to God. But I wonder why there are so many people out there that would love to be parents and that would be the best parents in the world and they can't have kids. And yet here's this monster that has a baby, a little girl. I'll never understand that.
Wasn't. And it just hurt and it felt good at the same time. I'm sorry.
No.
Oh, whatever, manipulator.
I tell you what, you never have to apologize for allowing us all, to see you.
Okay, and I want to say this man is a beautiful soul, and I in no way, shape, or form are trying to disparage what he is doing here. He's a beautiful human being. He's a lovely man. We talked last time we were reviewing a little bit of this, and he has a great voice. He's asking great questions, but again, we can just see how she manipulates good people into believing her bullshit, and that's what's so infuriating to me, in my opinion. And then again, it looks like she's about to have a turd.
In your emotion, that's all you wanted. That's all you wanted as a little girl was.
She got so much more than any little girl. And she was in on the manipulation. She says, I always knew I could walk. I remember when I was first born to the age of 5. Oh, whatever, Gypsy.
To feel loved was to feel safe. And isn't it so interesting what life gives you?
Yeah.
Right? And now here you're in a moment where you didn't receive it, but you're going to be able to give it.
Yep.
No, that, she has the opportunity, but I don't think she's going to take that opportunity. I don't think she sees it as a blessing that it is. I don't think she sees it like us normal people do. Whatever normal is. My PTSD says, in my opinion, I think he was replacement for her mom's doting care of her life. She needs Ryan. Yeah. And Ken was her dream video life. Well, yeah. And I mean, I'm not going to say that Ken is an ugly guy, you know what I mean? But he's weird. I don't find him attractive in the slightest, but I see what you're saying, my PTSD. Yeah. And, I agree with you. Her mom doted on her. Her mom, in my opinion, isn't like she's being portrayed, even though I know she's batshit crazy too, and has her own part in this. But nobody deserves to lose their life, right? We here again, like I said, I don't understand how God could give her a baby and then leave a couple that is a beautiful couple that loves each other so much, and they're just trying and trying for that baby. I'll never understand why he won't grant them their prayers, but he gives a baby to this monster, right? That to me doesn't translate, and I'll never be able to fully understand that in my brain ever. It's just it really boggles my mind, but in the same way, it's not up to me, right? But when we see it playing out like this, it's like, what?
And it also gives like my dad a second chance too, because my dad didn't get a chance to be around in my life as much as he wanted. And so now watching my dad be a part of her life too is also very healing too.
Yes.
I don't believe that. I think it triggers Gypsy, and I think she's probably extremely jealous of her own daughter, in my opinion, like she's jealous of Mia, in my opinion.
Yes. Look at that relationship with your father now.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. When you, Gypsy, think about the future, the next chapter, right? What are your dreams?
There's my professional life, and then there's my personal life. And my personal life, I want to have another child, get married, buy a house, and then in there.
Did you guys catch that? She says she wants to have another child. Heaven forbid. In my opinion. Again, I'm not the one to judge. It's not up to me. But it's absolutely scary to think that she's trying to have another baby. I wonder if Ken knows that. I think he knows she's full of shit, but he wants to keep her talking. He definitely prepared for this interview, in my honest opinion. Yeah, Detroit, and no shade at this guy. He's a sweet guy, right? You could tell. And again, he is keeping it professional. And I think you're right. And Seth was saying earlier with the eyebrow, right? He's got that eyebrow side eyeing.
Professional space. I personally am starting my own podcast.
There you go.
Oh, I'm starting a podcast.
Love it.
And so this podcast is going to be conversations, real conversations like this that you're having with me, about people who have gone through trauma, but also have been defined by the worst moments in their life. And it's a redemption of how do they get from there to where they want to be.
You can't murder your own mother and not be defined by that, Gypsy. Just because you got off easy in Missouri and they only gave you 8 years of a 10-year sentence and let you roll on a man with, diagnosed disabilities, that doesn't mean that you are able to just skate away scot-free. And I'm glad people are holding you accountable, and for good reason too.
It's a real one-on-one conversation, and it's not just celebrities. We're talking average people. We're talking celebrities. We're talking anybody.
Yeah.
Because everybody has had trauma. Everybody has had something happen to them. And no trauma is greater than anyone else's trauma. Trauma is trauma. And it is so therapeutic to talk about it with someone, especially when that someone has gone through trauma themselves.
Yes. Yes. I'm with you. I think more conversation needs to be had so that we can normalize the fact that trauma is an experience that we all go through.
Yeah, we all go through trauma, Gypsy, but you're the one that's wreaking havoc on other people's lives and taking their lives. You don't get to do that. That's one of the big 10, girlfriend. Thou shalt not kill is one of the big 10. And you went ahead and did that. And now you just want everybody to forget about it. And now you want to be the advocate. You want to be the one, oh, yeah, come on, let's talk about the trauma. No, you need to redeem yourself and start doing the right thing for all the trauma that you've gone ahead and caused. I mean, it goes right over your head. It's either you're too stupid to recognize it or you're refusing to. And I'd like to think with the amount of manipulation and how well you can do that, that it's got to be the latter. Right? You're not stupid. It's very purposeful. There's full-on intent in this. Intent is 9/10 of the law, by the way. Professional life, another child. Please no, I want to barf, says Detroit. Detroit, it is. It is absolutely insane, right? I want people to tell me about their trauma. Why, Gypsy? So you could laugh at them like you did to Ryan? Wow. he took some Xanax before this interview and maybe a gummy or four. In my opinion, my PTSD. I would need to do more than that, right? I would need a stiff Chardonnay. No, I'm just kidding.
And to your point is that, and then you can come out on the other side.
Exactly.
Right. You can heal.
Heal from it.
And I think, given the platform that's been thrusted upon you,
Yeah.
that's probably one of the best ways to use it.
Yeah, the best spaces.
Yeah. There is something I like to end on. There's a question that everyone gets, but before that, I have one last thing that I want to show you. Are you ready for this?
Yeah.
All right. Get ready.
Okay.
Okay. Here it comes. All right. So now, this is my favorite photo of the entire batch.
Okay.
I want you to tell me who's in this photo.
Okay.
Okay. And then I have a question for you about this photo. Ready?
Aw, that's me.
Look at that. Look at you.
That's me.
Yes. Do you know roughly how old you are in this?
Oh, goodness. Maybe 2?
Okay. Yes. So this is young you.
Mm.
This is a very, very young you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. This is you in what I'm sure you would consider to be good times.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what I'd love for you to do is tell me what you would like to tell her.
I would tell her that she's loved. And that life is going to be hard. Life is going to be really hard, but do not give up. Because your daddy loves you. Your daddy loves you a lot. And so does Auntie Christy. And your brother and your sister, they love you very much. And someday, a little girl is gonna love you. You're gonna mean everything to her, and everything you wanted in life is gonna happen for you. But you're gonna have to be strong. You're gonna have to be very, very strong.
Wow. So was that just an admission that she killed her mom so she can get worldwide fame or infamy? I mean, that was really weird, right? You're going to get everything you ever wanted. Everyone's going to be paying attention to you 24/7. And then forget that that God is going to give a beautiful baby to you, Gypsy. You're talking about that your baby is thinking that you're everything to her, right? But isn't she everything to you? This is scary, I have to say. And you know what, Detroit? I don't know if Ken left Gypsy. I would hope that he is in the process of making a safety plan. I hope he's talking to the Domestic Violence Center about what transpired with the blanket, right? There's a saying that if you see one cockroach, there's billions that you don't see, right? Or there's a bunch more that you don't see. And just like this situation, we're seeing one cockroach, but there's a billion, in my opinion. I mean, this is a whole nother level, in my opinion, of craziness. And Gypsy just sitting back and never crying when she's hurting other people. She's actually laughing at it. But then when it comes to her, oh, look at me, little 2-year-old Gyp. Oh, no. That is so wrong on so many levels. You have learned nothing. You have contributed nothing. You are famous because you took another person's life, and you took the person's life who gave you life. She doesn't say anything about, if I could go back and tell this little girl something, it would be walk away, tell somebody, don't allow for this to happen. But she doesn't say that. I wish I never would have killed my mother. I can't believe I did that. She has no remorse, guys. This is a true person on the dark triad, and she is the most dangerous type because she's the victim always. She is a menace.
You know what? She was. She was.
You're making me cry.
No, you know what I love, what I have loved about it, and I'll hold on to that. I think it's such a beautiful photo. I love it. Very stylish, by the way. Those overalls.
The overalls.
You know, I wear overalls to this day.
Really?
Yeah, I think I have your entire outfit.
Oh my goodness.
I think I have that. What I have, I think, appreciated most from you in this conversation is I feel like there's been a sense of vulnerability and openness and light, right, to you in this conversation. I've just that I've loved, right? Your level of reflection will stay with me. This is hands down, it's one of the most memorable conversations that I've had. I've been doing this podcast for the last 2 years. You've exceeded my expectation in terms of your transparency in the story, you know, and I wish you all of the most amazing things that this life can give you.
Thank you.
And most importantly is I wish you the ability to give yourself beyond grace but forgiveness.
I'll work on it.
Yes. Yeah.
Work on it.
There is a final question that everyone gets. And that question is this. Gypsy, you've had some phenomenal conversations in your life.
Yes.
When you think about the most memorable conversation, who was it with and what did you learn?
Would it be too cheesy to say you?
It wouldn't be.
Okay, so this...
Wow. Okay, now this is why she's so dangerous with her manipulation, because just as she described her mother earlier, part of her manipulation tactic and technique is to flatter the person that she's trying to convince. Here we go.
Has to be a really good conversation in all the times that I have done interviews.
Oh my gosh, smooch that booty. Smooch that booty.
I have never had anyone really listen to me. Until now. And give me the freedom to share whatever I wanted to.
Thank you for agreeing with me and not holding me accountable whatsoever.
So thank you for that.
You are welcome.
And again, this guy is a very sweet soul. I could tell that he's genuine. He is very genuine, and she is absolutely phony and fake. Detroit, I'm right there with you. Ken needs to run as fast as he can with that baby. She is delusional and dangerous, in my opinion. And she only cries for herself. She's not crying for anybody but herself. It is the epitome of the dark triad. She wants to talk about internet trolls. She's the troll. You know? And she might even be flirting with him. He's very handsome. Okay. He is. That he is. My PTSD. I agree. And she says she's a terrible flirt. Oh my gosh, I'm just a chronic flirt, or whatever the hell she said. Good call, though. I agree.
You're welcome. I wish you the best in your advocacy work. There are millions of people who adore you, right? And now, having met you, I understand why.
Yeah. You're going to have to come on my podcast too.
Oh, yeah. I'm there. We can unpack my trauma.
Yay!
I'm from New York. I have a lot of trauma.
Okay. We look forward.
Aw, he's so sweet.
Forward to it. We're going to talk.
we do need to talk.
All right. So that was Gypsy and her manipulation of the situation here. And let me go ahead and stop that. Again, huge shout out to, let's see. There we go. Huge shout out to We Need to Talk podcast on YouTube. Definitely go sub up over there. There's a lot of great interviews. I did check out the channel. And I really appreciate this man, right? He's compassionate, he's caring, he is a good listener, he's a good interviewer, he asks great questions. He's the whole package, right? And for her to take advantage of yet another, human being like she does, she'll walk over anybody. She's a desperate little climber, in my opinion. Yeah, whoo, I got heated on this one. Please have salt around his chair, voodoo. Yeah. Yoo-hoo. That's funny. That is so funny. Yeah, he's gonna need. I'll be wearing a crucifix. I'll tell you what. I saw her video with another girl playing a truth game, and she was laughing about killing her mom, and it was sick. Detroit, you are so right. I saw the same thing. Excuse me. That is such a good point. I need to take a drink. That is so spot on. And she does. She has really taken advantage of the notoriety, the of being notorious for unaliving her mom or manipulating her boyfriend to carry it out. Which again, I think that she also had a big part in it. And I'm talking about the actual act. I think that the two of them tag team Dee Dee. I think she didn't see it coming. I think she was sleeping in her bed. And Gypsy brutally did this with her boyfriend, Nick. And then they, had whatever type of relations afterwards. And it's absolutely sick. It is diabolical. It's maniacal. It is the epitome of evil. And the fact that it's celebrated in our society is a whole nother level of disgusting, in my opinion, So gonna unpack his trunk. Oh my goodness. And master manipulator is right, Detroit. Yeah, he's super handsome, soft-spoken, probably married with kids. Yeah, right? Yeah, if he's not taken, I'm surprised he's not. Just a very good person, and good people want to see the best in other people, so absolutely no shade whatsoever, in my opinion. But yeah, that was that long ass 2-hour interview and some change with Gypsy Rose. And, it just goes to show that, when we're dealing with somebody like Gypsy, we cannot give them any type of leeway, right? Because they're already busy justifying their actions in their own head, and they have no remorse. They have no care for anybody but themselves. They are ultra selfish, and they don't give a flying fuck about nobody, right? She cried for nobody but herself. And in my opinion, that is one sick puppy. That is one sick puppy that we're dealing with here. Yeah, it's unbelievable. Well, guys, I wanted to deep dive into Gypsy, and I'm glad that we had an opportunity to do that with this interview. Um, you know, I just want to say that I think Gypsy is someone that has been fooling people her entire life. Again, I know that it was learned behavior. I know that it was something that was praised, and and she was meant to do it, right, even when she was little. So again, I can excuse that to a certain extent, because obviously when we're little, we don't know any better, right? We're learning, and we're learning from people, and she learned this from her mother. That is very clear. But the fact that she's 34, the fact that she has served 8 years, the fact that she has skated accountability, continuously lied, manipulated, took the plea deal. It just really shows her character and the type of person that we're dealing with. So if you can recognize these qualities in another person, run as fast as you can, right? Get out while you still can. This is a side of domestic violence that we don't see, right? And it's absolutely domestic violence when you take your mother's life. Um, we may do some more into the Gyp-Verse. I'm not sure, but I do want to examine Seth's interview tomorrow and review it on our friend Army Vet's channel. I did not know that Army Vet had a channel, and so I was like, "Oh my goodness, I can't believe you have a channel. I'm so sorry I didn't subscribe before," right? Because our friend Army Vet will come in here and support the channel over here. I support people who support me. I've learned the hard way. And it is hard, right? Because you want to be supportive, you want to be loving to everyone, inclusive of everyone. You want to build other people up. You do it out of the kindness and goodness of your own heart, not to get anything in return. But what I've learned here is that I want to support people who support me, and so Army Vet did a great job. Seth wanted to go up on the panel. He did, and he had some really great talking points, as Seth always does. I always want to just reach through and just give Seth a hug, and I know he's not a hugger, but I am, and so it really breaks my heart because I know he's just running and going day and night trying to find Sebastian. So we're gonna get back into Sebastian. And his case and continue to spread awareness for Sebastian. Um, one of my friends that's a local sent me a flyer that she put up and, for Sebastian. And when I see things like that, I just know that we are still running strong at advocacy and awareness for Sebastian. And it just warms my heart. And it's just something that makes my day so much better. We all have stress in our lives and things like that. And I'm no different than anybody else. But that really warmed my heart and I loved seeing it. um, it made me proud to have such great friends and know that, there are people out there that still care so much and we're just all looking for Sebastian. Um, so, oh my gosh, my PTSD, I'm the same way. Like I started out trying to be neutral. I tried so hard, but the lies on top of lies on top of lies. I was like, I have to be honest, right? This has to be an honest thing. And, I'm hoping that you know, people will listen, because again, I'm very well aware of this area and how things work there. And Gypsy had a lot of enablers and flying monkeys because they were covering their own asses too, and that can't be lost on us, right? Um, don't look at Springfield as bad. We're the Bible Belt. No, you need to be held accountable too. This girl totally took advantage and you had all of the evidence that proved that, but you still gave her the plea deal. So you could get a conviction on Nick Godejohn and send him to prison for life with no parole. It's just not right, guys. That's not justice. That's not justice for anybody, right? Oh man, it is a tough one. She does know right from wrong, Detroit. She knew the whole time and she knew she could walk. She's sucking it dry, in my opinion. I agree. I agree wholeheartedly. You know, I know I'm like that too, Detroit. I know. Lucky anyway. Yes, I'm the same way. I'm a hugger. You know, life is short. Life is so short. And, I want people to know how I feel about them in case I don't have another chance to tell them. And I think you know that too, friend. I think you know that all too well. Um, the silence on the Proudfoot side may be a sign of something getting close. I am praying for that, my PTSD. I am. I am. And I think we need to keep putting the pressure on. I think we need to keep pushing. I think we need to keep on, uh, if we can't work together, which it sucks. I mean, I know, and I've said it a million times. I said it last night. I wish we could. I wish we could just find a way to get that shit together. But unfortunately, there's a lot of people that are doing this for their own reasons, right? Their own personal gain and stuff. They see a case like this and they're like, how many views can I get off of it? And things like that. It's really sad. Sebastian deserves much better. Um, But I know in my heart of hearts that there are people out there that are doing it for the right reasons, and so we just got to keep on pushing forward. We can't let it slow us down. We can't waste energy on those people. We just have to, say, okay, well, that's I see who you are, and keep, striving forward, march on, right? Sebastian's army marches on. I love that song on Jen's channel. Six with Jen. But yeah, I mean, I'm hoping so. I'm hoping so. I wish that the police would clear Seth, but I know they're not going to, out of spite. And that's sick, in my opinion. It's absolutely grotesque. And I think if they did that, it would trigger Proudfoot to have another tantrum. And I think that we need something big like that happen. Um, Again, he's showed us his ass a million times, but something's got to give here, and I'm here to tell you, the truth always comes to light. It always does. It doesn't come in the timing that we want it to, but it always comes. So I do hug everyone too. My PTSD. Sometimes I feel awkward when they look at me scared. Well, I'll tell you, when I was at the gathering, I gave everybody I met a hug. It was nice to see everybody. It was nice to see Betty again. It was nice to see and meet other people, or people that I hadn't seen in a while, or people that I knew of and I never got to actually meet in person. And so, yeah, we have a good group. That core group that was there, and people that are that couldn't be there but are still fighting. There's tons of people behind the scenes. So we just need to continue, marching on, and keep our heads up, and represent Sebastian like he deserves to be represented. And I'm glad that it seems, in my opinion, that a lot of this stuff has died down, especially because we don't have the kind of influences that we did early on, and the fact that maybe those people are sick and tired. I will say that on the Queen Bee interview that was done, there was a couple of clips that I wanted to kind of have us listen to, especially the one about the money and how Chris Proudfoot found money in Sebastian's closet. I find that to be very interesting, and again, it speaks to going back to the beginning. We're still stuck on these CPS reports, as we should be. We're still stuck on this timeline of events that led up to Sebastian's disappearance. I think that's where we're going to find a deeper understanding, and maybe even figure out where they put Sebastian, where they took him to, what they did to him. I don't know what it is exactly. I don't know if they put him in a school. I don't know if they have him somewhere, as Katie said, in a basement somewhere. I don't know if they decided that, they could traffic him or something horrific that way, right? But all I know for sure is that he didn't just vanish into thin air. He didn't go poof, and he deserves to be found. And we're going to find him. I believe that. I believe that with everything inside of me, that he will be found. And I'm not giving up. I will not give up just because I cover other cases. I mean, that's just part of what I have to do here. I have to keep the channel going. I have to go sometimes when there's breaking news, and somebody like little Harmony Montgomery, she deserves justice too. She's out there missing somewhere, right? So we have to spread it out. But no, I'm keeping it going strong about Sebastian. And I love it, because even when Libra was up here with me and we were looking into Gypsy's case, we just started talking about Sebastian, right? And we kept on with that. And every time I cover a different case, I hope that other people that don't typically watch me will come in and talk about, to come in to watch or check out the channel, because we're talking about a topic that is trending. And then in the midst of that, we talk about Sebastian, and they find out about him. Sebastian, wait a minute, I didn't know about him. Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, huh? Oh, and his dad's looking for him? And he went missing from his mom's house? That can bring Sebastian to a much wider, excuse me, a much wider audience. And so that's always my great hope with that. But don't ever mistake that like I'm giving up, or I didn't cover Sebastian, so I'm not going to. Um, it's just something that has to be. But let me tell you this. This is what I find so interesting, right? Is that when I look back on how many views my videos get on some trending topics like or trending true crime like Mackenzie Shirilla's case or Gypsy Rose, and the the desecration of the blanket because she's so jealous she can't see straight. I look back and I see that the most views that I get are on live streams about Sebastian. So what that tells me is that we are Sebastian strong here at the, we're the Dragon tribe, we're Sebastian's tribe, and you guys are here to hear about his case. That's what that tells me. I pay attention to what you guys tell me. Even if you don't tell me by saying it, you're telling me by how many more views I get when I talk about Sebastian, you know? Um, and again, it warms my heart because I'm like, you guys are not giving up either. You guys are right here with me. You guys are putting up with me covering these other cases, but when I have a Sebastian live, you guys are in the chat, you guys are watching, you guys are sharing it out. Oh man, it's like the best feeling ever, you know? So we're just going to keep on pressing on, you know? Um, yeah, I'm going to get that clip, Detroit. So basically, Chris Proudfoot alleged that he found money in Sebastian's closet in one of these little banks a bank that he had, and that he called the TBI right away to let them know. Now, if they did a thorough search of Sebastian's room, wouldn't they have found that? Yeah, it's absolutely piss poor. They did a real shit job and they botched the investigation, in my opinion. They never should have allowed for anybody to come into that home. And they never should have allowed Katie to sit there on her cushy couch in her cushy little living room, uh, giving some fake ass story about Sebastian walking out that door. Bull crap, Katie. Again, bull crap. Yes, my PTSD. Absolutely. I would love to have your lawyer friend on the panel. I would love, love, love that. We need to set that up for sure. Thank you so much. And I appreciate you, bringing in guests and stuff like that. Um, yeah, that would be great. So, aw, thank you. Thank you so much, Detroit. I appreciate you guys. Hey, like I said, you guys speak to me through the views. You guys speak to me through the engagement. And, these are the things that you guys are interested in, right? Like, so like I said, when I do a Sebastian live, I looked at my last 4 live streams. My Sebastian live got 750 views about, and the other ones are about 400 a piece. That's what speaks to me, right? I'm all about the numbers. I have a marketing and business background, right? I used to be in real estate. KPIs or key performance indicators. That's my key performance indicator, is that you guys are all about Sebastian. You guys are Sebastian strong. And we're going to remain Sebastian strong because we're Sebastian's army and we cannot let him down. He's been failed so many times. We can't let Seth down, guys. When I show you his panel with Army Vet, I mean, I could lose it right now. He's tired. He wants his son back. He wants his son. And we need to help him. And Chris McDonough, you need to help him. You said that you would help. And I'm going to close with that. Oh, hey, Army Vet. Hey. Oh my gosh, great live. I need to go back and watch the rest of it. Oh my gosh, you guys were awesome. I didn't know you had a channel, sir. I would have went and subbed up to you. Oh, it's so good to see you, Army Vet. Thank you for being here. I will talk with her and see what we can work out. You'll love her sass. Woo, I love sassy frass. I love sass with class or classy sass. No sassy frass. No, I'm just kidding. I'm sorry, guys. I get emotional. Seth's a good person, and I consider him a friend, and I care a great deal for him. And I wish I could just be like, this is where Sebastian is. Go get him. right? I wish that, like he said on Army Vets channel, I wish that Sebastian would call him. I wish I could get that text message or that notification that, oh my gosh, they found Sebastian. That's what I pray for. So, oh, that would be so amazing, my PTSD. That would be so great. Yeah. And I mean, look, I love having experts on the show because I am no expert. I'm just a regular person, that enjoys talking about true crime. And, I want to, you know, I just, I like to try to see if we could figure this stuff out, right? No matter who it is, and especially these little ones. Harmony Montgomery, Nancy Grace did a live stream with Chris McDonough as well, about Summer Wells, and of course, they were going over the Van Hill Road stuff. Um, but I'm like, that's old news. But then again, tomorrow's the anniversary of Summer's disappearance. So we definitely need to do a live on Summer and then one on Monkey Vaughn as well. So we were talking about that last night. That's right, Detroit. That's right. And thank you. I'm praying with you guys. And the power of prayer, guys, let me tell you, I'm not here to be on a soapbox. I'm not here to, tell anybody how to think or, how to pray, how to any of it. But when we get together and we all pray, it is powerful. We think it's not doing anything. I used to be like that. Like, why would I pray? I prayed and it didn't, no, my prayers weren't answered. I was all bitter about it, but it's not true. And sometimes God has a greater plan in mind, and we just don't understand. We just don't understand it. But yeah, Detroit, I'm praying with you. She says, please, in the name of Jesus Christ, amen. Yeah, amen. And, it just, we're going to just have to start thinking outside the box or thinking like a damn criminal. I don't know which one. Very good dude, right? Army vet, I agree. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And look, nobody deserves this. The not knowing where your kid is, the not knowing if your kid is calling out for you, I mean, hey, I'm 43 years old. I lost my mom in 2006 and I still call out for my mom because I love my mom, and I believe that Sebastian loves everybody. I don't think he wanted anything bad. He wanted the abuse to stop, is what he wanted. He wanted to live and be, right? He wanted to grow up. And I mean, where is he? My soul feels Seth needs some news or some hope to help give him physical well-being, some strength to keep him going. I will keep trying to find a way. Thank you, my PTSD. I appreciate that so very, very much. And I know he does too. I don't like to speak for Seth, of course, but I know he appreciates people because he said it on Army Vets too. He appreciates it. He does. And oh man, I just, yeah. And, we could all tell him, Seth, you got to, get some sleep, drink your water, do that, but I can't imagine the level of anxiety or the despair he's feeling, especially at this point. Um, it's unbelievable. So I'm not afraid to go shady to find Sebastian. Well, with my clothes on, my PTSD. I'll tell you, people have done some real shady crap, and I mean, this whole thing is shady. I think that the Foot Clan was involved. We see how they move. We see how they operate. They're very sleazy. They like to, hurt other people, get their own way. That flying monkey behavior. It's thick with these people. And we are not dealing with people who are, who have a moral compass. We're not. We have to start thinking about that, right? We have to start thinking like they would. What would they do, right? I think that's the key here, is trying to figure out what they would do. What did they do? Did they have Sebastian go somewhere? Because I know they know where he is, because that's what their actions are telling us, right? We have to listen to them. We have to listen to what they're telling us without them telling us. So we'll definitely pull in some of those clips, but I want to give our friend Seth the floor again. And I'm just glad that he's going out on panels and joining panels. Um, yeah. I mean, it takes so much strength and courage to wear your heart on your sleeve and to get back up there again, especially after you've been burned as many times as he has. And we all can relate to that because at some point or another we've been vulnerable. We've put our hearts and we've worn them on our sleeves for other people, and sometimes we have to do that in order for other people to understand where we're coming from. But it is so brave, and um, it should always be applauded, in my opinion. Um, so, well, I love you guys all so very, very much, and I appreciate you guys being here through through this crazy gypsy interview. My goodness, what a mess! And we will reconvene tomorrow. I would love to do a day stream tomorrow, so I'm going to schedule something for the daytime as well. Maybe just a true crime chit chat day version. Where we just come in here and talk about current events or something like that. um, so we'll definitely work on that. And I will see you guys all tomorrow, probably around like maybe 2:30 or 3 o'clock. We'll do like a quick maybe couple hour live because we've been doing some long ones lately. But we also have had guests on, and so the commentary runs a little bit longer. But I love it, and I hope you've enjoyed it too. So, aw, thank you, Detroit. I know, Detroit, I do. I get so emotional, and especially when I see Seth and the bags under his eyes, and just the fact that he's just, man, he's Sebastian's voice. He is Sebastian's voice. Um, if not him, then who? You know? So, but anyway, sending you guys all virtual hugs, and you guys all have a great what is it, Saturday? Is it Saturday today? Hello, what day is it? Yes, just have a wonderful weekend, and we will talk very soon.